Masaka! He's too powerful! How could I ever hope to match his strength?
Don't worry, Maaz-kun. You can beat him. I know you can.
No, it can't be! Today's video is sponsored by Crunchyroll, Sensei!
Yes, my child. Just go to crunchyroll.com/Maaz or click on the link in the description for a 14-day free trial of premium. Stick around to the end of the video where we talk about the new anime smash hit, Tower of God.
Oh, yes, I can't.
Bro, this anime sucks. Why is the main character so ugly?
Here you go, Beta. I played for you and I played for your brother.
Oh, no, don't worry about those, Mom. He's long gone. Nom, 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 nom. What? Mother, it's quite simple. We started playing hide and seek, I tried to look for him, and I didn't find him. Therefore, he's gone. Understand? Jeez, woman, get it through your thick skull. Hi, my name is Maaz, and I lost my little brother during a game of hide and seek. So let's rewind all the way back to when I used to live in Japan with just my mom, dad, 5-year-old me, and Moise, my 3-year-old little brother. Yep, that's his real name. The brothers Maaz and Moise. I guess mom and dad must have been big fans of starting with an M and ending with a Z or Z. But oh, just you wait until you hear about our other brother's name. I was always a quiet kid growing up, but I also had this really bad, teeny tiny habit of hurting my brother. A lot.
But why would you do that, Maaz?
Because he was about to hurt me. And we can't have that now, can we, mother?
Oh yeah, I lost feeling.
Maaz, go to your room!
How did he know?
But all of these fond memories don't compare to the childlike wonder of playing hide and seek. It's super duper fun, and I remember spending hours playing the game with my friends. Bruh, even my dad and I have been playing for almost 20 years now. Maaz will never find me in here. So one day, Moise and I were so bored at home that we decided to play hide and seek together. I was the one seeking this time, which I think worked out perfectly because my brother was already trying to hide from me.
10, 9, 7, 2, 1. Ready or not, here I come.
And look, I'm pretty good at hide and seek, but after searching for absolutely ages, I gave up and started to watch anime. Honestly, I totally forgot about Moise and was glued to my TV until my mom came in with some yummy, scrumptious sausages.
Maaz, where is he?
I don't know. I didn't really look around too much. So there my mom goes, searching all around the apartment in a frenzy to find my little brother. Now, Japanese living spaces are much smaller compared to Western ones, so there actually wasn't that much room for my brother to hide. We checked under tables, within the cupboards, behind the curtains, and nothing. No sign of Moise. He probably disappeared in our drying machine. That's how most of our socks get lost. So my mom proceeded to call around our neighborhood and nearby family members, but nobody had seen Moise all day. Now, my poor mom. I really do feel so bad for her. She had just graduated out of uni and was working as a full-time doctor, all the whilst cooking us meals, cleaning the apartment, and raising her 2 young boys. She was essentially carrying her entire family on her back. So imagine her fear when her 3-year-old son, who had to endure the survival of the fittest with yours truly, was missing. In desperation, my mom and I hop in our car and zoom around the neighborhood, trying to find Moise. And at this point, I gotta hand it to him. He's pretty freaking good at hide and seek. But we didn't find him anywhere. And at this point, my mom is in absolute meltdown, tears streaming down her face. And then she makes the impossibly difficult decision to go back home. It's okay, beta. We'll find him. Okay, Mom. Huh? Mom, I think that's Moise. Mama-chan, Naze. And boy, it turns out that this chubby-cheek, booger-eating, stupid little brother of mine wasn't hiding behind the curtain, but somehow inside the curtain. And then he fell asleep afterwards, so he couldn't even respond to us calling for him. We didn't even consider the possibility that this kid could be worming his way inside, just straight chillin', listening to me watching anime. Big brother? This time, you did succeed in hurting me. Emotionally. Maaz! Hand me a sausage. Look, I love my family, and with this entire pandemic thing happening, I miss them a whole lot. But come on, bro. Pulling this kind of stunt during a game of hide and seek? See? This is why I stab you, bro. Alright, so let's get back to watching anime. Sensei, how do I get to be as powerful as you?
Well, Maaz, if you truly want my strength, you'll have to forge yourself by consuming unlimited anime, manga, and drama titles, sharpen your senses by watching ad-free 1080p HD episodes, and be more agile by reading the professionally subtitled anime.
Really, Sensei? Actually, a show that I've recently been binging is Tower of God. If you want a thrilling, psychological, and action-packed anime about climbing up a deadly tower while testing their determination and abilities along the way, then this anime is an absolute must-watch.
So remember, just go to crunchyroll.com/Maaz or click on the link in the description now for a 14-day free trial of Crunchyroll Premium so that you can truly increase your weeb level.
Wow, thanks, Sensei. That sounds super dope.
That's because it is.
Can I talk to my Martians now?
Yep.
To be completely honest, I actually do love Crunchyroll. I've legit used it for years now, so I'm super stoked to be working with them again. Last time, in my video about anime, I asked you guys to watch My Hero Academia. Did you end up liking the show? And if you did, who's your favorite character? Because if your answer isn't Mirio or Todoroki, it's incorrect. Alright, ladies, and stay amazing. I grabbed 10 of my friends and fellow animators to play a heated game of Mafia. Hi, my name is Maaz, and welcome to round 3.
Please, he keeps bringing us back to life. Stop this man.
Rush doesn't speak for all of us. Please keep bringing me back.
Are you not fair enough? Let's get going.
Make sure to watch round 1 and 2 if you want to know more. There are 3 Mafia and the rest are Martians, each of them having special roles. At the start of the game, the Cupid wakes up to link 2 people. If one dies, the other dies from heartbreak. The night cycle begins and everyone is asleep. The Mafia pick one player to obliterate, but this time, the friend-zoned Martian was sick of being friend-zoned for so long and is now evil. This special Mafia silences another Martian during the day, preventing them from speaking that round. To counteract this, the Doctor has trained some more and can now defend against both murder and being friend-zoned.
Next time I'm friend-zoned, I'm hitting up my local hospital.
There's also the Wizard, who can see another Mafia's alignment, the Timmy, who after revealing their role has 2 votes during the day, and the Vengeful Martian, who after getting obliterated can also bring down another player of their choosing. In the morning, the Martians can discuss who they think the Mafia is, and can vote somebody out or pass the round if a majority of people want to.
It's like Among Us.
Shut up!
Oh my god, Mungus.
This night and day cycle continues until Martians win by obliterating all Mafia, or until the Mafia win by destroying the Martian. And finally, this video is sponsored by CuriosityStream, but more on that later. And now, hello everybody.
Hi.
Hi, James. All right, so everybody go to sleep.
I'm sleeping.
Honk shoe, honk shoe.
All right, everybody. In this silly little village, everyone is sleeping peacefully, and they think the Mafia have been killed twice now. But little do they know that things are about to get very messy in here. First off, Cupid, wake up. Cupid, if you could pick 2 people to link throughout this game, if one dies, the other will too from heartbreak.
Pick me.
Who do you want to pick?
Honk shoe, honk shoe.
Okay, no worries. If one of you die, the other will too. Please go to bed. Next, Mafia, please wake up. Who do you want to murder? Okay, wow, that was a unanimous and very swift decision. Friendzone Mafia, who do you wish to silence? Wow, okay. Dr. Martian, wake up. Who do you want to protect this round? Okay, go to bed. Wizard Martian, wake up. Using your mystical powers, who do you wish to observe? Okay, everybody wake up.
Am I dead?
Everybody's awake. Welcome. The first morning of the Martian village.
Morning with a U.
Morning with murder. Or is there? You look around as each of you walk out of your houses one by one. You hold each other's hands, happy to be alive again. But one of you did not come out.
Whoa.
Why'd you lead off like that?
The Mafia kept turning down the AC, and unfortunately this person didn't have any pants to keep them warm.
TJ.
And they froze to death.
No. I died how I lived and I have no regrets.
She's able to give a final sentence.
June is not sun.
Good last words, buddy.
BJ!
You may also notice that Alyssa has unfortunately been friend-zoned,
Oh no.
and the friend-zone mafia has struck again.
If this happens often, I might just play some Toontown.
It would be a lot easier if the mafia just told us who they were.
Let's all say our roles. Let's go ahead. Give us your role first, Emily. Go ahead.
It's nothing interesting.
That's what someone with an interesting role would say.
No, it's not. I'm a nobody.
Do you wear pants, Emily?
I right now I'm not.
Oh.
Safe this time.
How about you, Andy?
I was an admin.
Now, Martians, you guys have a decision to make. Would you or would you not want to skip this voting or continue with voting?
I feel like we should skip.
We could skip, probably.
Sounds like PJ wants us to vote June, I think.
No. Wait, doesn't this mean she was...
Thumbs up, only for the people who are alive. PJ, stay out of it if you want to skip. Wow, it needs to be a majority to skip, and because it's not a majority, we are gonna vote now.
I would kill Rushlight Invader.
No, don't kill Rushlight Invader.
I would kill Rushlight Invader.
It sounded like when Mafia picked who to vote, they were all very not hesitant.
Yeah.
So there had to be some reason as to why they were all like, PJ!
And then Alyssa is muted, maybe because she was like boss in the last Mafia game.
Yeah, I think we all know why Alyssa's muted. I guess we know for sure. Well, not for sure, but Alyssa and June are probably safe.
Yeah.
100%.
Maybe.
100%.
Andy, what about you?
Yeah, Andy.
I'm just, I don't, we only know June is not sus, so I don't know. I don't have a lot of information right now.
Okay, so to vote off someone, we need nominees. And you guys chose to vote someone off. So now we need nominees.
Well, because the PJ vote was unanimous, it leads me to believe it's several people who are very close with PJ.
Yeah.
So Rush and Laddie are the most sus to me right now.
No.
True.
Yeah.
I would not do that.
Oh, you wouldn't?
I would not.
Laddie's like about to die. I would not do that, guys. Me personally, if I was about to die, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Sultan has put in nominations for Rush and Laddie.
I don't nominate Russian Laddie.
The only strategy that I would have would be the person most confident to nominate someone with such little information. Sultan?
Yeah, you're like, you are on top of it, huh?
Yeah, but Sultan's always messy, so that's...
What?
If it were anyone else, I would agree.
Can we like skip? Can we change our...
Okay, so now I think it's Laddie.
Stop it! If I die, 2 different people are coming with me. If I die, I'm taking 2 of you with me.
No. So I don't think it is. You know what? I believe Laddie.
Oh my god, I'm so scared.
It looks like I'm out.
Funny, you really had a good defense. You had a great defense, but everyone's like, Laddie. Just pointing at it.
Laddie, more like Batty.
No, don't vote Laddie.
So everybody unanimously chose to vote. They put Laddie there, parked her in the middle, got into a circle, and started obliterating. And as Laddie was obliterated away, her eyes glue red and said, I am now going to kill one of you.
Glue red.
That's right. They've been glued.
Laddie, who do you want to obliterate back as a vengeful Martian?
I choose Sultan.
Sultan?
Yeah. I feel like I deserve that.
Laddie looks at Sultan with anger, opens her mouth, and obliterates Sultan as he's obliterating her. His crown drops as his body evaporates away and clinks onto the floor as he dies, along with Laddie. Rush!
What would I do? What?
Watching Sultan and Laddie pass away, he is heartbroken.
It's true.
And he doesn't evaporate, he just kind of falls over. But he's also dead. So Laddie, Rush, and Sultan have died in this round.
Wait, what? How?
So Laddie was the vengeful Martian. So when she got voted off, that power activates, which is she can basically kill anyone she wants. So she killed Sultan. And Laddie was also Cupid linked to Rush. And so because she died, Rush died.
Oh.
Man, Laddie really did not lie. They took 2 people out with her.
Laddie, what's your final words?
I told y'all.
Okay, everybody. With such an eventful day, with 4 out of 9 villages dying on the first go, let's go back to sleep. Everybody, go to bed. Mafia, please wake up. Please select who do you want to murder. Okay, I understand. Friend zone Martian. Who do you want to friend zone? Okay, wow. Dr. Martian, please wake up. Who do you wish to protect this round? Okay. Wizard Martian, please wake up. I see. Alrighty, everybody wake up.
Good morning.
Hello. Oh, wait, I'm dead.
Oh, thank oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Oh, no one's silenced.
Yeah.
Alyssa literally fell out of the house saying, I'm out. Yo, what's up? Hi.
God. I took notes while everyone was squabbling. But first, let's hear the morning report. Who died?
Everybody walks out, tired, anxious about the previous night, but one person did not. The portal had shut because June, you have passed away.
No! How could you? But I wasn't sus!
June, you have final words. What would you like to say?
This doesn't play like Among Us.
I'll be sure to put in the Among Us tune at your funeral. Like, I'll just play the Among Us theme song.
The trap remix?
Yeah, the trap remix. Okay, so June is now a ghost. There are now 4 people remaining.
Jeez.
Emily, Andy, Alyssa, and Alex.
Wait, is there like one mafia?
How would you know that, Alex? You know, it's interesting because like I took all these notes and all my calculations lead me to believe Alex is the only mafia member left.
No, it's not me.
Wait, share the notes.
Okay, so Laddie I thought was pretty sus until Laddie was like, wait, no, don't kill me. I'm going to take 2 people with me. And it's like, okay. I was sus of Rush. It might have been Rush. Sultan, definitely mafia. I can just feel it in my little bones.
Yeah.
I felt it in my bones too.
Me too, same.
I think it's Alex because Alex is the only person who voted for Rush to die, which is just interesting. And we woke up and Alex is like, so there's only one mafia left.
Oh, get her. True. Get her.
I rest my case.
I asked how many mafias there are.
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Andy is just quiet.
I have no idea.
I can't tell if Andy is playing the stay hidden until the very end tech.
Yeah.
Or if he genuinely doesn't know.
No, I just don't know.
Okay, I'm torn between Alex and Andy only because the only other person.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry. My dog doesn't normally bark.
Whoa.
When did a dog get on the planet? What the heck?
I feel like with how coordinated Mafia was round 1, I would think Alyssa, but I feel like Alyssa's clearly not Mafia because she was silenced for a whole round.
Thank you.
And I feel like she's a valuable asset.
I am.
If she were Mafia, I am. Know your worth, queen.
Thank you.
And like the only other person who I think would be as coordinated with either Rush or Sultan would be Alex.
No way.
That's a strong rebuttal.
Now, again, the first decision has to be whether or not we want to skip this round or vote this round.
If I want to vote this round, I would want to vote Andy.
No.
Emily, who would you vote for?
It's nothing personal, but I just am a little sus of Alex.
Yeah, me too.
But I don't have any super strong.
Emily, Alyssa, we shared the same Airbnb. Please, you know me.
Do I?
Illy kind of convinced me. Let's vote.
Okay, I'm down.
I think the 3 of us have someone in mind. Do we want to vote off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Andy is quiet. Yeah, and is guilty. It's always, silence equals violence. Like
You're sounding more and more sus, Alex.
Silence equals violence.
Alex, you voted for yourself. You voted for yourself, Alex.
Alex.
Because everybody voted for Alex, including Alex themselves.
Stop.
The vote is being carried through, and Alex, you are now on the podium, and you have been obliterated by the villagers, including yourself. You have obliterated yourself.
Blood for the blood god.
What are your final words, Alex? Oh, I see.
That's deep.
Okay, thank you, Alex. You're now a ghost. Everybody looks around at each other, noting that only 3 people live. Emily, Andy, and Alyssa. And the night continues. Everybody go to sleep.
Deadass?
Mafia.
Are you kidding me?
Wake up.
Oh, man.
Ooh. Wow, what a nice day we're having. Emily, Andy, and Alyssa walk outside, but as they walk, steps begin to slow for one person.
Oh no!
The hand reaches out, and Alyssa's glasses shatter onto the floor.
No!
And the Mafia have won this game.
Let's go!
Emily was the final mafia.
God damn it,
I knew it.
I had no suspicion.
Okay, guys, let me tell you how insane this was. Laddie, you are the MVP of this round.
Yeah.
What happened was like Laddie was Cupid linked to Rush, and she vengeful killed Sultan, and Rush was mafia, and Sultan was friend zone mafia, and she went bam bam.
Let's go. You're welcome.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Dude, I thought I was boned.
Can I just say, I'm so good at getting the mafia out, even when I'm mafia. You're welcome.
How come we never sussed Emily out?
My tech is to just state the obvious and act like I'm contributing anything. Like I'm like, yeah, a lot of people died last night, huh? That's something.
And Alyssa also threw Alex under the bus, which helped.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, what was that about?
Alex, you voted yourself. Don't pretend like, oh my god, the other people.
To be fair, Alex, you seemed very guilty. Like even I was like, is she mafia?
Sultan was really a villager, and then Alex was really a mafia all along. Like they just.
Hey guys, sorry I'm late. I was just making a Netflix show now streaming on.
I really want to thank Nebula and CuriosityStream for sponsoring this video. Nebula is a platform where a whole bunch of top-of-the-line creators, including myself and a few other animators, who create 100% ad-free quality content without the added stress of the algorithm or demonetization. I've always talked about this documentary, but the Nebula original Digital Gold Miners is insane, and I definitely would recommend it. It's all about gold farmers using RuneScape to grow their wealth. It's legitimately such a fun watch. Nebula has always been super great for allowing me to experiment with my content, and they were crucial for Mafia 1 even being made in the first place. They let me break out of the storytime animation and create that video, and you can find the camera version of both Mafia Round 1 and Round 2 on Nebula as well. They've been super awesome, but so has CuriosityStream, which Nebula is actually being bundled with. CuriosityStream is a platform for thousands of shows about history, philosophy, nature, medicine, everything that I kind of nerd out and enjoy about. I mean, if you're already interested in the mafia, why not watch Al Capone, the Child of Prohibition, an episode of The Butterfly Effect, all about how the US federal government tried to take down the mafia. Again, they've been fantastic in working with me in my last few videos, and I really do encourage you to get the bundle by signing up with the link below, which will let you get access to CuriosityStream and Nebula. This entire deal costs less than $15 a year, and it's not even a trial. Like, as long as you're a CuriosityStream member, you'll always have access to Nebula. Trust me guys, I would not be pushing it this hard if I really didn't believe in it. So once again, click on the link in the description below or go to curiositystream.com/Maaz to get both CuriosityStream and Nebula for less than $15 a year.
Hi, my name is Maaz, and here's my defense on why video games are good for kids. Gamer time! Gaming has evolved to accommodate all different types of gamers, and nowadays it's as accessible as ever with Minecraft, Fortnite, and established titles, who sponsor this video, and I'll talk about them later. Whilst my friends and I grew up on classic web browser and free-to-play games like RuneScape, Neopets, and Club Penguin, and I think the generation before us played with the economy and capitalism. But let's talk about the social aspect of video games. Now, I'm not very good at making friends in real life, but as an extrovert, I do like talking to people, and emotional discussions are fun to navigate. But when it's face to face, there's a point where I just get bored of talking and get like, alright, that's enough now. No more. I'm tired. Sir, this is a funeral. Yeah, okay, but where's the Super Smash Bros? However, with gaming, it's actually beautiful how it all plays out. You get an easily accessible game, pull together a bunch of friends, and either strengthen or tear apart those relationships. There's always something to do, which helps develop a bond between everybody involved, whilst allowing enough opportunity to talk in between. It's a win-win. The amount of times I've gone on Discord and we casually talk about our lives as we're pummeling these noobs online is great. Yeah, so how's the weather going today? Definitely very sun.
Look, help me, I'm in pain.
Just the act of getting together for a common task is enough to build that friendship, especially with the pandemic, since we couldn't go outside to hang out. So having gaming as the glue for friendship online is definitely good for you. Hey guys! Guys? Oh, ignored again. Oh, I'm muted. Hey guys! Hey! Hi!
Why did you kidnap my dog?
See, I'm still close to the friends that I've made from gaming, and it's been years. I'm in pretty regular contact with them, and honestly, I would even invite them over to my actual wedding. That's how close we are, and I've only ever physically seen them a couple of times.
Now, do you, Maaz of TheAMaazing, please like, comment, subscribe, take her as your bride?
I do.
Wait, Who are you people? It's still part of the same experience when people prefer watching games be played instead of actually playing them. As a kid growing up with Achievement Hunter myself, it feels really nice to be able to be part of a community that enjoys watching the same creator play games. Honestly, I feel like it's really easy to look down on people and say, hey, why are you watching that? Why don't you just play it yourself? Oh yeah, old man? Why don't you play football yourself? Yeah, he's fine. In the end, video games provide an excellent avenue to satisfy that social itch that we all crave. How could I forget? Video games are important because it teaches us about the most important thing in life. Money! Most titles incorporate a basic level of economy within their games, ranging from trading emeralds for goods in Minecraft, or to entire village building like in Stardew Valley or Animal Crossing. Children and young adults need these systems to see what they'll be tackling when they're proper adults. And what better teacher than video games? Because it's not like the school curriculum is teaching you proper finances, that's for sure. Do it wrong in video games and you learn new strategies and can even restart. Do it wrong in real life and you end up homeless or in jail. Okay, but what about this? A get out of jail free card? Oh, no, sorry, turn around. Is this a sponsorship? Hey, wait, get back here! Established Titles is a unique project where people can buy their own dedicated bit of land in Scotland.
And with this, you can officially change your name to Lord or Lady on things like credit cards and plane tickets, based off an old historic Scottish custom.
Hello, my name is Mr. Dr. Lord Maaz.
I trust this guy.
Not only that, established titles will also commemorate you by giving you an official certificate with a unique plot number, which can be used to see the exact location of your land.
This is sick. Here it is.
The sponsor told me that the first 200 people to click on the link in the description below or use establishedtitles.com/TheAMaazing will get a plot of land that's located near mine. So if a bunch of you rise up and become lord and ladies yourselves, all of the Martians can get together to create the aMAAZing kingdom and take over this planet. And the best part about established titles is that they plant a tree for every order that's placed. They work with global charities One Tree Planted and Trees for the Future to support global reforestation efforts.
You're a good little plant, aren't you? Oh, stop it. Stop.
There are also last-minute gift options and even couple packs that come with 2 pieces of land that are right next to each other. So once again, make sure to head on over to establishedtitles.com/TheAMaazing or click on the link in the description below to get your piece of land, become a lord or lady, and support my channel. See, this is the type of using my finances wisely that gaming taught me. And it's even more educational when games go one step further to implement a realistic economy like in RuneScape. It had a system where you could trade almost any in-game item with other players on what was called the Grand Exchange. You buy and sell items at whatever price you set, which was affected by how everybody else valued those same items. There were even charts that you could use to measure the rise and falls of those items. Or, you know, you could just pretend to be a girl and wait for somebody to give you money. Isn't that right, PJ? PJ? There was once a time that I was an owner of hundreds of thousands of coal on RuneScape, which was essential since you needed it to make almost every set of armor in the game. I used to flip that coal, which meant buying it at a low price, then selling it back at a higher price. That little bit of profit, mine to keep. Doesn't sound like a lot for a single piece of coal, but what if you had hundreds of thousands like me? Well, you could keep increasing your profits, be able to crush the coal to make diamonds. I was called good old diamond hands in those times. Now they just call me old carpal tunnel. So I kept flipping coal and got filthy rich, multi-millionaire on his way to RuneScape glory. Even Santa didn't give me coal anymore because he was scared that I would flip it. That is until one day RuneScape announced that it was reworking the entire smithing system, specifically to remove coal as the one centrally crucial ingredient. So coal was no longer in high demand, and immediately I logged onto the RuneScape economy graph and I watched as the coal dropped from 300 each to 250, 200, 150, and the hundreds and thousands of coal that I held now at half the profit that I bought it for. I lost everything! And I realized that I didn't have diamond hands. It was dirty, stinky coal hands. Ever since then, I've learned to always diversify, and I developed other life lessons that day. Something else I got from playing video games. Okay, so the actual research is sketchy here, but I believe that video games help develop fine motor and important cognitive skills. And you may be saying, Maaz, why should we listen to you? You just told us a story about how you lost millions with Cole. Oh yeah? Well, my motor skills are off the charts and you're Cole now. The easiest example to think of is like how first-person games help with hand-eye coordination. This is definitely true from my own experience, but take it from my colleagues, who are all doctors by the way, which means they're really smart. I once had a boss in the hospital who did a lot of scope work, which basically meant putting cameras down people's throats. What? He said that the actual device that he used looked like a game controller and mentioned how he learnt the techniques faster than his colleagues because he was a secret gamer. So every single day, he felt like he was just sitting down and gaming with his little toy, maneuvering scopes down patients' throats. Wow, I can't wait to play this on Switch. Once again, I know the research not 100% there yet, but if video games weren't helpful, then why do surgeons use augmented reality or VR to train their techniques? It was starting to become a thing whilst I was in med school, and it's becoming more and more accessible as we speak. I would even argue that relaxing, casual games are still useful in imparting skills such as organization, task management, and delegation of responsibilities. Because when I compare the two, I've matured more from the stress of Tetris than I have from playing Foursquare or Hopscotch, which has directly translated into how I handle stress at the hospital. Hey, actually, Maaz, I don't think you're being fair to the people who are concerned about video games. I feel like you should steelman your arguments and maybe talk about the negatives. Wow, that's actually quite reasonable. Thank you so much for letting me know. No worries, that's what friends are for. Please, sir, I am dying. I think the main reason we're told not to play video games is because it's different from what they've been raised up with. Imagine spending all of your childhood time outside, active, building things in the sunlight, then seeing your kids holed up in the dark, spending hours on end in front of a screen. Are you winning, son? And it's that constant sitting, eating, and watching the screen that has negative impacts. It can range from increased obesity from eating too much and not exercising, or visual issues from constantly staring at the screen, or sleep deprivation and overuse injuries on your wrist and fingers from over-gaming, and genuine concerns regarding overexposure to violence and desensitization. All of those mentioned things are issues that I've definitely dealt with and experienced. Like, seriously, I just kicked an old man early in the video as a joke.
And now I'm still here.
Oh. I'm glad you're okay. But here's the thing. A lot of these issues occur when you're gaming to an extreme, which can just as easily apply to anything else in life. There aren't any problems if you were to eat meat, play sports, or even say bazinga. But if you go overboard, then we have issues. Bazonga. So instead of being restrictive with gaming, I think it's important to maybe have proper education surrounding it, just as we would with other hobbies. Play video games with moderation, and make sure to mix in proper food, sleep, and exercise. Not like that. Try not to play 2 hours before bedtime to avoid disrupting your sleep schedule. Make sure to periodically rotate your wrists around to give them a break. Be consistent with the 20-20-20 rule. Every 20 minutes, look at something 20 feet or 6 meters away for 20 seconds to avoid eye strain. And then watch anime for 20 hours. I'm kidding. Unless, by incorporating those, you can get the most benefit out of gaming and avoid any of the issues. See, isn't that great for everyone? Now, you know what? Case dismissed. Innocent! Wait a minute, I'm the judge. I'm the one who does that. No! Okay. Yup, I got engaged, and it wasn't to James. Or was it? So how did I meet the love of my life? Who is she? How did my proposal go horribly wrong? Why are you asking so many questions? Just stick around and watch the video, goddamn. Despite getting engaged, then married, and now being a husband, I think the internet has forever ruined my ability to call her my wife, so I'm gonna have to give her a fake name. Let's stick with name. Now, I know there's a dynamic between us where you expect me to share my personal life stories on YouTube. Don't know where you got that idea from, to be honest, but you'd probably be surprised to hear that I'm in a relationship at all, let alone married to someone. I think because of the previous stalker incident, I didn't want to bring name to any potential for harm, or have her judge me. I promise, this doesn't usually happen. There's also a bit of religious and cultural context that I'm going to gloss over. A cool part of how we met up was through an arranged marriage process, which in very simplistic terms are the parents acting as matchmakers, which was super common in the Pakistani and Islamic circles. I think Netflix even made a show about this. Compromise. But I'll talk about the arranged marriage process, my experience with it, and some embarrassing stories for a future video. For now, I want to focus on Naeem and I, so for all intents and purposes, we didn't have to do any of the work and we found each other. What are the chances? In a previous video, I alluded to there being another reason as to why I quit doing YouTube. And now that reason has a ring on her finger. Because during the most stressful period of my life, dealing with the regular hospital work, the crushing medical exam, creating content with a full team, and now being introduced to the old ball and chain, something had to give. It was YouTube. YouTube had to give. Now, if I were to summarize the dynamic between Naeem and I, it would be a friendship between a golden retriever and a chihuahua. I'm enthusiastic, vibing, happy to be alive, and she's small, runs circles around me, and is non-stop yapping away. If you think I'm joking around, Naeem herself identifies as a chihuahua and is absolutely obsessed with chihuahuas. I don't know whether or not that's a green or red flag. Make of that what you will. What was immediately different about Naeem from the other people was just how easy it was to talk to her. She's way more extroverted than I am, and an amazing conversationalist, somehow weaving through everyone's discussions effortlessly. This worked perfectly because I'm also a chatterbox, so during our very first conversation, even though I was really shy, she broke the ice so casually and we ended up talking for hours on end. I think I genuinely woke up and said out loud, "She can't be real." And honestly, I'm still not sure to this day. One of my favorite things that she would spring up were her hypotheticals, especially the classic worm scenario. Would you love me if I was a worm? Now bear in mind that I take these sorts of things very seriously, so I had to respond with 100% Maaz brain power. It depends. Am I turning into a worm with you? Are we worm-sized or is this human-sized worms? Also, if I was to chop you in half, do I now have 2 worm versions of you? And we would just yap on about that for hours. For the record, we determined that if only Naeem were to turn into a worm, I would keep her in a jar with a spinach plant for her to grow, drop pieces of watermelon, her favorite fruit, and intermittently sprinkle water for both of them. But if we both turned into worms, we'd live out our worm lives together. Unless she saw a worm with a cool leather jacket, then all bets are off. And honestly, valid. There is so much scope for worm discussion. I've always thought of myself as extroverted and decent at connecting to people, but watching how Naeem managed to hold a conversation with others effortlessly was extraordinary. I was just happy to let her talk whilst I sat there, listening intently even from day one. And even now, I always invite her to tell me about her day first. Always. And it's not to say that we're similar in every way. I'd argue that our differences were more critical in defining our relationship more than anything else. We just lived our lives totally differently. I'm this type A, hyper-efficient, creative nerd who's putting either 0% or 100% into whatever I do. And yes, I'm a weeb, okay? Sue me. Whereas Naeem is a lawyer, poetry writer, loves cats, has an aesthetic Tumblr. So she's this type B, patient, mellow bookworm who has countlessly started and dropped shows, games, and movies because she's just chill like that. Much to my concern. Seriously, are we ever gonna finish the show? A good example of the differences between us is when it comes to gaming. She's what they call a cozy gamer, playing less intense games than what you'd typically think of. So one day, Naeem is telling me all about the new game that she's gotten into, Stardew Valley. She's going on about enjoying the farm, getting to know the townspeople. She really wanted me to try it out. Oh, bless her heart, because she clearly did not know about the spreadsheet that I was capable of. Because in 2 days, I had grinded out the most optimal spacing for all my plants each season, gotten all the upgrades that I could, slept at 1:59 to min-max waking, caught the legendary fish, memorized the entire wiki, and she stopped playing because I had sucked all the fun out of the game. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'm not the one who sold the blueberries in the least profitable season, babe. You need to know these things. It's inefficient. But watching her be so calm and patient despite everything that was happening around her, it changed something in me. I have a tendency to push myself, trying to maximize efficiency in all aspects, putting pressure despite how much I was already doing. But with her example, I get reminded to ease off a little, to stop, take a breath, and just enjoy life. Something that Naeem continues to exemplify. Something else that surprised me about Naeem is that she's also an avid Google review user. I found out about it when I was looking up a place she raved about, and as I read the reviews, I had a spiritual awakening. Wait, what name? Is this you? Did you know that you can level up on Google reviews? Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Because of her posting hundreds of Google reviews, she had become a certified Google review guide, and she flaunts it whenever she can. She's very proud of her status. So what you're telling me is that I was out catching Dialga in Pokemon Go to the polls, and she was out here becoming a professional opinion haver? Oh, and that's the other thing. Because she's so nice, she always felt bad about leaving a negative review, even if she had a horrible experience there. She told me that it's because she felt bad for the people who were trying hard and that maybe they had a bad day or whatever. So the minimum score that she would give was 4 stars, which is crazy given how proud she is of her certified status, and yet they could literally turn her into a worm, serve her toilet water, and she'd somehow still give them 4 stars. Name wanting to leave positive reviews though has way more to it than what meets the eye. It's her giving the benefit of the doubt to perfect strangers, an extension of her tremendous empathy. She's always thinking about how the other person's feeling, and that's one of my favorite things about her. Because by simply being around Name, I've learned to become a kinder person myself. And just as things seemed to be going well, my good friend Life popped out of the blue and decided, "Wow, happy to see you're having such a good time, Maaz. You know what would be really cool? If I was to just fuck things up. Let's throw a curveball and ruin your budding romance. Yippee!" Because Name started to ask for my social media, and that's when I realized that I was cooked. I'm really bad with social media, and I don't even have a personal one. I just have the aMAAZing account, which you can go and follow if you want. But how was I supposed to tell a cute new girl that I made videos online? Oh yeah, my socials. Here, I've got a few 100,000 million views. How is that supposed to work? No, don't click that one. But I knew, with how much I was starting to like Name, that the best way forward was to be honest. I wanted to take this relationship seriously, so I just told her about TheAMaazing early on. How I started, my entire YouTube journey, how I was still juggling medicine with it, which ended up being a massive green flag because Name had already stalked me on socials and found out about TheAMaazing. Oops. And that's why you never underestimate a woman's ability to find anything online. What did he even search up? Wait, is that Opera? You are perfect. Opera is a super slick web browser that I like using for both YouTube and efficiently studying in medicine with their super nifty features. Chief among them are their tab islands, which lets you group by context like YouTube, shopping, news articles, whilst also allowing you to organize web pages however you like. These islands can then be moved, expanded, or tucked away however you need. That's how Name organized her investigation on me. If you somehow still manage to lose which page you were just on, then you're in luck with tab traces, which underlines your recently used tabs. The darker the underline, the more recent the tab. Wait, what's going on here? Your productivity will also boom with Opera's native split screen feature, which allows you to open 2 pages in the same browser window by dragging a tab downwards. That's literally it. It's that simple. I use this feature all the time when I'm studying. One side with a lecture I'm watching and the other with a journal article to multitask. So this gets a strong vouch from me. Have a great question but don't want to open extra tabs? Access Opera's built-in AI tool Aria by hitting a quick shortcut and bringing up the command line. And Aria can answer your questions without losing your place on the page. Aria also allows you to close, group, pin, or save your tabs as bookmarks. Just tell it whatever you want to do without affecting your flow. With all those features, why not give Opera a try? You can get it right now by clicking on the link in the description or pinned comment below. Genuinely thank you, Opera, for continuing to support my channel, and let's get back to why Name knowing about TheAMaazing mattered. Name being cool with my online presence was such a surprise to me. Often within Pakistani and Islamic circles, this entire YouTube thing is frowned upon and people tend to be less accepting of it. Even outside of that circle, to be honest, people are not as understanding as you'd expect. Something about influencers having the worst reputation for being scumbags. So having this girl not only be cool with it, but supportive of it, meant a lot to me. Unfortunately though, as the conversations continued and things got more serious, I'd come to realize that a pressing issue awaited me. I had no riz. I was rizless, not an ounce of aura. I had never been in a super serious relationship before, so I was extremely nervous. Voice choking up, palms sweaty, mom spaghetti, and I'm gonna be 100% real with you right now. As we continue to talk, I unironically Googled how to make a Pakistani girl like me. I'm so embarrassed. I just wanted the pretty and supportive and cool and sweet girl to like me. And the thing is, the reason I Googled Pakistani in particular is because I've never really given much thought about culture long term. I thought that as long as my future partner and I were on the same page about faith, I'd be okay with whatever background that they were from. All of that flipped on its head, however, when she started to speak to me in my native language of Urdu. It immediately affirmed that she'd be able to understand even the minute cultural aspects of my life, that there wouldn't be any barriers to visiting family around the world, that we could celebrate cultural festivities like Eid together. And I'm not gonna lie, I definitely felt a pang in my chest when she did that. So time passed, and because things were going really, really well, we ended up getting Islamically married. This is often paired with the actual ceremony itself, but in our case we did this separately due to our work and family schedules. So although we hadn't had the big wedding yet, to simplify things again, it allowed us to hang out together without having friends or family around anymore. So that was huge. Despite that though, I really wanted to impress Naeem with a great proposal, something that she could fondly look back on for a long time. Forever, in fact, because that was the goal. I want to be with her forever and ever. My idea was to hire a small venue and refurbish it into a weird artwork exhibit, which slowly morphed into more of a museum of our memories. I went all out, printing out photos of things we both cared about, bought gag gifts like an Omnitrix because she hated my Apple Watch, and I even planned to have this looping gif of us that I commissioned by the ever so talented ArtCV. I coordinated between multiple vendors in the venue to line things up over months, not holding back on getting everything printed, painted, stitched, bought, taped, and refurbished. It was ready to be the most special experience I could set up for my future wife, the most special woman I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. And with everything ready to go, all I had to do was bring Naeem and... The venue got flooded. And although none of the items were impacted, this literally rained on my parade. Damn you, rain! Don't you see I'm trying to tie the knot over here? Give a man a break! As I was increasingly starting to panic, my friend Alex saved the proposal with her suggestion. Have an outdoor picnic in a romantic location and show off all your items that way. This was a stroke of genius because of how well all the pieces fit together. Instantly, I knew where to take her. The gift that you saw earlier was based off an actual place that means a lot to Naeem and I. The Outlook. Besides the museum, there was nowhere else that I could have imagined proposing to her. It was perfect. However, because of my own neuroticness, I realized there was already a bit of a hurdle. If I were to take Naeem to the same place that we usually hang out at, with a giant outdoor picnic ready to go, around the same time that she knew I wanted to propose, she would figure it all out. So I had to use the most powerful ability that works every single time. Gaslight. So my solution was to have two of my friends sit down with disguises and pretend they were on a date on the picnic, so that when Naeem and I eventually walked up to the Outlook, she wouldn't think too much of the date that was going on. And when I finally got done proposing, they'd leave us alone to enjoy the picnic for ourselves. It was genius. I love lying in the name of love. So when it was finally time, I kept pushing Naeem away from the picnic area because she kept looking at my friends weird. Gears turning in her head with recognition creeping into her eyes. Were her eyes always so sparkly? Okay, pay attention. Okay, what's next? Right, stage a photo and have her facing away from me. Gosh, she looks gorgeous in the moonlight. Focus, Maaz. Doesn't help that I've got an audience watching me do this. Crap, is the ring in my left pocket or my right pocket? Which knee should I bend down on? Have I taken a breath yet? It's been a minute. Okay. Oh gosh, Maaz, breathe. Breathe, Maaz, breathe. What's taking so long? And that's the moment where all my nervousness all coalesced into one point and disappeared. The scene of Naeem silhouetted against the starry night, her hair blowing in the wind, the city below us. It was mesmerizing. She was mesmerizing. Despite having a type A personality, trying to account for every variable, being uncertain about so many things, I've never been more clear about anything else in my life. Naeem was the only person written for me. I was, and still am, so sure of this. Yes! 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 Congratulations! Oh my god! I knew I recognized you! She said yes! Oh my gosh, I was so nervous, but also I was still ecstatic that she did because she's so amazing and I adore her so much. So So we walked over to the picnic. I booted out my friend, sorry and thank you for helping guys, and showed her everything that I had prepared for the museum to be, which she absolutely cherished. Now for anyone planning a proposal like mine, which not to brag has 100% success rate, take notes. I made sure that on the same day that I was planning the proposal, that she also had a manicure already booked in, so that her hands were ready for the inevitable photos that she was gonna take. Why yes, I will accept the Best Partner Award. Hold your applause. Also, can I just say, it is insane how well this entire Scooby-Doo ass plan went. I was so nervous that she would be able to figure it out. And Name did look for ages before turning around and saying, man, if only you set up surprise picnics for me like that. You fool, I already have. Don't you look like an idiot now? Will you marry me? Now don't even get me started on the wedding, but I think I'll save that for another video. Thank you for everyone who supports me via Patreon or fan art, and I'll see you guys in my next video about my wedding. Laters, and stay amazing.
Yeah, yo, it's Attack on Titan. Oh man, I love Attack on Titan. Dude, I can't wait for this movie. It's so... Wow, are you serious? You're watching anime? Why don't you guys stop watching some baby kids cartoons and watch a real movie? Come on, guys. Watching kids movies. Freaking losers.
But wait, today's video was sponsored by Crunchyroll. That's right, baby! If you sign up at crunchyroll.com/Maaz or click on the link in the description below, you'll get a limited time 2-week free trial of Crunchyroll.
Whoa, Maaz, whoa. Calm down. Why are you so hyped? It's only Crunchyroll.
It's just Crunchyroll? Turtle, you dumb amphibian Okay, sit down, Turtle, and let me tell you a little story about my journey with anime. It all began aeons ago, in the sacred year of 14. The year that I was living at high school as a senior, aka the absolute kings of children. Okay, so one day I rock up to school completely gonked out. Like, I showed up disheveled, clothes not ironed properly, hair's a mess, sunken eyes, and I was probably drooling. And I heard the chatter of the other students, of the normies. Maybe he was studying all night. Is Maaz homeless?
Wait, maybe this could be a new challenge we haven't heard about. Hashtag hobo challenge.
Little did they know.
That I had binged anime the entire night.
I walked up to a fellow weeb, big-eyed cartoon enthusiast, and discussed with him the findings of my extensive research. Oh my god, dude, did you see that last set?
Dude, when they managed to work together, like, oh my god.
Weebs.
And from the corner of my eye, I see them, the normies. Somehow, every time we were talking about anime, they managed to butt in and add their unwanted opinion. It usually went along the lines of,
why watch anime? It's for kids.
Or,
I've seen some anime. It looks so weird.
So much disgust for something they couldn't even understand. And look, I can't blame them. They just weren't as sophisticated as I was. Okay, to be honest, it was actually kind of annoying when they kept bagging on anime. Like, bro, you haven't even watched it. How would you even know if it was weird or kid-friendly? Nina, please. I try to convince them that anime is not actually as niche as it seems. We aren't stupid. There's a reason that hundreds of thousands of people enjoy anime. I wanted to convince people to give anime a real shot. And that's the entire reason I made an anime channel. And
wait, what? You have an anime channel? Wow, that's so cringe.
Turtle, you are the reason why turtles should go extinct. Anyway, as I was saying, the modern cartoons just don't quite cut it out for me. Like, don't get me wrong, shows like Gravity Falls, Steven Universe, and Adventure Time are absolutely fantastic, and they excel in making the characters incredibly likable. But dang, dude, they are so slow with the pacing of their story. Especially Steven Universe, like, my guy, it's been years and I still feel like I haven't progressed anywhere. Come on. The exception to this, or at least the first one that comes to mind anyway, is Avatar: The Last Airbender. This is the one show which had memorable characters, rich universe, and a fantastic story progression. And I know you can argue that this is Western anime, and look, if it was, I had hoped that there would be more shows like this, but unfortunately, I haven't really found any Western shows that can satisfy that itch. Not even Rick and Morty. And that's exactly why I'm into anime. I've been watching it for 20 years now, and there's nothing that can hype me up so quickly and consistently than anime. And listen, here's a free life hack for you. There's such an easy way to see if you're into anime or not, and this is what you do. First of all, you go into crunchyroll.com/Maaz, and I can't stress this enough, that's crunchyroll.com/MAAZ. 1 M, 2 A's, 1 Z. Everybody spells my name wrong, so you know what? Let's make sure you don't forget. MAAZ.
Okay, listen up. Hey, if you want that anime, gotta remember my name. Hey, don't forget it's double A, yeah. Y'all crazy. It's honestly kind of amazing. Can't spell my name cause you lazy. When you got out that M-double-A-Z. M-A-A-Z, 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 M-A-A-Z.
Well, now that you know how to spell out my name and that you've got Crunchyroll Premium, go to the search bar and type in H-E-N... Wait a minute. And search for a show called My Hero Academia. I want you guys to watch the first 3 episodes of it, okay? It's about an hour, so it shouldn't be too long. And don't pull the excuse of you don't have time. Like, mate, you're watching a video about a guy telling you about anime, so we both know you're not spending time productively. Once you watch the first 3 episodes, come back to this video to this timestamp and answer the poll on the top right corner. Did you enjoy the first 3 episodes of My Hero Academia? Please be honest and answer only if you've watched it, okay? Don't lie. It's a sin.
Wait, I found it. What is this? aMAAZing reviews?
Oh my god. Alright, that's it. Get in the pot.
You get in the pot.
Okay, fine. TheAMaazing wasn't my first YouTube channel. My first attempt at YouTube fame was a channel called aMAAZing Reviews. Wait, hold on. Before you go and furiously start opening tabs and searching for the channel, I've already rebranded it and made it into my second channel. If you're really curious, I've added the link in the description below. I just made 3 reviews and oh my god, they are not good. I mean, listen to this. Baby steps. Yeah, sure, I like babies. Yeah, okay. Did I make a liking babies joke? What the heck was I thinking? Putting that into my first video ever. The media just finished with Shane Dawson, so please don't come after me. I've changed. I now feel neutral about babies. Imagine that on a shirt. Oh man, yeah, I'm totally hiding those videos after a few weeks. I made the review channel because I wanted to share my passion for anime and infect the same love that I had to other people. Ever since starting that channel, one of my goals was to get sponsored by Crunchyroll. So, as you can imagine, when they hit me up for this channel, I can't even describe to you what I felt. Obviously, I responded to them very calmly and professionally, but then a hard cut to real life Maaz, who's just like, Arigatou gozaimasu, Crunchyroll-san. Yatta! Mom, get the camera! So once again, I'd like to thank Crunchyroll so much for sponsoring this video. Seriously guys, if you go over to crunchyroll.com/Maaz, M-A-A-Z, or click on the link in the description below, you'll get a limited time 2-week free trial of Crunchyroll Premium. Not only that, but you'll also have unlimited access to anime, manga, and drama titles with all the anime episodes ad-free and in 1080p. Let me tell ya, it's absolutely worth it. You'll also be supporting the anime industry as well, so it's a win-win, okay? Speaking of which, I've been kind of out of touch with the recent anime that's been pumped out. So let me know in the comments below which titles I should be looking out for or which shows I should be catching up on. And depending on how many suggestions I get or how many people agree, I'll give some of them a try. Oh, and Adam, James, you're wrong. Tokyo Ghoul is a good anime, you freaking losers. I honestly love anime so much, and I really want to see more people get introduced to it. I can't wait to weeb out with you guys. Big shout out to Huion too for the awesome Canvas GT221 Pro. With another animation pumped out by this beast, I still think this tablet is fantastic. Thank you so much, and look, guys, give anime a real shot, okay? Alright, and with that, stay aMAAZing, everybody.
Listen, I'm ready. I've been ready for two years.
You have a list? You like?
I do.
I feel like we had to start off pretty mild.
Right.
Is that
so
okay?
we're starting mild. Never have I ever dressed as a woman.
Okay. Deep breath in. But look, that's self-sabotage. You lost one as well.
I never did.
That's a lie.
What do you mean?
There's a video.
You forgot.
Oh. Dude. So the context of this is like Sultan wanted to prank our friend Emirichu, right? And Sultan got the exact same shirt, exact same skirt. And he comes into the room and I was like, Sultan-chan, come in. And Sultan run, he's like, ooh, and he's wearing her clothes. I'm like, you're looking like a snack.
At least I did it in the privacy of our home. You did it at Anime Expo.
Oh, I have no shame.
Yeah, no, you don't.
I have no shame. You know what's even worse is the fact that I met Emily wearing her clothes and she's laughing, but then I met her real life friends and I said hi and they kind of like looked me up and down. They're like, okay.
Yeah,
they were not into it. They were not into it. I was like, all right, that's a great first impression to make.
Yeah, they're like, oh, Emily, this is who you're hanging out with?
Yeah. It's like, okay. It's like, okay. I sadly took the skirt off in front of them. It was so sad. But never have I ever done anything wild but couldn't remember the next day.
Oh, 100%.
What?
100. I ain't no punk.
Female dog.
Well, okay.
I know how to have a good time.
Is that a good time, though?
Look, my 18th birthday party.
Okay.
Was one of the best parties of our year level, right?
What?
Everyone...
You flexing your birthday on us?
No,
what the heck?
Hear me out.
He's like, dude, my birthday party?
Hear me out. It was the best party of the year. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone had a good time.
You're like paying them? You're paying them to say this?
The next day I woke up and I didn't remember anything.
Why is that?
What do you mean, why is that?
Why is that?
You
Why
know
didn't you
damn
remember
well why is
anything?
that?
Why is that?
Because I slept early.
Shut the hell up. Man, Salty, you're so responsible. You're really a model. You stand.
Look,
we stand.
It's just, of course, like, I'm an adult who drinks, right?
Okay.
There are many parties and times where I'll go out, I have a good time, and then the next night, I just don't remember anything. And then I have to kind of play detective and find everyone who was there at the night and figure out what happened. I know you don't drink, but surely you did something and then... Yeah, that happened. You was like on PJ's stream and you were telling her how much you love her. And then the next day you had no memory of this.
Oh, I have gotten sleep deprived to the point where I've said things. Yes, that's true.
Oh, speaking of sleep deprived.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
It was the morning that we were meant to go to James's house before the airport. And Maaz was very sleep deprived. I had a little wait the day before. I won't lie. Okay, so I was still kind of gone.
You were hungover! And high.
Oh, I was gone. And so me and Maaz are both sleep deprived. I'm gone. And we get into the Uber and Maaz gives James's address, which is...
which is 1, 2, 3.
He gives him the address and then both me and Maaz knock out. We knock out in this Uber.
Oh,
We wake up an hour later. The Uber driver's like, we're here. Me and Maaz look out the window and we are in the middle of nowhere.
I put in the wrong address.
Maaz puts in the wrong address and we are like 2 hours away from James's house. I don't think I said anything because I was so gone. I couldn't even like form words and neither could you. And you're like, take us.
I'm like, I'm drooling on this Uber driver. Take us home. He's like, what? And you're just like, like completely gone in the bag.
Oh my God.
This Uber driver's like, who are these two? Never have I ever smoked or ingested weed. Sultan!
Okay. I have.
What?
What do you mean, what? You were there. Okay, I just want to say, in LA, it's legal. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to try it.
Okay.
And so I did. And that's all we're talking about.
That's not what we're going to talk about, okay? Because I am a good boy, you know? I don't drink, I don't do drugs. And so I was sober whilst I watched my friends get high. And Sultan, when he gets high, is hilarious. His eyes immediately turn red and he's like, dude, what the heck?
Why did I turn into surfer, dude?
Literally, you're surfing. You're like, dude, what's happening? You're like riding this high, and I'm just like, Sultan, what's happening? And you're just like, We start watching like Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Yo. Real quick, I want everyone to go watch Shark Boy and Lava Girl and tell me that movie is not messed up. It's so crazy.
Literally not crazy.
It is so crazy. I was watching it and I would turn around and I was like, are you guys seeing this
stuff?
George Lopez just turned into a robot?
What's even better is the fact that like you're reacting to the sober. When you were high, you were just like, dude, you started crying. You're like, no, dude, what's happening?
Listen, Shark Boy and Lava Girl made me feel like a little boy again.
Shut the hell up. All right, made me feel like a little boy again. You were high as hell, okay? What are you talking about?
You were high on life, so.
That's true.
I hated that. Never have I ever been thrown up on.
Okay. Both of us have. You're shooting yourself.
Me?
You've definitely been thrown up on. You had vomit covered on you that night.
It was my own.
Does that count?
Gotcha. I'm not nasty.
You're like, excuse me, it's my own. I'm like, okay, you just vomited on yourself. Like, you're saying this as if it's defense. But I'm imagining you just going like,
I'm just saying I'm not no nasty hoe. I'm not gonna let anyone's other bodily fluids on me. Most of them.
Alright.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just gave you bodily
munted on me. You just put bodily fluid on me.
I'm sorry. That wasn't part of the joke.
You just started throwing up on me. Like, can you imagine if I didn't put my hand down, like never been thrown up on? You're just like, all right. Like, start like trying to throw.
Oh, have you ever forced yourself to throw up?
Never have I ever forced myself to throw up. I don't have a gag.
Yeah, you don't.
I've tried to put my fingers like down my throat. I don't gag.
Odd flex.
Weird flex, but okay.
No, you never did that. I used to eat Cocoa Pops in the morning, and then I would force myself to throw up.
Why?
So I'd be like, "Oh, Mom, I just threw up. I can't go to school."
Why?
You never did that?
No.
Oh, me neither.
You're so different. But like, why specifically Cocoa Pops? What the heck?
Because it makes it look really gross. It's all brown and kind of looks like
doo-doo butter.
To make her believe what? You were eating crap?
Yeah. Mom's like, "Oh my god,
Mom,
I
I ate
crap
again."
Salted back at it again with eating. I felt so bad for your VidCon.
Why is that?
I think every 3 a.m. So there was a knock on the door, and it's like, a new person is hungover.
Yeah.
Can you come get them?
Yeah, and I was just like, all right. And I used to tuck him in. I used to be like, kiss him on the forehead, you know.
Tickle their belly button a little bit.
Oh my god. I'm gonna make it weird, bro.
I didn't make it weird. You made it weird. So you tickled my belly button, not me.
Never have I ever done something genuinely illegal.
Yeah.
I have.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay, what have you done that's illegal?
So they haven't found the body. No, I used to shoplift when I was a kid.
What?
Yeah. When I say I was a kid, I mean like actual kid, like 6, 7, 8 years old. I used to steal stuff constantly. And it used to be just knickknacks and snacks. Like
Did you know it was bad?
Not really. I just used to take it. I was like, I want it, so I did it.
I want it?
Yeah.
I get it.
I get it.
Maaz was Ariana before
Dude,
Ariana was Ariana.
Yeah, dude. No, so what happened was that in Japan, when I used to live there, I used to really love some of the bubble gum there. And so what I used to do was take some of the gum and either eat it in the store under like a little table or like in the clothes rack and put the rubbish in the middle.
I thought you were going to say you put the gum back.
in each one, dude. This is foul. What the heck? Is that what you did? What would happen is that I would also take some home. And Mom would find wrappers in the cupboards, and she's like, "Where did you get this?" I was like, "I took it from the store." And she like whooped my
sweet cheeks.
And
of course, she whooped your
gluteus maximus.
Yeah. It was rough.
And then she killed me. Yep, guys, I've been dead this whole time. Plot twist. No, look, on a serious note, I am sorry about the abrupt ending, but we recorded so much audio that I had to cut it down just to get it out in time. Now, if you do want to see a part 2 where I talk about using a deodorant in the middle of the store, Sultan being a mini gangster when he was younger, as well as just general shenanigans, please leave a like and let me know in the comments if you want me to do that. And if you want to see a continuation of Sultan and I exposing each other, then make sure to check out our video over on Sultan's channel as well. Alright, ladies everybody, stay aMAAZing and enjoy Sultan bullying me for the end card.
Thanks for coming along and playing this stupid game of Never Have I Ever with me.
Of course, I'm always down to make fun of you.
Me too. just me roasting myself. If you like this, go ahead and over to Sultan's channel for our tidbit over there as well, where we just essentially just expose each other some more.
Yeah. So essentially, it was really great to essentially be in your room to essentially make this video. I had a really good time, and essentially, I can't wait for the.
I want to die.
Essentially, me too.
And with that, ladies,
stay amazing,
and stay aMAAZing.
Stay amazing.
How's it going, buddy? Buddy boy, Maaz? Yeah, boy. Okay, I was just checking to make sure the microphone was on.
Hear that? It's an airplane, Maaz. It's an airplane, Maaz. Oh my gosh, I can't even record. This is a stupid airplane over my head. Okay, it's gone now.
Hi, I'm Rush. I'm not saying Vader. Hello, I'm not saying Vader. I will kill you and your family.
Yeah, you really need to get off, sir. Yeah, you really need to get off, sir. Yeah, you really need to get an officer because what you're doing is illegal. Finger guns.
You better watch Gurren Lagann. You better freaking do it or I'll murder your family. We need to watch together. Anyways, next line.
And when I throw you out, you're not gonna like it. Cause I'm really strong and powerful and I have a lot of friends. I can lift a car with my pinky. So like, you better get out of this plane or else I'm gonna break your glasses in half and you'll just be a face without any eyes. You'll just have a mouth and a beard. Who wants to be friends with a guy with just a beard and a mouth? Not me.
Ha! That's what you get. I'm guessing what you should have said.
Yeah. Yes. 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 No. Yes. I'm your yes man. You wanna go and rob a bank? Yes. You wanna go and destroy all the cows in the farm? Yes. You wanna go and help Ivan eat his dog? Yes.
Just 3 hair strands? The hair strands, oh my god.
Alright. So I need to like prep up my Australian accent. I gotta like put some shrimp on the barbie.
I hope you like this ASMR. I know you just love ASMR. Hi guys, I am a laddie.
Let me just throw in some sound effects. My name is Maaz, I'm stupid. Hello, this is me. I don't want Gurren Lagann. My drill will pierce the heavens.
Razor blade. If you say raise up lights, there's some phrase that you can say that when you say it, it says razor blades in an Australian accent. Razor blades.
What are you doing? Why are you covering me dirt? Wait. What? There's a typo, Maaz. It's why are you covering me dirt? James didn't catch that? I read this. How did I not? Did you do that on purpose? Why are you covering me dirt? Okay, wait. Okay, I'll fix it. Actually, I'm gonna fix it in the script. It's annoying. Hold on. And I'm gonna tell you how dumb you were. It just said, why are you covering me dirt? Ha 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 ha. Loser. Ha 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 ha. Prawns. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'm gonna send it now.
Oh, look at me, I'm Maaz. I like anime, but look, I didn't watch Gurren Lagann, one of the most famous animes of them all. So yeah, I'm glad you picked me as a voice.
Well, that's it for this video. I need to sound Muslim though, Maaz.
Why am I even friends with you guys?
Today, welcome to Laddie ASMR. It's pronounced actually ASMR. Everyone's been pronouncing it wrong this whole time, and I'm like, no, it's not ASMR, it's ASMR. So, welcome to ASMR with Laddie. And today, I'm going to be kicking Maaz out of an airplane, all for your enjoyment and relaxation. Groom, to the 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 groom. Okay, bye, Maaz, love you.
I hate working. I don't want to go back.
Then don't.
Doctor, please help. I got a tumor.
Then don't.
Hi, my name is Maaz and I got fired from my first job. And you will too if you don't subscribe to me, because only a third of you who watch my channel actually click the button. So please sub or else I'll make you into a sub. Oh, and this video is sponsored by Curiosity Stream. More on that later. When I was 13, I grew up in a traditionally brown or Asian household within rural Australia. Now, I'm not sure if this was the case for other people like me, but the idea of giving your kids allowances, independence, or freedom were alien concepts to my parents. To them, what was the point in getting money for yourself before you're 18? Because they always did say, if you need anything, just let us know and we'll get it for you. But the weird thing is, whenever I asked my parents for unconditional parental love, they said no. So I guess it doesn't work all the time. Anyways, because I was just a puny brown teenager, I had to convince my parents to let me get my first job and earn some real money. I went to the nearest building that was hiring, and after going through their rigorous interview process, I finally started working at Oh, wait, actually, I don't want to get in trouble for this video, so I guess I'll have to use a fake name, hey? Now, if I was uncreative, I'd probably name it something along the lines of McDonald's. But since I'm not, I worked at Whack-Donald's, because that place was whack. Ah, yes, thank you.
In Australia, we like to shorten our words by a lot, so almost everybody here ends up calling Whackdonald's Whackers. It's actually so commonplace that some stores even have signs outside that just say Whackers. Isn't Australian culture neat? Australia isn't a real country, please tell me they're keeping me hostage. Now, I won't talk smack about Whackdonald's, because I actually do think it's a great place to work. I don't have any regrets about having my first job there, and the people working were really nice, and there's not that many negative experiences that I had to go through.
Excuse me, can I have extra sauce?
Did you just say extra sauce?
So let me tell you about the behind the scenes at Whackdonald's for when I worked there. So the workers were split basically between two sides. The cooking team, which was in charge of making all of the food. But in the front were the real MVPs, the people who manned the counters, who took and prepared the orders, and little Timmy over here, who is responsible for continuously breaking the ice cream machine. But again, just like most minimum wage jobs, there's the good, the bad, and the weird. Like the very, very weird. There was this one guy in particular who I still think about to this day because he terrified me and I don't want to see him again. His name is Terry and he's a regular connoisseur of whackers. And he was so consistent with what he came in for that the staff knew exactly what he was going to order. A single cone of 50-cent soft serve ice cream. He ordered this daily and every time he'd happily walk out with some delicious soft serve in one hand and the growing risk of diabetes in the other. I didn't think too much of it until one day when I was manning the counter, I recognized old Terry walking in. He was my beacon of hope within the chaos and humdrum of work. So when he walked up to order the same 50-cent served cone, I was more than happy to oblige. I make the ice cream with great difficulty, give it to him, and reach out my hand for payment. These aren't Australian coins. These are way too light, and it reminds me of New Zealand coins because I used to live there. Oh, yep, nope, these are New Zealand coins. Sir, I don't think we're allowed to accept foreign currency at Whackdonald's. Oh no. Timmy, do your thing. So this may be speculation here, but I think this guy had been paying for his 50-cent ice cream the entire time with New Zealand coins. And this must have been a deliberate thing, because if it was a one-time mistake, why would he take back the coins and run off to join another line? Which then begs the question, why? Actually, why? Because the difference between the two currency in terms of their value is 50 cents New Zealand is 40 cents Australian. So I guess he's getting 10 cents off, which is, to be fair, a 20% discount. But then again, why go to such an effort to get New Zealand coins from an exchange service for ice cream? I didn't even know what to do at that point. Because listen, as a Whackers fast food employee, I do not get paid enough to go up to him and give him the good old don't. In the end, the 10-cent difference was not worth it, and I just pretended like I didn't know him at all. Also because the 10 cents was like an hour of my pay. Weird stories like these make work fun and interesting, yeah, but it's also not that common. The usual things that I had to deal with were customers who yelled at me, or people who got their order wrong and thought it was my fault, or just plain annoying customers.
Extra sauce.
You again? That's it. Here's your extra sauce! So overall, whilst I enjoyed the friends that I made, after working for a bit in Whackdonald's and dealing with the nasty customers, it actually did leave me feeling more scared, anxious, and nervous about working there. So much so that by the final few days of the 3rd month of me working there, I didn't want to go back. I had to legitimately force myself to go back every single day, all for minimum wage, anxiety, and getting scanned 10 cents on the daily. Thank you, Terry. Thank you. It always felt like I wasn't up to the task, you know? Because I'd make a mistake, and then I'd get yelled at, which made me more careful not to make the mistake. But then I'd get yelled at for being slow, so then I'd speed up, and then I'd make a mistake, and it would just repeat and repeat and repeat. They were so consistent with this that you'd think that it was their secret ingredient. Because it was. Yeah, the salt and the fries are actually underpaid teenage tears. Until one day, I went up to my mom, venting about how I had to go work the next day and how badly I didn't want to go, and she said the magical word. Don't. Now look, I'm gonna be real with y'all, and Mom, I know you're watching this, and I'm sorry in advance, I love you. But that is some grade A terrible advice. Do not, please do not ditch or ghost in a professional setting, okay? Because it is always going to end badly for you, especially if you ghosted in the middle of a critical job.
Yeah, hold this.
Oh. All jokes aside, I know I was 13, and I shouldn't expect past Maaz to make perfectly logical decisions, but I think I did let my anxiety overpower me a little bit. I should have at least gone into McDonald's and quit in person instead of running away from what was troubling me, because a month later, I got a letter saying that I was effectively terminated, and because of that, I was so scared from seeing anybody from McDonald's that I've never gone back. Nah, I'm kidding. I went back yesterday. The fries are just too good. Oh, God. Honestly, I made this video because I wanted to compare against what I would do now. And the answer is pretty boring because I would have just handed in my 2 weeks resignation and then skiddity beep boop bop out of there. But that's growth. That's exactly what I was looking for because I have changed for the better, even if just a tiny little bit. And I hope that I can continue changing for the better. And that the Maaz now, 10 years after my first job, who's starting to work long-term as a doctor, can handle the incoming burden. And if I ever get the urge to run away, hide, or avoid the growing responsibility, I know exactly what to do. Don't.
When I come home all stressed about my rough workday, I make sure to relax by watching only the highest of quality content, like Nebula Original Digital Gold Miners, a documentary about Venezuelan gold farming using RuneScape to grow their wealth. You can watch this on Nebula, a streaming-nominated video service including independent creators such as myself. Nebula is a platform where a whole bunch of top-of-the-line creators such as Real Engineering, Midlife Crisis, and Extra Credit can create 100% ad-free quality content without the added stress of the algorithm or demonetization. It also allows me to be experimental with the kind of content that I want to make, such as the face cam version of Mafia Round 1 from the previous video. And Nebula is bundled with this video's sponsor, CuriosityStream, which is home for thousands of shows about history, philosophy, medicine, all topics that I really enjoy watching in my free time. I mean, if you watch my videos, then you'd probably enjoy these too, like Curious Minds, The Science of Sleep. It's a show that explores what our brain does when we sleep, when we don't get enough, or if there's any issues with our sleep itself. I highly encourage you to get the bundle by signing up with the link below, which will net you access to CuriosityStream and Nebula with a reduced 26% off their annual plan, totaling less than $15 per year. And this isn't a trial. As long as you're a CuriosityStream member, you'll have Nebula as well. Trust me, it's one of the best deals in streaming at this moment. So again, click on the link below or go to curiositystream.com/Maaz to get both CuriosityStream and Nebula for less than $15 per year, and help support my channel and animated content as a whole. Alright, thanks everybody, best of luck with wherever you're working, and stay amazing.
James, did you know that if something interesting happens in the first 5 seconds of a video, it does really well? Uh-huh. Oh. Hi, my name is Maaz and I'm animating this video with my toes. Recently, I've been getting a lot of messages asking me things like, "Hey Maaz, how do I make such good animated content like the Animation Squad?" And Timmy, I appreciate you asking, but we all know the answer to that question. Hard work, networking, and practice. Rubbing my feet, Timmy, when did I tell you to stop? I find it really funny whenever I get asked that because I wasn't always uploading videos at my current quality. I mean, the very first video that I put up was legitimately the first animation that I ever made. So in my opinion, it's not very good and very embarrassing for me to watch. But hey, what would my channel be if it wasn't for embracing that cringe? So I grabbed my good friend James from The Odd Is Out and watched some of our early videos together. Two bros chilling on a sofa 5 feet apart. Yeah, we shared advice about improvement and how we started off, but as you can imagine, it was still very, very hard for us to get through it all. What James didn't know was that I had a secret video of him from all the way back in high school, and I was fully prepared to see how he would freak out. And oh man, he lost it. Honestly, seeing his reaction made my entire— What? Timmy? Again? When did I tell you to stop? Wait. Timmy, is that our sponsor? Game oils? Game oils, game oils, game oils.
Essential oils, aromas for natural wellness and healing. But current products aren't made for gamers. Now there's a better way to holistically improve your game. with sense-like strategy, kill-death ratio, and dominance. All of them mostly safe and distilled using nature science. This is what victory smells like.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie, Timmy, that was pretty cool. So, where'd you get your oils from? Oh, that's right. We're being sponsored by
Raid Shadow Legends!
Oh my gosh, he's doing it!
Y'all want a free-to-play, darker, raw, more epic game available on both the PC and mobile devices? Then look no further.
Because it's got that intense PvP, dungeon crawling and battles to level up your champions. You gonna play the game without me when you're looking like a Shadow Legends snack?
When you open up shards, you get a randomly selected hero. Oh boy, I hope I get a wizard or some sort of elfling or something.
I got rocked too. And now, just for you guys, the daily login rewards program for new players has doubled from 90 days to 180 days, you rado shedgens. And each day you can claim your free rewards as well from energy refills, silvers, gems, shards, and get this, epic gamers, a free barbarian legendary champion skill of the Drake. Legendary, more like shadow legendary. So head on down to the video description, click on the special link, and if you're a new player, you will get 100,000 silver and 1 free champion acolyte. So all of this treasure will be waiting for you here, but it's only available for the next 30 days. So good luck and raid, you shadow legends. And with that out of the way, I do want to warn you guys that with this video, the microphone wasn't properly set up by a certain somebody. So because of that, the audio might sound a bit off. I've tried my best to fix it up as much as I can, but don't be surprised if I sound like your sleep paralysis demon. Alright, and with that, let's start cringe watching our very first videos. Over to you, Real Maaz.
Okay, so now we're up to the part where we watch the videos, alright? Here we go.
What?
I haven't told James anything about what we're gonna do.
Wait, what are we doing? Wait, you said watch the videos?
Yes.
What were we reacting to something?
We're gonna be reacting to our videos.
What do you mean? Wait.
Do you know those books you make in elementary school?
Turn it!
You look like you got deep.
Okay, I need to mentally prepare myself. Okay.
Well, when I was in the 4th grade, we were assigned to write and illustrate a short story that we would make into a book.
Okay, can I just give a bunch of backstory to this?
Alright, what's up?
It's my first video. So I started out on Tumblr, right?
Yeah.
And I used to watch a lot of YouTube videos while I drew.
Okay.
And I remember thinking, I could do that. So, literally, I made the video, and then I made the YouTube channel. And if you look at the statistics, I made the channel and uploaded the video on the same day. That's kind of cool.
Okay.
It was also, I was 18 years old, which is old enough to make a good YouTube video.
No.
No?
My very first video was 19.
Wow.
Yeah. What I want to take away from that is no matter how old you are, your first video will be bad.
Yes.
Like
and
no matter what.
We're going to say this a bunch. The first video you make will be bad.
Except James' one is worse.
It's in the wrong ratio.
Yep. Why?
Because I didn't know about the 1920 by 1080 stuff.
You watch TV? What do you mean?
I make comics, dude. This was supposed to be square, like a comic is.
Okay.
I don't know. Don't look at me, please. Can I just say something? When I made this video, I didn't think that 6 years from now, I was gonna be at VidCon London with my friend Maaz. There's so many things wrong with this video.
Just name it.
Do I have the name of the song in the description?
Nope.
Hi guys, I tried my hand at making a video. No! Should I make more?
No. You posed it.
When I was in the 4th grade, we were assigned to write and illustrate a short story that we would make into a book.
But the way you just narrated it right now, do it again.
That we would make into a book. It's more animated?
Of course it is. You've become a better voice actor in 6 years.
Oh, wow, that's so good.
Oh, wow, I did it.
Oh, man, I'm in total, deflect mode right now, where I'm just like,
shut up, don't look at me.
Now, I'm pretty sure most people wrote stories about normal things.
Here's the thing. When you are recording an animated video, people can't see your face. Why are you smiling?
I love this.
People can't see your face. So you have to over-exaggerate a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
So when I'm recording a video, I sound like So you know those books you make in elementary school that you write as a class and then some publishing company turns into Well, when I was a little kid, so you have to like over-exaggerate.
You punch it. You punch certain words.
Mhm.
Yeah, of course.
And it just makes it sound more entertaining. But when I first started, I didn't know that. I'm just reading a book. I wrote up a script. I actually did write up a script for this video.
Yeah, of course.
So you know those books you make in elementary? I read it like I was actually reading it, not acting it.
But the thing is, like, with voice acting, which is what we're doing, it's all practice, you know what I mean? Like, no one's gonna start off just, like, immediately punching.
Yeah, this video was made with the same programs that I make my current videos with. So when people ask me what program I use, it's not the program that'll make you the better artist or a more funny video guy. It's how you
funny
use it.
video guy.
Yeah.
Thanks, James.
You know what sucks?
The coloring? I noticed now that you don't color like this. It's not blue in this.
Yeah, my guy has changed. The very first comic I did with the bubble person is very different than how I do bubble people now.
Of course. Even when I first saw your channel, and how you draw your bubble people now is way different.
Yeah, you evolve and grow as an artist, right?
Welcome to the world, okay?
Not you, though.
Yeah, well.
But I wrote a story that had the title of I Do Not Like This Family.
You want to know something sad? Is that this is such a good story.
Oh, okay.
And I hate that I wasted it on my first video.
No, see? Okay. James, you're not going to be able to watch this entire thing.
I mean,
you're cringing too much.
I'll do it.
No, we don't need
anything for you, Maaz.
Why did we both do just 10 minutes of making 10 minutes the rest of the video?
That's up on my channel. Be sure to check it out.
It's so funny you mentioned that because I also want to watch my first video.
I'd like to preface this by saying...
No. Okay.
Wait a second.
Okay.
No.
No. Deflect mode. This is the first animation
nice to me.
Ever made. And what you just said about wasting a good story, this is exactly what I feel about this story. In this story, I literally almost got arrested at an airport because they thought I was causing a bomb scare. That is a heater of a story.
Yeah.
I wanted to watch this because I'll pinpoint exactly what I would do differently now, right? So even the artwork, no color, nothing is. Look at the fingers not even connected.
Do you even know how to draw fingers? What?
I'd like to preface this by saying that going through an airport.
Okay. There's so many things. Okay, voice acting, right? First of all, I just like to preface this by saying. Okay,
how would you do it now?
I'd like to preface this by saying going to an airport is actually not. You know what I mean? I'm more confident with it.
Yeah, more confident, more punchier.
Of course.
Yeah, it is weird. The very first time you're doing it, just in front of a microphone, So you know those books you make in elementary school that you write as a class? Sucks.
And now when I record audio, I use my hands. I'm really getting involved.
Exactly. You have to. I stand up when I record.
Yeah, same. So I'm not sure if you noticed, but this is like a little trivia about my character. But I never do side shots on my character.
That's why. This is why.
But I think the side shots.
My character
boring.
also kind of boring. I was gonna say my character just looks a little weird doing side shots. Even like laying down, my character is like, how do proportions work?
Yeah. I'm revealing a lot of my trade secrets here, but I love doing dynamic three-quarter angles where it's like perspective based. I love doing that. It's like my go-to. And so looking at this, I wouldn't draw this. What I would draw is most likely like the lamppost being here and then it like leading out like this, and it's like
also something that you learn through time is just adding visual jokes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And you'll see.
Of times, but it still doesn't reduce the level of stress.
Okay.
Am I at the right place?
Another thing as well, I don't
have text when you're supposed to be listening.
Yes. Don't have text.
Yeah.
Don't have text.
Because you can't read and listen at the same time.
And the framing of this, why is my character so tiny?
And also, why is the pearly gate so flat?
I drew it flat and I distorted it and I skewed it. I was too lazy to draw the rest.
I mean, that's how it works.
Oh gosh, look at this. There was no effort.
You know what? I bet you did actually spend a lot of time on this.
Yeah,
and
I did.
You thought it was proud. You were proud of this.
I really was.
Wow.
I was very proud of this.
You know what was weird though? Is that I'm pretty sure this was the first video that I saw of yours.
Yes.
And I thought it was entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because story is not
we had
bad.
we had less standards. We had lower standards back then.
Yeah.
luggage and the correct tickets with the correct people and just
Oh, yeah, I would never do that. The thing is, I just drew a map and I was pointing out what was happening. What I would do is most likely draw me in the room itself. Like, show that
Or even like just zooming it.
Yeah,
in,
zoom. Yeah, exactly
having it
what I would
move.
do. Yeah, and like zoom in, show the thing, come back. You know what I mean?
That's just another trick for people just starting. Is try and make things move as much. Not as much as possible.
Every few seconds have something that moves. Yeah.
Exactly, because when it's just like a flat image for a couple seconds, it can get boring very fast.
Oh, well.
Oh, look at that in between. Hold on. There to there.
I had no. That's not even a good in between.
More in betweens than me.
So we go to the sushi store.
Oh wow, look how much you copy and paste. You did the exact thing. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of lazy shortcuts.
Look at the line width of the counter and then your person.
I didn't know how to even that out.
Okay.
Yeah. I just had no idea how to do that back then. Everything was, it has such a rough quality to it.
Oh, look. Do you have background music in your current videos?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm actually like super into background music.
Oh, I'm not.
Because the thing is, I've got very slapstick humor, right?
Yeah.
So the abrupt cutting and splicing of music really enhances that.
Fair enough.
And
well, I don't have to rely on being funny with background music. Because I just already am.
But that's why I get bored when I watch you.
A Pokestop had a lure on it, so obviously I had the game open and was trying to catch as many Pokemon.
Okay, so in this joke, my visual joke in this is that there's a lot of dead Pidgeys and I mulch them in.
Yeah.
What I probably would have done visually now is like Pidgey flying really happy and then me grabbing it and
just
throwing
shoving
it, shoving it into like a Pokemon. You know what I mean? I would have done that, right?
Yeah, but in this one, you just had to draw 2 images of your guy.
I managed to somehow pay for the sushi whilst also trying to catch another Pidgey.
No lip syncing. You're so lazy. Dude.
Lazy.
Once I got to the sushi place, I was relieved to see that my bag was still there, along with the police.
See, it's such a good
Should
story.
have had like flashing.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the basic rule is, show, don't tell. In this video, I say, and what happened was the police. But why? Why? What I would have done is, I run back, and the bag was completely there. And then out from the window bursts in, what I mean? Show, like, with the police sound. That's better.
Get on the ground. And then you could have been like, and then the police showed up or something. Or In my video, I wrote a book. It was such a good story because I made this book. I literally called it, I Do Not Like This Family. And if I was a teacher and one of my students made a book called I Do Not Like This Family, I'd be like, hey, is everything okay at home? Like, what's funny though is because in that book, I'm gonna spoil it, I run away and then I go back because I can't live on my own. And then I pass out and I wake up in the hospital and the doctor says, you have kidney failure. And
Dang.
Yeah, well, this is in the story.
Dude, 1 like for kidney failure.
And I don't even, it's such a random disease to have. How did I even know about kidney failure?
That's actually so funny. If I had a kid and said, Dad, I made a story and my main character got kidney failure. I'm like, what are you watching? Are you watching the All Ones Out again?
But here's like my person all like, and then there's just a bunch of bad things happening around. This is, he's doing chores and there's like mop floor, wash car. And he's like, oh, I have to do it. My parents did make me do a lot of chores growing up and I would always be upset at that. I would always not want to do it. So I think I took some of that frustration and I used it to inspire this story. Where I wanted to
Don't try to spin it. I do not like this family. And he opened the door. My mom, Frank's mom. And
Frank's mom. I make him like do dishes. I feel like Cinderella.
You pointed out like things that you would have changed or added to this video. I think I would have just rewritten the whole thing.
I agree. I definitely would not have kept any of the script that I made in the first one.
Yeah.
Completely redone it. Yeah. And have you ever gotten the urge to change, like go back and actually remake this video and compare it? Because I think that'd be really cool.
That would be really cool. How many views does this have?
8 million.
I was thinking it was like 2 or 1 million. And then I could be like, oh, this is a book, no one watched. This is a video, no one watched it though. I'm gonna redo it. If I did remake this video, I would definitely talk about that I'm remaking it.
Yeah.
I would remake it, and then at the end, I would spin some lesson about how starting out as YouTubers, you make bad videos, but it's okay because the important thing is that you tried. Something about hearing my voice with background music is just very unsettling. Please don't put background music in this soundbite.
Okay.
What happens next is such a big plot twist I bet none of you saw coming.
The way you said it is like the big plot twist that none of you saw coming. Yeah. The way you would say it now is like a big plot twist that none of you saw, you know what I mean?
This next bit is gonna blow your freaking socks clean off your fragile feet, you idiot.
This next bit's gonna blow your kidneys. Well, James, I want to show you something else.
Is this your first video?
Something like that.
Welcome to my house.
Ah! Turn that off! I thought you were showing my own thing. Get out of there. No. I hate that, like, now that I'm a thing, people are finding, like, personal high school videos that were just happened to be on the internet, and now that's... Ew, gross, turn that off. What do you want from me?
Look at you!
That was me in high school.
You're so lanky.
Can I show you something, Maaz? What is this?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know how I made that sound. I inhaled like that. I inhaled.
That's an inhale?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I just don't know. The thing is, that was just me goofing around. This isn't a goof.
I got graded on this, dude.
Yeah? Well, how would you get?
100%. No idea. No idea what I got.
Do you know how to do 100% in sign language?
I don't know what 100 is.
100?
Yeah, actually that makes sense. And I don't know what percentage. I can fingerspell it. Percent.
Nice. Okay. Wow. Yeah. That's actually very impressive.
I'm gonna choke you.
Gradually add the sugar, beating until fluffy. Add the eggs one at a time, beating well for each.
This is cool. I actually really like that you did that.
Did what?
Like you learned sign language.
Well, it was for a high school class. You watched the whole thing, didn't you? No, I don't think I even watched the whole thing and I was in it.
This is the very first time I'm watching this.
Okay, cool. Can I slap you?
No.
The stain on the shirt. You can't sign with 2 mittens on.
What am I signing right now? Oh!
I'm gonna slap you. Listen, this video was not something I would have put on the internet.
I just wanted to see your reaction of showing this video.
Yeah.
That's when you asked me what this is about. I was like, we're gonna watch your first video. And you were like, oh cool, my YouTube video. I'm like, no.
That doesn't count!
So the moral of the story is...
The first video you make is garbage, but you need to get the garbage out so you know how not to make garbage so you can make good stuff.
The moral of the story is... James sucks.
You suck. No, your jokes are bad.
No, you suck. Can you sign language you suck?
M-A-Z or Z. M-A-Z-Z.
That's not, it's not my name.
M-A-A-Z-S-U-C-K-E-S.
James has been my friend for 3 years, and he does not know how to spell my name.
Okay, everyone sign with me. M-A-A-Z-S-U-C-K-E-D.
Sucked?
Or sucked. He used to. He still does.
Thanks for coming on my video. I appreciate it.
I hope this helps anyone who's just starting out. Don't watch our first videos.
Watch his first video.
No.
Thanks for coming on, James.
No problem. Thanks for having me, Maaz.
No problems.
Thanks for having me, Maaz.
Like this socks right here, it has a croissant. It has a croissant on it. Croissant.
Okay.
Croissant. All right, thank you so much for listening all the way to the end of the video, and to prove it, you can type in "thank you Raid" in the comments. Honestly, I was pretty nervous about having Raid as a sponsor, but they offered such a good meme opportunity that as a meme connoisseur myself, I just couldn't refuse. Because listen, as if gamers don't oil themselves already. All right, and with that, ladies everybody, and stay amazing. So for those of you who've made it this far, I was not kidding in the intro or title. I really do cut my brother's face, and it is kind of a queasy story. So if you aren't a fan of those kinds of stories, then go watch some of my other videos. They're pretty good. Alright, so not many people know this, but I used to live in Japan all the way back when I was like 1 to 6 years old. I don't remember much from my time, but most people come out of Japan speaking about the sophisticated architecture or the elegant beauty of traditional Japan. All I remember are body pillows, tentacles, and becoming a huge weeb. But before I was able to truly possess the power of God and anime on my side, I had to first go through some traumatic childhood experiences. Now, I'm sure you already know this from the duck video and how I brutally murdered a duck, but I wasn't the most normal kid. I was I was kind of a psychopath. And I liked Matt's. Disgusting! If you're an older sibling, you may already know this, but kids are curious as frick. Most children just go around and ask questions like, why is the sky blue? When will my pets learn to talk? How do I dab on them haters? Until their parents stare away into space, wondering why they gave up their dreams for a bunch of snot-nosed brats. But not me. So I used to wonder, what doth lie beneath the thin layer of flesh? What lies at the core of a human being? Could it be memes? And so psychopathic 4-year-old Maaz drags my 2-year-old baby brother into my room, and I commanded him to stay still. I'm pretty sure he didn't even notice anything. He probably just sat there and tried not to poop himself. I don't know what babies do. So as my brother's sitting there, I rummaged through my toy collection of various anime stuff like Gundam or Power Rangers or something because, you know, excuse my Spanish. So in the pile of figurines, I find myself a toy knife. I go over to my sweet, innocent brother and stick this tiny, blunt knife into his face and cut straight down.
Brother, why have you done this?
Gosh, once again, I just want to reiterate, this was simply out of pure curiosity about what was underneath our skin. Back then, I didn't know it was socially unacceptable to stab brothers. Like, in retrospect, it wasn't even a real knife. How did I even do that? To use my pudgy hands to cut my brother? Like, this is some Undertale level stuff. I put all of my strength into cutting his dopey face. I was probably the only 4-year-old that needed therapy. So I'm sitting here performing the most ghetto surgery on his face, and obviously, blood starts pouring everywhere. I take one look at that blood, put my knife down, stand up calmly and say, this was a mistake, and just burst out crying. And I guess the sight of his older brother weeping and his newfound pain on his face made my brother cry as well. After hearing that, my parents walked in, saw the situation, and nursed both of us until we were calm and we had dinner together as a loving family. No, I'm kidding. They came in there and whooped me around the place. My brother still has a scar from this incident to this day. Like, how crazy is that? And I promise you, I'm not nearly as sociopathic, but that was some Chucky level stuff, man. Like, can you imagine it when Pennywise is all in the drain and he's like, oi mate, get in the drain. And the kid just whips out a freaking toy knife and stabs the clown in the face? You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I was a great big brother. I mean, let's be real here, guys. If you can't cut faces, then are you really a good brother? Man, recounting this story actually makes me feel horrible. And to be honest, I don't even remember which side of his face that I cut. You know what? Hold on.
Hello?
Hey mate, how's it going?
Yeah, not bad, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good, mate. Alright, listen, do you remember all the way back in Japan when I, took a toy knife and cut your face?
I still have a scar from it, bro.
Yeah, I know, but mate, listen, I kind of forgot which side of the face your scar was on. Which side was it?
Maybe left?
What do you mean maybe left?
I don't know, it's not like a big deal anymore. It's like real little.
Yeah, fair enough, man. But I'm the best brother, eh?
Yeah, man, you always loved me like that, hey?
Yeah, no, with the best brother. Now, don't let my tone fool you. I really was traumatized after this. And I didn't even cut that much, to be honest. But I was afraid of blood for a long time after that. And even now, whenever I see blood, I get kind of woozy. But hey, now if you ever hear the news of a serial killer going around cutting faces with a toy knife, you'll know who did it. It was James. Okay, so obviously I played it up for the story, but I didn't actually hurt him that much. It was only skin deep, so it wasn't too bad. Still traumatizing though. Bro, if you're watching this, I'm so sorry. I still feel bad about the scar. But don't get the wrong idea. If you ever cross the line with me, I'll do it again. Alright, laters, and stay aMAAZing.
I thought that I had everybody on my side, but I went and blew it all sky high. And now she won't even spare me a passing glance. All just because I ripped my pants.
Police, we've got you surrounded.
Wait, what?
Drop your weapon.
I think there's a misunderstanding here, officer.
I said drop your weapon. Now, remember the New Zealand trip that I went on with my group Bananas and Coconuts that I mentioned a few videos back? Well, on the trip, we heard that there was this small mountain that offered a fantastic view around the city. So, as you do, we decided to go on a small 20-minute hike up the mountain to see what the fuss was about. And after climbing up some stairs, roughing it through some nature trails, and winding down some roads, we reached the summit. And it was crowded. Apparently the mountain was a low-key tourist attraction for anybody who wanted good views, good atmosphere, and overall a good time. There were a fair few people, but not enough to the point where it was ruining the views, so it was super chill. We all then decided to sit down on the grassy hill and watch the sunset together. Oh man, I love you guys.
Oh, I love you too, senpai.
Shh. It's okay.
Doki doki, doki doki, doki doki.
I had a good time up there, man. Like, we didn't even say much. We all just kind of watched the sunset together in each other's company as the light dimmed, air began to cool, and the breeze rolled on through. It was so comfortable up there, and I was just so grateful for the fact that...
Why is the breeze caressing my left butt cheek?
And I knew what had happened. I could just feel it. My forehead began to furiously sweat bullets as I looked down and noticed that my big, voluptuous, glistening gluteus maximus was exposed to the whole wide world. When we all climbed up to watch the sunset, I don't think they expected to be eclipsed by my full moons. Now, I was wearing chinos at the time, a kind of elastic pants, and I apparently sat straight onto a spiky reedy boy, which penetrated and tore a hole into my pants. It was small, but the elastics of the chinos suddenly sprang free like, and created a tear bigger than your parents' marriage. My initial reaction after finding out about this was to immediately internally break down, as I begrudgingly accepted that I was going to be lampooned by my mates.
I'm gonna be roasted.
But then, I made the decision to not let that happen. I was gonna make it my mission to not let this be noticed by my friends and the swarms of people around the summit. I refused to take that big L spanked onto my left butt cheek, and I was going to hide my sweet caramel buns until we got home. So when everybody started getting back up, preparing to trek down the mountain, I made sure to get up at the very end so that they were facing away from me. But as we started going down, I noticed that my friend Jeffina wasn't walking with the others. I think she wanted to walk slowly so that she could enjoy the scenery back to the car. And bless her heart, in her attempts to be thoughtful, she tried to step to the side so that I could catch up to the others and, have a good old time. And look, Jeffina, you're wonderful, but there is no way I was gonna walk in front of you. I strongly suspect that this was not the kind of view that you wanted when you went on this trip. Or could handle. And the thing is, the rip was so big and my attempts to cover it up so extra that I was clutching the back of my pants the entire time as we walked. Don't mind me. Yes, this is fine.
Oh, hey, Maaz, what are you doing?
I can't even stress to you how perilous this entire situation was, because if any of them had just turned around, they would have noticed that I was physically clenching every orifice as we were coming down. So we finally get to the car and I quickly sit down so that nobody can notice my astounding problem that I was dealing with. Phew. I'd finally made it. The danger zone had passed. I'm in the clear. Now all we had to do was to drive home and rest up for the night. I was safe. Until they pulled an M. Night Shyamalan plot twist on me and said,
"Oh, we're not going to the house. We're going to the store."
But once again, I was on a mission. I was not going to be roasted, and I was sure as heck not going to take that L. So after we reached the store, I had to get out and pretend like everything was fine. I walked behind everybody else, clutching my pants as if I got a massive wedgie, and when everybody split inside the store, I just casually walked around. Now, as I'm slowly walking, trying my very best to not be in the limelight, I made the stupid decision to go in an aisle. As soon as I entered, I immediately made eye contact with Jeffina, who was at the very end of the aisle, somebody whom I was already on questionable terms with after the entire walking debacle. I now have to make everything look natural. As I'm standing there, grabbing the back of my butt. So I slowly approach her, doing what I need to do in order to pass off as normal. But then I hear something that stops me dead in my tracks. The voices of my friends Sai and Drac getting louder and louder, almost as if they had rounded the corner. I nervously glanced back, sweating once again, hoping that my fears hadn't come true. But it had. Drac and Sai were walking up the aisle from behind me. I was trapped, 2 friends sandwiching me in the middle like I was the thick piece of meat. Now imagine yourself as me in the scenario. If I had kept walking towards Jeffina, Drac and Sai would have looked up and noticed that I was rocking some buns and patties from behind. But if I turned 180 to greet them, Jeffina would have now been exposed to the second mountain that she'd seen that day. So in this predicament, all I did was turn 90 degrees. 2 friends are approaching me from either side of the aisle, and I kind of like turned to look at the groceries. I stood so that my luscious booty was hiding behind me, pretending to admire the groceries from afar, almost like I was in an art exhibit. Come get y'all juice! I genuinely don't understand how nobody noticed that I was just standing there, facing perpendicular to them in the middle of the aisle. We all just joined together and started walking as one group towards the counters. Duped again! After that, it was pretty smooth sailing. We got in the car, arrived at the house, and then I booked it to the bathroom to change. My mission was a success, ladies and gentlemen. My butt was protected from the gazes of passerbys, and I escaped the roasts from the bananas and coconuts. But as soon as it was over, and I had changed into a fresh pair of pants, I barged out with the ripped one and completely told them about the entire booty heist. And they were like,
Oh, no way! What? I mean, all at the absolute size of this unit. What? You absolute mad lad!
No, I'm just kidding. They were just like,
bruh, why didn't you just tell us? We would have helped you out.
Which is a total lie, because later on the same New Zealand trip, we went on an 8-hour hike up a mountain. But Drac, being chosen by nature to reveal his butte glutes, ripped his pants within the first 20 minutes. And he got made fun of for the entire trip. Hope your butt doesn't freeze off. Got him. So get that fake concern crap out of here. Alright, so at the end of the day, of course I was embarrassed. But the thing is, I don't regret that it happened. I'm actually quite thankful that it happened, because I got to make this video. No, because now it's just like a good memory between us. We can all look back and laugh at the fool who ripped his pants. So this time I want to promote and shout out Harry Animations, Anto Vanilla, and Belissa575. You have clearly demonstrated your worth as Super Martians and will be instrumental in taking over the world. Make sure to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and comment this if you want to have a chance for a shout out. I'd also like to thank my patrons Min McAlone, Jesus Christ, yes that's his name, Rudy Falcon, and Babaloo Productions. Thank you so much for supporting me on my Patreon, and you guys are my favorites. You can enjoy some more of that chocolatey Maazzy goodness by spanking the left hand side of the screen. Alright, thanks for watching guys, hope you liked it, and stay amazing. As you're going through school, I think it's kind of expected that you have to give your teacher some sort of respect. It really pissed me off early on because I didn't really understand why they were just given respect without earning it first, you know? Like, why were you placed on a pedestal without having done anything at all? Maybe it was just for my school, but there was a definite shift in that dynamic when you go from year 11 to year 12, or junior to senior if you live in America. Seriously, why do you use words instead of just numbers? Like, what even is a sophomore? Before the final year of school, unless you have a really cool teacher, I found it still scary to interact with them. I thought that if I disrespected them in any way, I'd be smacked down in the form of bad grades, which is totally a thing. Like, they can absolutely do that. However, I kept myself in line most of the time. But as soon as I hit the final year of school, it was almost like a limiter had broken and I suddenly just didn't care at all. This was the final year of school before the real world, so I dropped that scared, timid tone and just talked to them like a real person. I found myself interacting with them in a way that I never thought was possible, like discussing about politics, gossiping, and even just all-around banter. And this was universal. Suddenly, like, all of the teachers that I had, even the very, very strict ones, were open to humor, and the year 12s were able to just chill with them. But as the title kind of hints at, some of the teachers were more open than others, especially my science teacher, Mrs. Chase. Obviously that isn't her real name, but anybody from my school watching this knows exactly who I'm talking about. Now, Mrs. Chase was the absolute bomb. She was the maddest sick class ever, and she bloody well knew it. At times, it wasn't even a science class, it was just banter with a slice of gravity class. So her classroom was set up so that the tables were lined in rows, and the kids who wanted to learn and banter the most lined up in the front. Man, the amount of times we spent catching up on all the goss, getting into some heated debates, and just general roasting each other was amazing. I want to avoid the stories that may get her in trouble, so I'll be careful about choosing which ones. In our class, we played pranks on each other all the time. So this one time, one of us placed like 100 cups of water outside the door to the classroom. So when she got to her classroom, she saw the cups and the one kid inside laughing it up. As this was the only way into the classroom, I think he kind of expected her to move the cups of water or something for her to get in. Yeah, nope. She did a running start and jumped over them like an absolute boss. She then expected all the students coming into her science class to do the same, which was a heap of fun. Another time, I think she got super fed up with us roasting her, so when some of us went outside to do experiments, she took our school-appointed laptops and hid them. When they returned, she said that the IT people took them and they had to fetch it from the IT office. The IT office was at the opposite end of the school and took 10 minutes to get there, time which she was willing for them to spend as she kicked back and taught the rest of us. There was also this one time where we filled her desk with a bucket load of foam peanuts, just everywhere, all her drawers and even her pencil holders and stuff. So when she came in and was starting to get her stuff out, boom, foam peanuts. She shook her head and dipped her hand in to get her other stuff out, but what she didn't know was that we also poured in a heap of cockroaches into the drawers. So when she reached in and felt something crawling on her, she freaked the hell out. She told us later on that she was getting dead cockroaches out of her desk for months. Those are like just some of the stories. There was a lot of fun memories too. Like one time, to show us how forces and line of pull worked for physics, she got some people and had a full-on arm wrestling competition. Surprisingly, she did smash most of them except for the super beefy kids, but what a way to teach the class. Oh man, you're playing a game in her class? Most teachers, they would yell at you. Mrs. Chase sits down, plays against you, and probably beats you at your own game. You don't mess with Mrs. Chase. As I'm writing the script, I'm actually kind of getting sad, reminiscing about all the good times I had in her class. She was a super awesome teacher, and thankfully we had some really cool people in our class too, so it was pretty awesome here. She even gave the students in the front rows, whom she had the most fun with, a pair of funky socks, a pair which I still keep and wear dearly to this day. I'm sure for those watching that when you get to your final year, just joke around with your teachers and treat them like actual people. I'm sure that they'll open up and you'll have a way more fun time than if you just stick to the teacher and student role. Mrs. Chase, if you're watching this, then thank you for being an absolute lad. Okay, so I always do that just to make sure my microphone doesn't die. Sorry, I know, I sound crazy. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. Hi, my name is Maaz, and I'm with...
Wolfie Chill.
And we're asking each other hypotheticals, because that'd be really fun. But let's see what kind of craziness that we get into. I promise I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy, Wolfie. I'm not crazy. Okay,
He's
and this
crazy.
video was sponsored by Curiosity Stream, but we'll get to that later. Hey, Wolfie, I've got my first question for you. Never have I ever subscribed and hit the notification bell to our channels. Oh, sorry, wrong question. My bad. My bad, sorry.
But you should do that anyway.
You should do that right now. Sumita Media. Your options are 50 hawks, 10 crocodiles, 3 brown bears, 15 wolves, 1 hunter, 7 Cape buffaloes, 350 million rats, 5 gorillas, 4 lions. You have to pick 2 of these to be on your side, and everything else is going to come to kill you.
Oh my gosh. I feel like I have to choose the wolves just because. And then, like, 350 million rats. That's a lot of rats. I will take them. I like rats. I will trust them.
It's just the sheer number you just cannot pick anything else. It's like, what?
Yeah.
What is one hunter gonna do with 350 million rats? What I am a little bit afraid of is like 3 brown bears and gorillas. They can fight. And 50 hawks, they can pick off the rats one by one. You know what I mean? Like, especially because they're aerial. And so I would definitely pick the rats. But then for the other animal, maybe 5 gorillas. Always trust monk, okay?
I don't trust the monks.
You don't trust them?
I don't like the monks.
guys. We've captured on a film. She doesn't trust the monkey, okay? She doesn't trust monkey. She doesn't trust monkey. What the heck?
I'm just imagining 5 gorillas banging on the ground.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
Listen,
Imagine
but that's
being in
a
the
vibe.
middle of a circle of
If I could be, like, if I was in the center and there was 5 gorillas, like 5 monkeys, like kind of banging their ground, and then 350 million rats around them, that's my setup. Okay, I'm ready.
You just accept them.
I know. Listen, the banging on the ground will intimidate everybody. I will be protected by the monk.
The monks are all just banging the ground and you're like just meditating in the middle.
I start levitating. I float up into the end, and the hawks come and pick me off.
Oh, that didn't go according to plan.
I understand. Your name was Wolfie Chew. That's why you picked the wolves. Oh, I get
Of course.
Instead of wolves, it's just 15 furries.
I would trust them.
Just the idea of you, 15 furries, and 350 million rats is hilarious to me, okay? They're like my liege, my queen. Sun Phoenix says, never have I ever done anything illegal.
I don't think that I have, no.
Yeah, me neither.
One time when I was traveling into Australia and I was reading the rules of entering the country, it said that you can't bring any wood in, and I was like, wait, I have pencils in my suitcase, and then I was like,
oh God, Wolfie, you're so precious. Pencils. Arrest this. She's insane. She's crazy. Arrest her, officer.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. I just want to draw on the plane.
Oh, you're so wholesome. Oh, no. Yeah, I've never done anything illegal.
Why do you sound sus?
Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, that Among Us starts playing. And I don't want to get in trouble here, but I'm definitely one to skirt the rules a little bit. You know, I like going around the edges of the law. I may or may not have been almost arrested for threatening the Prime Minister of Australia.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Okay.
When did this happen?
No. Listen. Okay. It was back in middle school when I was like, a silly little 12, 13-year-old. And at the time, I was a little bit on the edgy side. You could cut glass on my edges, okay? And so a friend of mine, he had a crazy knife collection, and at the time around where I lived, the Prime Minister of Australia was kind of going around the state, meeting with people, meeting with the local council. And as a very, very bad joke, my friend was like, oh, yo, Tony, listen, come over, I'm gonna show you my knife collection. Kind of implying that he's gonna stab the Prime Minister of Australia, right? And so I'm just like, at the time, I was like, oh, that's really funny. And so I put a comment, because, I was brown, and I was implying that, we were a bunch of shady characters. And so I was like, if you ever need my family to step in, just let me know. My friend got brought to the police station.
Oh my god!
For his comment, and he was telling me like, hey, I wanted to message you to prevent you to get arrested, but I realized that you were brown, and at the time the racial tension was pretty high, and so he was like, yeah, I definitely knew you were gonna get arrested if I messaged you. And I was like, thank you for not doing that, but again, I don't know how I got myself into this situation, but yes, I almost got arrested for threatening the Prime Minister of Australia. I almost got arrested.
Maaz was even more crazy.
He was crazy. I was born crazy, Wolfie. I came out of the womb with a knife, okay, Wolfie? I was ready to go. I'm just a character. I'm a character. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm not like the other boys, Wolfie. And so when you were like, yeah, I have pencils, I was like, oh, Wolfie, oh my god. I've stabbed people with pencils. This is from D. Never have I ever hung out with the YouTuber Candice.
YouTuber Candice?
Yeah, Candy's nuts fit in my... I can't do this. You're too wholesome. I can't do that to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Most people I would troll, Wolfie, but you I can't troll you. You're just too pure. You're cleaning my soul.
One time time you did that in Among Us. It was like, we got to the discussion part, and people asked you, what were you doing? And you were like, oh, I was doing the dragon task. And everyone was like, the dragon task? And then you said the thing, dragon la 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 la.
It was from Toast.
I didn't get it. Everyone else was laughing, and they were like, oh. And I was like, what's dragon?
Oh no, Wolfie. Wolf, don't worry, the dragon's name is Candace, okay? Don't worry about it.
It makes sense now.
I feel bad every time, but then the laughter makes me feel good, you know? I feel...
So you don't feel bad at all?
No, I don't. Blastoise646 asks, $1 million, but you randomly slap the person next to you whenever you feel hungry.
Okay, here you go, Maaz.
What I love is the idea that like you can slap them many times as you want whenever you feel hungry.
You're just like, stay away from me when I'm hangry.
And when I'm at work with patients, you know, they'll be like, yeah, you know, my mother passed away, and I just slap them across the face. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm really hungry right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just keep going. I'm not sorry for those ones.
What are you doing? Dr. Maaz, please.
Why are you breaking my bones? This one's spicy, Wolfie. And this is from Chompy Gator. Never have I ever broken up another person's relationship.
Oh, one time I accidentally ruined a friendship.
What?
So I knew these two girls who were friends in school, and I was friends with both of them. And then one time I was talking to the friend, and I accidentally said something like, your friend thinks that you look like a Barbie. I thought it was a compliment for some reason. And she was like, she what? She what?
Oh no, Wolfie!
She took it in the worst way possible, and then they started fighting, and I was like, no, I didn't mean for this.
Wolfie! Listen, you're a side-eyeing? Oh my god, you definitely meant that. You did that on purpose, Wolfie.
No, I thought that it was a good thing because Barbie is supposed to be perfect.
Yeah, I definitely understand where this confusion happened. What I love imagining is like afterwards you're like like your side's working in the background, all according to the plan.
I never meant for this.
I know. They're just throwing fists, and you're like, oh no, what have I done? What have I done? Oh, I like this one. Petty Note says, never have I ever sent a weird meme to the wrong person. Haley Senpai also asked something similar as well.
Oh, I can't think of any times where that might have happened to me.
Really? I'm surprised.
Yeah, I can't think of any.
Do you regularly send memes though?
I send like weird gifs and stuff a lot.
I've got my own fair share of weird gifts. Well, actually, I've got one on this computer.
What is that? Ew! That's gross.
I'll delete it.
Why do you have this?
I'm dying.
Do you have a thing for feet?
No, I don't. Wolfie, no, I don't. It's from Cass's new video, like Madagascar in a nutshell. Now,
I'll never be the same.
You'll never be the same. Wolfie, now you're crazy, okay?
We're all crazy.
Chloe Does Stuff is asking, never have I ever sent a confession to the wrong person.
A confession?
A confession.
Oh, I don't think that's happened to me.
You've never confessed to the wrong person?
No.
Well, can I ask, Wolfie, did you confess or did Jordan confess?
I feel like it was kind of like both at the same time.
How is that also wholesome? I'm done, okay? I'm like this chaotic force that's trying to drag you onto the dark side, and you're just too high. You and Jordan, get out here.
I'll take you up here with me instead.
the good force and the bad force. Now, Wolfie, never have I ever ended a collab. Leave, Wolfie. Leave. Get out of here.
Oh, okay, bye.
You're not crazy enough. You're not crazy. I'm
sorry.
I'm kidding. Come back. Thanks for coming along to Never Have I Ever.
Hey, thank you for having me. If you like this video, you should come check out the video that we made on my channel of Would You Rather questions.
There you go.
Hey Maaz, never have you ever had a sponsorship?
Thank you, Wolfie, for mentioning that. And now I want to thank CuriosityStream for sponsoring this video. Whenever I try to relax after a hard day of slapping my patience, I make sure to chill out by watching only the highest of quality content, like the Nebula original that I've definitely never mentioned before, Digital Gold Miners, a documentary about the Venezuelan gold farmers using RuneScape to grow their wealth. And you can watch this amazing show on Nebula, a streaming-nominated video service including independent creators such as myself. Nebula is a platform that I've been promoting for quite a while now, and even some animators have jumped on, such as Haminations, Pants's Pajamas, and myself. You can watch 100% ad-free quality content without added stress of the algorithm or demonetization. It also allows me to experiment with different kinds of content, such as the next one, which is likely going to be Mafia Round 2, so you better get it now to see the facecam version. And all of that is bundled with this video sponsor, CuriosityStream. This platform is home for thousands of shows about history, philosophy, nature, medicine, topics that I love watching in my free time. If you watched the video and you really resonated with Wolfie Choo's obsession with her wolves, you may enjoy the show by CuriosityStream called The Return of the Wolves, where capture teams from the US National Park Service track down and relocate wolves to restore balance to the wilderness. I highly encourage you to get the bundle by signing up with the link below, which will net you access to CuriosityStream and Nebula, in addition to a 26% reduction of their annual plan, totaling less than $15 a year. This isn't a trial. As long as you're a CuriosityStream member, you'll have Nebula as well. Trust me, this is the best deal in streaming at the moment. So once again, click on the link below or go to curiositystream.com/Maaz to get both CuriosityStream and Nebula for less than $15 a year, and help support my channel and animated content as a whole. Alright, thanks everybody, best of luck, laters, and stay amazing. Congrats on hitting 1 million subscribers! What are you gonna do next? I'm gonna quit YouTube and be a doctor! Give it back!
I've been both a certified doctor by day and an uncertified YouTuber by night for nearly a decade. But at the peak of it all, I decided to quit YouTube. But why? Hi, my name is Maaz. I'm talking about my regrets juggling these two massive jobs, why I left YouTube, and why I'm coming back. In early 2020, I released a video where I announced that I would take a year off from medicine to really focus on YouTube full time. Because instead of having regrets about putting only half of my focus on YouTube, this was my chance to give 110% to the almighty algorithm. I wanted to make more videos, build up a new team, tour around the world, go to VidCon, visit new friends, and then 2020 happened. Nothing else of note occurred during this year. Okay, fine, Among Us came out. So at the end of this video, I made a public call out for people to join TheAMaazing. Now, I'm sure it's no surprise, but building a team is hard work. I never thought that my hobby of drawing cartoons would result in leading people to also work on my silly ideas. It's not really a skill they teach you in doctor school, but also I was too busy drawing S's and not letting thoughts of committing arson take over.
Arson is a criminal offense.
Although it was hard, I knew it was necessary to get some help in order to survive on this platform as an animator. My 1 year off was like a timer above my head, and when it went off, I would die. I mean, return to being a full-time doctor. Actually, yeah, wait, those are the same thing.
Dr. Maaz, this patient needs urgent surgery!
Yeah, can you come back in like a year?
Oh no, you gotta be kidding me!
Now, thankfully, after sitting through thousands of amazing applications, I managed to slowly but surely build up TheAMaazing. I found this to be one of the most rewarding experiences yet, being able to work closely with immensely skilled artists in order to bring my videos to life. And honestly, I couldn't have made my videos without them. Cinema. And as the months ticked away, it only got easier and easier to craft my videos with my new super kick-ass team. We worked hard to upload consistently, which made me believe it'd be possible to juggle being a real doctor, a real YouTuber,
And a real boy.
but the end of my year off was looming, and I got real nervous about how much my medical knowledge and skills had depreciated from the time away from the hospital. I was so locked in for YouTube that I had completely neglected my medical half, and all I could do was pray that my YouTube knowledge would somehow come in clutch.
Yo, what's up, Martians, and welcome back to my new unboxing video.
That's my other kidney. But surprisingly, I found that the experience of building and managing a team for YouTube was actually super helpful for my medical life. Even as a junior doctor, my senior staff members would be surprised at my ability to just get things done. I mean, when you're crunching 2 full-time jobs at the same time for years, I guess your efficiency would go up. And due to my experience, I was also praised for my impeccable communication skills. Maaz, you can't keep asking patients to subscribe. Oh, sorry. What about liking my videos? Well, yeah, obviously they should do that.
The months that I had spent building up TheAMaazing paid off big, and I was able to be a doctor and YouTuber at the same time for years to come. I'll admit that it was tough at first adjusting after doing only YouTube for a year, but I made it work because I had two wolves inside me. I'm not a furry. Despite all of my successes, slowly but surely other responsibilities started to creep in, and the very precarious balance that I had worked so hard for started to tip over. Naturally, I wasn't going to remain a junior doctor forever, so as I got more and more experience, my workload increased. That only got exponentially worse after I joined a training program to become a senior specialist doctor, with a major obstacle for this training program being a pair of incredibly difficult, high failure rate exams. And this, man and gentle ladies, is when things went from difficult but tolerable to downright impossible. I should have committed arson.
Arson is a criminal offense.
These were not exams where you can just snooze on through until the very last day. No, I'm talking about a cumulative 50% pass rate to get through both exams in one go, even with adequate preparation. And if you do fail, you can only retake the exams next year. Oh, and you only have 3 tries. Now this is some high stakes coin flipping if I've ever seen one. Oh, phew, I'm safe. Mind you, the main way that I've been able to juggle things so far is by working or going to medical school in the morning and then immediately switching gears to YouTube by night. I had almost no time to socialize, play games, meet new people, so the idea of now fitting in hours and hours of studying for exams on top of what I was already doing was absolutely impossible. No, please senor, stay back! Wait, did that actually work? As if the workload itself wasn't hard enough to deal with, things started to get more complicated when people at work found out about my YouTube channel. Hey, which one of you snitched? I mean, it was bound to come out eventually, but I guess I didn't expect the way that other doctors and staff members would react. Some were nice about it and made for a decent icebreaker, which was cool, but a majority were just super awkward, like, wow, cool. That seat's taken. There were also a fair bit of just outright rude comments. I was at a wedding for one of my friends, and as I was sitting there trying to make small talk to people that I had never met before, I got outed as a YouTuber by my friend sitting next to me. And that resulted in one of them just straight up saying, "Oh wait, are you the one who makes the weird cartoons online?" On the outside, I said, "Oh yeah, that's me." But on the inside, I was like, "What the else do you want me to say? Yup, I'm the weirdo, total lunatic over here. Ooh, just you wait, I am so gonna make a video about you." I'm making light of these comments, but they really were super condescending about something that I worked on as a passion project. Like, I'm not even asking for people to understand, but just like, be normal people about it. And look, in retrospect, I'm sure these were throwaway comments from them, but it definitely made me feel ashamed about the fact that I was making content, about videos that I was so happy with. I am happy making animations, aren't I? Well, let's talk about that. But before that, I'd like to take a moment to have a chat about this new browser that I've been trying. Why was that in my pelvis? Welcome to the future of browsing the web. The shiny, super aesthetic Opera One R2. Do you have any idea how many tabs I've opened? All of my productivity lost. But with Opera's new feature, Tab Islands, you can group them together however you like, making your own islands and tucking them away when you're not using them. Wait, did you lose which tab you were just on? Well, Opera still has you covered with tab traces, where it shows you the last tab that you were just on based on which one is underlined the darkest, which is perfect for you and your smooth brain. It's like a marble. Opera One R2 is not only dynamic, but it's also aesthetic, letting you pick between customizable themes to fit your vibes. If you want to be more productive, just drag a tab downwards and you can split screen 2 windows at the same time. Chat, are we cooking? Oh. Chicken Chuck! Ever have a question but don't want to open an extra tab? Just use the command line to get AI-powered Aria to answer your questions without losing your place on the page. And if you want to listen to your tunes, use the new music player that supports a massive range of streaming services. You can even pop it out to play music without messing with your windows. How epic! So, why are you still here? Opera One R2 is free, and you can get it now by clicking on the link in the description or pinned comment below. Thank you, Opera, for sponsoring this video, but let's get back to why I fell out of love with YouTube. With the monstrous amount of work I was doing between YouTube, medicine, and my exam prep, I found myself struggling to just hold on. I have receipts from DMs between friends, and I was genuinely throwing around terms like survival, as if my life was on the line trying to juggle everything. And as a result, instead of focusing on what I actually wanted to make, I started writing scripts where I wasn't all that passionate about it. And instead of focusing on what I wanted to make, I started to overthink about what other people would want. I would like you to continue surgery. Please. In addition to that, the mounting workload was seriously placing pressures on myself and my team. Unlike what people may have thought, I was still heavily involved with the creative process, even with my super amazing, incredibly talented team. But because of everything that was going on, you know, trying to be a certified doctor, I was often delayed in getting projects started. People would then have to wait around for more work because of me. Videos were then taking longer to get completed, and the entire production slowed down. Not to mention my contractual obligations to meet specific quota for sponsors, which resulted in work crunches to hit deadlines, impacting on all of our mental and sometimes physical health. Wait a second. Being your own boss and making videos for yourself is great, but having so many incredibly fantastic, gorgeous people depend on you financially for their livelihood, that responsibility added a surreal amount of expectation, and I felt like I was constantly failing them at all times, while scrambling to get my own life in order. So I just sat there, pondering why I was even doing it all in the first place. Is this, the repetitive, never-ending cycle of these huge workloads, truly what I wanted to do? By this point, I had given up a majority of my childhood and early 20s in order to grind out this YouTube thing. I was able to succeed on a passion project that so many people dream of doing. And despite knowing that, I wasn't even sure if I could confidently say that I was happy. There was no way around it. I knew that I was definitely burnt out from everything. And this only got worsened by the tonal whiplash that would happen from work. Dealing with the YouTube pressure was bad enough, but the pressures of working in a hospital with extremely unwell patients can be so emotionally and cognitively taxing. You never quite knew what would happen. One minute I'm making a new terminal diagnosis, then beep beep beep, there's an emergency call on the wards where I'm desperately trying to keep them alive, each crucial second ticking away, sometimes ending in a bad outcome. By the virtue of working in a hospital, death and illness became an everyday part of my life. Only for me to then go home, draw silly pictures, and pour mayonnaise on myself? Huh? What? What is going on? Is this disrespectful? It's gotta be disrespectful, right? This emotional disconnect started to grow. It impacted on my ability to figure out who I was, what I wanted to do, and exactly how I fit in with these jobs. I struggled a lot with a sense of never belonging with my race, being both not Western or not brown enough. How twisted is it that later in my life, I would also feel like I don't belong cleanly with my job either. Neither true YouTuber nor doctor. And with all of these thoughts swirling in my head, the pressure mounting, workload building, and the burnout continuing to take a toll on myself, I stopped making videos. Mafia 3 was meant to be the final video for TheAMaazing, a wrap-up of my trilogy, a big spectacle of a video as a send-off. I remember it being so gut-wrenching too, because I love my fans, and I felt this immense sense of guilt about leaving. I did want to make an update video or at least a formal goodbye to explain everything, but it was all getting so taxing on me as a person that the idea of even going back for one more video made me genuinely so nauseous and anxiety-stricken that I just couldn't do it. So I disappeared online. I still continued to talk to my friends, visited my mates in America, and was active over on the Voice Chat podcast, basically just living my life without TheAMaazing. Heartwarmingly, some of you wondered what happened to me, sending me DMs, asking on live streams. There were even Reddit posts asking where I was. I never ever expect this sort of love or care from anyone, so this was just the most endearing thing ever. Thank you. I also got to feel mysterious, like, ooh, where's Maaz? You'll never know. Wait, can I see that thread? There was this one distinct moment in a random bookstore that I went to, where they had this panel to try out new gel pens. I picked one up and I didn't really know what to draw. So my mind instinctively went to something that I had been drawing for years and years at that time. My character. And what was done as an innocent gesture to try out a new pen quickly turned to a deep sense of sadness. It had been months after my decision to stop making videos, and I guess I was still keeping that hope alive, that maybe one day I can get back into the swing of things. But by drawing this one little picture at a random bookstore, I realized that this may be the last time I ever draw my character again.
A channel that I had spent years working on, TheAMaazing, was finally done. Looks like my summer vacation is over. Or was it? Look, you're watching this video, so you know I've come back. Stepping back from YouTube was so necessary, not just for my mental health, but also to free up time in order to prepare for the major obstacles in becoming a big boy doctor. The exams. Chance of success, low. The risk of failure, high. My transformation into a basement dweller, guaranteed. Oh hey Didas, I genuinely cannot express to you how much of a blur this period of my life was. It was like clockwork, going in for the day to sharpen my clinical skills, and going home to study all night, and then rinse and repeat for almost 2 years. I couldn't even access my textbooks online anymore because they thought I was a robot. With all of that being said and done, it must have been worth it because I passed the exam! Let's go! Genuinely one of the most grueling hurdles I've ever had to get through, and it's now over. I'm a real doctor now, and a real boy.
Okay, can we get on with the surgery now? Wait, is that my kidney?
The craziest part about me grinding away for this exam is how it impacted my creative side. Having time away from the demands of YouTube was enough for me to A, recover from my burnout, and B, meditate on why I was doing it all in the first place. I didn't start this to be famous or to make money, and it sure as wasn't to mindlessly churn out content that I didn't care about anymore. I started to make content to tell stories out of my own creative, burning desire and nothing else. So what happens when you lock somebody at their creative wit's end in a hospital for 2 years? As the doctor, not the patient. Well, for me, the need to create just grew and grew, biding time until I could let them out. And hey, if I'm going to release my creative side again, why not give YouTube another go? Alright! Arson is a criminal of... Wait, Maaz is back? Let's go, dude! Okay, but what about the lack of time, Maaz? Well, that's still the case with my work and another reason that I'll talk about in a future video. But with the massive gatekeeping exams out of the way, that's basically freed up a majority of my time to allow me to get back to 2 full-time jobs, just like how I used to. Look at this funny comment I got.
I'm losing blood. But also, that's hilarious!
But Maaz, wouldn't the pressure of the team impact you? What's so funny is that the story parallels and reverses. Now this time, because of me stepping up as a senior doctor, I've got more experience than ever in managing a large, always moving team, which all transferred over to the YouTube side of things. I love them so much. I'm so incredibly lucky to have this online career, and I want to continue to look at it as a passion project, just like how I started. I've even started to indulge in my own creativity. Like for example, you may have noticed each video has its own unique planet and aesthetic planned out by my team and I. Or maybe you haven't noticed, which makes me sad because we worked hard on those. But I wouldn't have it any other way, because that's what makes me Maaz-ing. aMAAZing. Man, it really has been a while, hasn't it? And to be able to craft these passion projects, with my views reasonably dropping off over my hiatus, I've been relying more and more on sponsors, patrons, and channel members. I am not kidding when I say that I could not be making these videos without them. Maybe this is my imposter syndrome talking, but it is still surreal to me when people watch my videos, and especially when they choose to support me and Team aMAAZing financially. Thank you. Genuinely thank you. I cannot believe that. I wish my doctor's salary was enough to run it by myself, but unfortunately it is not. You will not believe how much these videos cost. It's like an arm and a leg out here.
Don't look at me.
And now that I've tasted retirement, I can say for certain that I won't be doing YouTube forever. Because retirement was awesome. I only worked 1 full-time job. But hey, at least until the 10-year milestone, maybe I've got a few more in me. And I hope that you'll be there too. So yeah, that's been my journey over the last 4 years. I know what I'm talking about is super specific to my circumstances, but I hope you found it helpful, somewhat relatable, or at least entertaining. I really do appreciate you all for watching my videos, and I hope that you stick around for future videos too. Thank you again, and stay aMAAZing.
Hi, my name is Maaz, and I just spent my entire bank account to make a 2-minute professionally made anime intro. But before I can show you that, I first gotta take you back a few years to explain how this all started. I spent the first 6 years of my mortal life living in Japan with my family. I was a wee babby at the time, so mom and dad were busy working around the clock to provide for the family, earn a decent living, and feed their children after a week. So because of this, a majority of my childhood was spent in front of the TV, enjoying whatever was playing at the time. And whilst a lot of what young babby Maaz watched was really quite worrisome, it was within this important developmental stages that I began to discover anime. And with that, I signed my life away to be forever labeled a weeb. And now I'm contractually obligated to make 3 JoJo references a day. The way these shows were able to hype me up, have me sobbing, or straight up push me towards the edge of my seat, it was an eye-opener. And seeing that the only joy I felt at the time was when I was beating up my brother, I'm sure it was a relief for him as well. Thank you, anime, for alleviating my painful existence. Gomu gomu no sibling abuse! So yeah, I had a soft spot for anime, and it definitely left its mark on my heart. This love continued all the way until I was 18, and I started my first YouTube channel, TheAMaazing. TheAMaazing Reviews. The channel where I reviewed anime whilst trying not to wake up my mom.
So in this video, we're going to be talking about One Piece.
But once I started up my animation channel, the idea that I always had in the back of my mind was, hey, maybe I can make my own anime intro. If only I had some way to be in contact with a talented individual who specialized in making anime-themed music. Oh, why hello, SMG4! What are you doing in my videos, you silly little rascals? So I met Kevin and Luke at VidCon Australia, and they were starting up their new long-form, narrative-driven series called Metarunner. And when I asked them for advice about who I could contact for music, they pointed right at AJ DiSpirito. Now, I had never worked on any sort of musical endeavors before, so when AJ started asking questions about the style, or the theme of the song, or hey Maaz, we should remain in contact and be friends, I was like, what the? I just wanted it to be like a shonen, like Naruto, One Piece, My Hero Academia, Shaman King, Bleach, Dragon Ball Z, Jujutsu Kaisen, Dr. Stone, and they immediately got the gist and started working on it. Until the fateful question. Do you want English or Japanese vocals? Oh no. I grew up in Japan when I was young, and yeah, I did watch anime in Japanese, but I've been outside of the mainland for far too long, and I don't even like Gurren Lagann, and I mean, my entire life and audience is completely based in English, and it wouldn't be true to myself, so I guess English it is? Okay, here's my anime pass. Despite all of that though, AJ completely understood the assignment and sent over the very first draft, and my oh my was I surprised to hear it. The heavy rock beat, the vocals that inspire you to take action, the overall energy that was permeating through. I could feel it in my veins. And with that hype, the music was settled, and I was beginning to feel like the Pirate King Saiyan Hokage already. Now, the next stop after this was to bring the music to life with some crazy visuals. I didn't have my animation team built quite yet, so I didn't know how to go about getting things storyboarded at the time, because I didn't even know what that was. Storyboarding is when you have a sequence of drawings to represent how the actual shot will look like. Basically, it's like a blueprint for the anime intro. And remember that I wanted to make it look shonen or action adventure themed? That meant I had to grab somebody who had a good grasp of combat to bring my anime opening, which at this stage I'd been working on for like a year, to life.
Well, I think you're just copying Jaden, because she made her anime opening first.
What? Did you just not listen to... You're stupid. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where I introduce you to Party Dave. He's an incredibly skilled animator who was already making a name for himself within the community. And as you can clearly see with his style, he excels with fluid frame-by-frame animation, and it's exactly this quality that I wanted for the intro. Oh, and by the way, he's 16, and he did it on his phone. I gave him the rough instructions of what I kind of wanted for the overall theme for the intro, about how I'm a wizard traveler who finds this Martian planet and fight against this giant monster Timmy. All of which was a reference to a short parody I did in a few videos ago. I also wanted to include some of my friends and prominent figures within the community as an homage, as well as some Martians to represent my fans. Because without you guys, I wouldn't be here, talking about a financially dubious decision to showcase my addiction to anime. And with all of that, Dave said, here. Beautiful. Now I had the song, I had a rough outline of what I wanted to look like, now it's time for the animation. I really wanted this to look as authentically Japanese as possible, so my first intuition was to search for anime studios to hire directly. But that's when I realized that A, they're already incredibly busy, B, the language barrier definitely would have been an issue, and C, it was very, very, very expensive, and I had already sold off my kidneys to the algorithm to keep this channel afloat. But around 2020, I had just finished building my own pirate crew, TheAMaazing, dedicated
dedicated to helping me produce videos on my channel, and I genuinely would not have been able to juggle both medicine and YouTube without them. Shout out to you guys. Now, whilst I like the idea of being homegrown and creating the opening with my own team, I also like the idea of making regular videos instead of just taking months to make one opening.
Dude, you can do both.
No, you can't. That's just not a reasonable thing to expect.
What do you mean I can't? Don't tell me what to do. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're just like, what, a year older and from the future? And damn, have you been working out?
You're stupid. It was during this indecision that I somehow found Studio Mila after watching a bunch of their projects on YouTube.
Score.
And I decided to test my luck and send an email asking if they were free to take on a project, which they were.
Double score.
And then somehow we got into a call talking about us working on the anime intro together.
Wow, Haikyuu really came in handy because triple score.
Now, I didn't want to seem completely underprepared or too much like a noob, so I made sure to sit down and do my own research into the animation industry standards and payments. So let's just say that I knew what I was walking into. Alright, so for animating my anime intro, I'm willing to offer you this much. Now, don't try to do anything funny or else my team behind me...
Yeah, no.
That's not going to be nearly enough. Touché. And so I left the call having to deal with my own mental breakdown. Can I really justify spending this much money for a single personal project? Could I maybe spend this on other videos or for my personal life, charity, convincing Netflix to stop making live action anime? But I think that's when I realized that I was looking at this entirely wrong. I started YouTube as a hobby, a means to escape reality and enjoy life outside of my medical career. It was an opportunity to do something that I genuinely enjoyed, and I had already decided to put any of the money that I made back into the channel. And whilst the questions that I asked are definitely valid and should be considered, I also think that always being business-minded, always being sensible, and always looking at things from a pragmatic point of view is the fastest way to drain passion away from anything you choose to do. And if I didn't allow myself to accomplish this one project that I've been wanting to do for years, then that would have been a great travesty to me.
And so I shook their hand and started to make TheAMaazing anime opening.
The business expense that was so expensive that I almost threw up. And certainly is going to cause my accountant to have another breakdown. The actual experience of working with Studio Mila was fantastic. Watching an actual professional studio at work was super enlightening because it was clear that they had much more experience in almost every regard. These are just some of the behind the scenes material that they had. But trust me when I say that watching them bring this anime opening to reality was something really cool to see. Like, have a look at this reference sheet of my own character that they reinvented. They took my own style and how I draw myself and continue to apply this super slick aesthetic to my friends as well. And after months of work by Studio Mila, it was finally done. The project that I had been envisioning, planning, and wanting to create for years was finally in my hands, ready to show the world. This passion project was only possible because of where I currently am with my channel, and I only got here because of you. So thank you to each and every one of you who's watching, to those who have stuck by me since the very start, to those who have recently found me, and even those who are watching me for the very first time, watching why this loser blew so much money on anime. I still thank all of you. Now, after 5 years of being on YouTube, with over 1 million Martians who have subscribed to me, I'm ready to show all of you the aMAAZing anime intro.
Okay, I don't know, bro. Seems like you copied me.
Jaden, you knew about this. We talked about that. You're stupid. Your birds are stupid.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
Okay, play the intro.
As I write my day, I recall mistakes I made too. Set me back, please let my changes through. Into life I had just pulled me down, 'cause her eyes made me astray. And there's nothing to hold on to, I knew I couldn't stay. Would you miss me if I went out and flew above the sea? Can I go somewhere you knew I'll never be? Took my time, said goodbye to the word I never need. Should I go beyond another day? All this time I never knew this the chances always do.
Thanks again Dragon City for sponsoring this video. They helped make this entire thing possible and brought their anime opening to reality. So make sure to check out the game in the description below. Alright, and with that, laters everybody, and stay amazing.
Okay, I just want to remind you that you are currently under oath and have to tell the truth.
Yeah, okay, buddy. Go for it.
Maaz, are you a furry?
Wait, what?
Answer the question, Mr. Maaz. Are you a furry?
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Your Honor, I present to you evidence A.
Whoa, wait, what?
A Blu-ray edition.
No, hold on.
Of Zootopia!
Stop the video! I think of myself as a pretty open-minded person. Whenever a friend of mine tells me something different about themselves, I pretty much accept it wholeheartedly. Now, whilst you can tell me something, that doesn't mean I understand everything. You could walk up to me and say like,
Hey Maaz, I identify as cotton candy!
And I'd be like, oh my gosh, that's awesome. I could eat you right now and nobody would ever know.
Wait, what?
Oh, nothing. You do you, boo. And that's how I am with a majority of things. I'll support you unless it's like super illegal or sociopathic. But as a regular dude, sometimes I just don't understand. I won't ever shame people though, because they're usually pretty cool to talk to and at the very least deserve respect. Unless you like pineapple on pizza. You're disgusting. So one day I was sitting in class talking to a bunch of mates having a good time and she casually mentions,
Yeah, I'm really into cats.
To which I jokingly replied, Whoa, what are you, a furry? She didn't really use the internet that much, so she was like,
What's a furry?
Where do I begin? Now, I didn't actually know the definition back then, so I think I said something along the lines of, oh yeah, it's when you're like into animals and you dress up as them or something.
Oh. That's pretty weird. 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 That's pretty weird.
Is it weird? Because at that point, I'd been on the internet for like, what, 10 years? And I just accepted that furries exist. Like, I knew about the negative stigma, and I didn't go out of my way to like hate on them, but I didn't really try to understand what they were either. All I did was like casually roast my furry friends. But a few weeks ago, I ran a poll on Twitter and the community tab on my YouTube channel. Please hit the notification bell. YouTube isn't showing my videos to the sub box. And I wrote, hey fam, are you a furry? To which a large percent of you wrote, ew, gross, or what are furries? Dude, why do people love hating on furries? Let's all get together and explore what furries are together. I sound like Steve Irwin. Crikey. And to truly understand the furries, I'm gonna have to go all in. Finally, I get to reveal my duck sona.
Shouldn't you be a kangaroo because you're Australian?
What exactly are furries?
In my opinion, a furry is someone who likes anthropomorphic animals.
Right.
And identifies as a furry.
Okay. I like that because it does answer my own question. If you wear a Sonic costume, are you a furry? No, unless you identify as one. Next up with my research was the internet. Major props to these channels, boom, because they clarified it way better than Urban Dictionary and Wikipedia did. Furry, noun, adjective. In the broadest definition, someone who finds the idea of anthropomorphic, human-like animals in art, fiction, cartoons. Like, who cares? What are you on about? So, furries are actually the shortening of the term furry fandom. What are they a fan of? Well, they're actually a fan of
anthropomorphic.
That means that they enjoy human-like animals, like Robin Hood or Judy Hopps. It was hard for me to grasp at first, but it's kind of like, you know when you're watching a show or reading a comic book and you develop a
love for a certain series. Like how you adore some of the characters of Steven Universe, Shrek, or Sonic Forces. I'm kidding, nobody's a fan of Sonic Forces. What if you identify as mayonnaise? Then that means you're an instrument kin. Now, translate that same kind of giddiness to human-like animals, and you can understand where they're coming from. And in every single fandom, what do the really dedicated minority do to express their love?
They write erotic fanfic!
No, well, yes, but that's not what I've... They cosplay. They also cosplay. And that's the exact same principle for the furry fandom. Only a minority of them actually own fursuits because they're actually really expensive. Others just have like ears or a hat to show their love. It's all about you being you. I think that people view furries in a bad light because of two main reasons. Firstly, it's probably because of all the non-advertiser friendly things that's made, which is stupid to judge because every fandom has that. I've seen some things. Secondly, it may be due to the fursonas. Fursonas are kind of like alter egos or personalities. Furries tend to be more on the introverted side, so something like that helps them be a bit more confident, you know? But it's when you add a fursuit that people begin judging. So the general public look on with disgust, judging the fully grown adults wearing costumes. Oh, how disgusting. Come hither, Caitlin. Let us return to cosplaying Teen Titans Go. Now, after learning all about the furry fandom, I've gotta say, the large majority of them seem pretty harmless. For them, it's just fun and it helps them express themselves, you know? They're just normal people who enjoy human-like animals. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Because if I'm gonna be honest, I may have had a furry experience. Now listen, what did we just talk about? Alright, so I was at the cinemas one day with a bunch of mates to watch the movie Zootopia. And near the end, after like an hour of holding it in, I was just like, dang, that bunny's kind of thick, boy. I'm kidding. It was like halfway through. Zootopia is a great movie, but it may lead to some unintended side effects because when the movie ends, there's a dance sequence to the song Try Everything. Now, the gazelle, who was Shakira, her hips didn't lie. But the backup tiger dancers, man, I don't know what it is, but they were beckoning me, you know, and the way they look into my eyes and just, Wait, what am I doing? Wait, excuse me, Disney. Why are all the tigers gyrating like that? Why are they so visually appealing? Why are you doing this to me, Disney? And I'm gonna be honest, I genuinely rewatched the dance sequence, not only for the song, but also for the dancing tigers. But like when I was watching them dance, I was actually enjoying it. It was a dance, okay? I was only interested in the dance, not because of their tiger bodies. And their tight tiger clothes. Alright, beside that, I'm pretty sure I'm not a furry. And even if I was, does it really matter? There's a lot of anger around it, but I think a lot of it's just people bandwagoning their hate for furries. Like, you don't have to attack people just because they enjoy watching a few sexy tigers. Which, I mean, who can blame them? There's nothing that's really harmful about people being a furry. They're just having fun. So if you feel good about having a fursona and enjoy human-like animals, go wild. Alright, there you go, you wonderful furries. I accept you all. Except you, James. If you don't want to get a shirt but want to support me by other means, I do have a Patreon and Ko-Fi as well. The link's in the description. Alright, so I mentioned this in the video, but apparently my live streams and videos aren't showing up on people's subscription boxes. So I'd really appreciate it if you not only subscribe, but also hit the notification bell icon next to it as well. Thanks for watching, please get a mayo-proof shirt, and stay aMAAZing, everybody.
Maaz?
Hi, my name is Maaz, and I'm going to spin really fast. Roadworks ahead? I sure hope it does. Okay, so I can imagine the comments now. Like, yo, Maaz, why are you in the chair? Why is there a picture of a furry in the background? And to that I answer, your parents don't love you. And future Maaz, I've hacked my way here because past Maaz talked a lot and rambled all the time. Look at me, I think I'm so smart and I'm in a leather chair. Shut up, bro. So, future Maaz, I hear you ask, what's with you wearing this swanky looking hoodie and this mug? And that's because I've got some new merchandise over at my crab mate. This little design right here blends in with the shirt color and looks fashionable. You can actually wear it in public. So check it out, look in the description below for it. And I'm proud to announce that NordVPN has come back with me to sponsor this video and protect your data. They're an absolutely fantastic service and almost essential when it comes to data protection. So head on over to nordvpn.com/Maaz with the coupon code Maaz, M-A-A-Z, for 75% off a 3-year plan. So go check out the description for the link below. Well, I wanted to make this little video called Your Opinion my answers, or YOMA for short. Short for Yo Mama! This is where I take your hot opinions that is maybe a little controversial and I'll basically answer them, alright? Now, some of you might be like, yo, wait a second, Maaz, why don't you just call it my answers, your opinions, so you can be like Mayo for short. Mayo, get it, it's Mayo. And to that I answer, you're adopted. And to kickstart this, I made one tweet asking for those opinions. And I got way more than I thought I would. So the first response is, when you ask a community for ideas because you low-key don't have any. So the next response. Alright, so although I got like heaps of tweets and stuff, one person, a mate of mine actually by the name of Nate is Lame, provided dot points in which a lot of the other responses fit into, so I'm going to use his one as kind of like a guideline, and then I'll give my responses to each of them sequentially. Just a bit of context for those who don't know me. Hi, my name is Maaz and I've been involved with the community for around about 2 years now. I've witnessed the things that's been happening outside the community as well as inside the community, so that's why I think I can provide an interesting, different perspective to all of your questions. Keep in mind though, that whilst I have some knowledge about what's been happening in this community, everything that I state is opinion and should not be taken as 100% fact. So Nate said the genre is going stale. The genre is going stale. And my answer to that is yeah. It is. If you look within the animation community, I don't think you'll find many people who say, nah, we are perfect. Leave us the way it is, you peasants. Get away from me. Now, of course, a lot of people will, I think, agree that it's not as unique as it once was. And then we get into the next question, which is why? Why is that the case? So let me give you a quick history lesson, okay? So first and foremost, there was Swoozie and Domix. Bam, they used to make these animated short stories. They were really successful. They did a good job. Good on you guys. Now, then comes along James and Jaden, okay? James just having a success in his comics, Jaden having worked for iHas Cupquake, decide they want to make animated stories as well. James and Jaden then take the format established by Domix and Swoozie and then spin it to give their own style. So why am I bringing this up? Well, just to reiterate a little bit, James and Jaden saw what was working and applied their own spin to it to make new content. However, in doing so, along with the animation squad, they popularized this genre. So what ended up happening was that people tried to emulate exactly the style that they were doing instead of making it their own. Now, that's not a bad thing. When you're starting off, that's fine. And that's also not to everybody, because you've got, you know, Taz, Rebecca Parham, and Marichu, just to name a few, who are immensely successful and started off with their own very distinct style. But also, and I say this in an objective sense, Tim Tom and Something Else YT did start off very similar to the Odd Ones Out style. Not a negative thing, because they've obviously got their own style now, but they did. And because people are sticking to the same old formula and screaming, I'm the next Odd Ones Out! Instead of experimenting with the videos, causing people to find the content stale. Which leads on to the next point that Nate made, which was, I want story times about drugs and other PG-13 rated stuff. And he's not the only one who thought about this. A lot of people actually had this concern. I want more mature storytime animators. Now, this is linking back to the profits versus desire that I mentioned beforehand. The fact of the matter is, this entire genre is taking advantage of the change of YouTube. And unfortunately, with the algorithm today, we can't be as mature as we want. We can push the line. I definitely push lines. But unfortunately, if we talk about sensitive topics or put cuss words or put no-no words on our titles, we will get spanked by the yellow badge of demonetization on our dummy thick cheeks. Sometimes what we want is hampered by what we actually need, because at this current state, YouTube is a full-time job for certain people, and it's legitimately what puts food on their table. Would you really blame them if they followed the rules laid out by YouTube to maximize their income? And this leads on to the next thing of desire, because we want to push the boundaries. I don't think any animator is sitting down and saying, you know what? I'm perfect. Just don't talk to me. Don't ask me, please. No, of course not. No one thinks that. So there are examples of mature content channels like Bruce Stu, Salmonella, and Young Dawn, and like you can do that and that's fine, but it also traces back to just what is required. Animation's already a once a month thing, and so working on this for weeks and then having a cut of our income is just like, why would you do that? You know what I mean? Not to mention the people who want to remain family friendly as a role model to their audience, and there's nothing wrong with that. But on the flip side, older audiences also have the right to be like, look, this is baby content. What the frick? Give me some big boy stuff, man.
Oh yeah!
So I'm going to tackle two of Nate's points here, which is animators, including myself, need to work on making our voiceovers more sonically interesting and not so monotone, and there's too much focus on artwork and not enough on the storytelling aspect. And to that, I agree. This is one of the big things I say to people when they start off, okay? Animation storytelling has more emphasis on storytelling than animation. And I always give this example, okay? So if I made a video tomorrow and the story was about Bazza the kangaroo, okay? Would you watch it? Would you watch a story about a kangaroo named Bazza? No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't, okay? But then this 6-foot white marshmallow boy comes out with Harry the Moth, and everyone's like frothing over it, you know what I mean? Personality and the way you tell stories is more effective than the visuals. People know that his personality and the way he tells stories is so interesting, they're literally willing to watch a story about a moth. About a moth, people! It's a moth! So if you tell a story in an interesting and captivating way, not only will the audience start to like you as a personality, but they'll also be more willing to watch a video outside the niche genre that you're currently doing. Think about it like this. 2 new channels come and join our cozy little community and make storytime animation videos. One makes videos with amazing visuals, but kind of shoddy storytelling, whereas the other makes videos with stories that capture the audience, but with kind of rubbish artwork. So which one would you watch, okay? Because if you answer the one with better visuals and worse storytelling, how does it feel to have your pants on fire, huh? You stinking liar? You stinking liar? What are you gonna do? You gonna cry? You gonna cry? You gonna piss your pants? Maybe all of this leads on to the next point that Nate made, which was that the true potential of the medium hasn't been realized after all these years, and people are not taking full advantage of the freedom of animation. A fellow animator by the name of Andre Turbia also said this, where we don't realize the potential of the genre, they're too busy copying what works, and there needs to be more experimentation and patent breaking. This is repeated by a few more people as well. Now, this is an interesting thing because I generally agree that we do need more experimentation and patent breaking. But to say that it's not happening, or to say that majority of people are not doing it, is also, in my opinion, probably disingenuous to say. Because a lot of the established creators understand that to really stand out and to hold on to the test of time, they need to be more unique. And so that's why, slowly but surely, you've been seeing changes ever so slightly in their content. And for example, James, you know, the most popular, he talked about movies and PBS TV shows in his style. Even though that's not a story time, Jaden is now shifting a little bit of a focus to have more substantiative content, like, you know, mental health, anxiety. Rebecca Parham adding more of her theatricality, and those are storytime people who are trying to expand out. I think we do have to give credit to the people who are rising up, adding more spin to it, like Damplant for having more hypothetical content, like Zelinki for having more skit-based comedy, and Andre, I'm going to give you a little bit of credit here as well for having in the now subjective commentary. But it's also important to acknowledge that spins on this established genre. So Emirichu ditched the entire like comedic aspect. That's not to say that she's not funny, which she's not, no kidding. I'm just saying that she's now being more positive than anything else. Similarly, Sultan's sketches went for a storybook thing, and that's beautiful as well. Adding that little bit of spice is necessary, and I think that's what a lot of us are trying to do. Because if we go too abruptly and... I want a mango. Be right back, be right back.
Get it? I said abrupt changes. That's the joke. Whack!
Get a mango. Some people might be like, hey Maaz, you should cut your mango. I say no, I should peel this mango and eat it like a degenerate. Now where was I up to? We all want to move towards our desires without sacrificing the profit, right? If we make content that we want but too abruptly, without really a transition phase for the audience, you get a situation, and I mean this in the most objective way, like Tony V Toons, in which he shifted so dramatically to his musical content that he alienated a lot of his already established animated fan base. And that's a no-no.
By the way, if you haven't listened to his music yet, you totally should. I personally recommend Detached and Party Harvey because those have been playing on my Spotify playlist on loop for weeks now.
I've been all alone, body feeling numb. I've been doing so amazing.
I hate my life. What am I doing with my life?
So, do we need more patent breaking? Absolutely. And I've definitely got some things along my way. And I know a lot of people in the community who've got things going their way as well. So let's just see where it goes. And another thing that Nate mentioned was that how we should call ourselves cartoonists and not animators. Okay, so this question had me going on for like 5 minutes, and I'm not totally sure as to how I got here, but... Call me brown, call me white, call me mommy, call me daddy, I don't care. Just call me... Up to you. Okay, you. So Katzun, Obelskibum, and What mentioned that there's literally no style diversity when it comes to animation. With a few exceptions, there's a majority of have awkward personalities, and we just need to change the character designs. Now, interesting. Look, Kat, I love you, and you're one of my closest friends. But what are you talking about with regards to style? There's no style differences. Do you mean visual style? Do you mean storytelling style? I don't get it. So with the same personalities, yeah, look, I can get that. And we've talked about it before about them trying to copy some of the big boys. But with the observation that most of the animators are introverted or awkward, I'm not totally sure as to what else you would expect. It's a genre that requires people to stay indoors for days on end and drool over their tablets and hiss at the light. So it's no surprise that most of the people that come into it are awkward or introverted to some extent. That being said, there are a few exceptions, myself included, and I do understand the craving for something different than those underlying personality traits, but I'm sure that's gonna come with time, I'm sure. Now with regards to no style, that's an interesting thought. If you mean visual style, I've got to disagree with here. If you look at the established animators anyway, and compare Rebecca Parham to Jaden, to Errol Story, to Domix, to Ginger Pale, to Speechy, they've all got very distinct visual styles. And to say that it's all the same is frankly like a little bit naive. If you're talking about new creators or rising creators, then look, you can't be too harsh on them. They're just trying to do what works, and they're trying to see what works. I think none of us had a first video that we're exceptionally proud of, okay? My one was utter garbage. Similarly, Haiti and Christina mentioned that there's too many people that copying color templates. I've also got to give you a hard disagree here. So what I'm going to do is place 5 color schemes here, okay? And I want you to answer in the comments, who do you think it is? If you get it right, then fantastic. If you didn't, whatever. But if you are able to distinguish who the creator is based on the color alone, they've succeeded. But if you're talking about new creators or rising creators, then one of the things I can tell you if you're watching, get a color scheme. Get a few colors that you think will remind people of you and stick with it, okay? You basically own a color. You put a little picket in it and go, mine! Maybe one of you guys should go mango orange. That might work. So this person said, why are the younger animes underrated? And they linked a bunch of people like Swoosh and Adini, etc. I don't think they are underrated. You linked people who have 100,000 subscriber channels. They're very rated. That's a good amount. As regards to why they may not be as popular as some of the more established creators, I think I would refer to Alex's comment, which is that I really enjoy watching storytime animations by older YouTubers because they've had more experience and more time in life and more time to reflect and laugh at their mistakes rather than just ranting. I'm 21, I'm not even that old. But, like, if I rant to you about a crappy class I had, you know what I mean? That's an entertaining story. But if I rant to you about a crappy class I had and what I could have done to make it better, oh, bon appetit! You know, it's just like, it's just so much better like that. Easier. Signatelli says that the only way for a newcomer to have any kind of success in the storytime animation is if they're lucky enough to score a collaboration with the odd ones out. Now, I'm going to give you a disagree here. Not a hard disagree, but a disagree here. Is it true that if you collab with James, there's a chance of success? Yes, but it's important to know that it is just a chance. There have been many people who have collabed with James, but not blown up. That's probably more common than people blowing up because of James. And look, I can't disagree. A lot of people, including myself, have initially gained success from working with James. There are a few people in the community who, after working with James, have not been able to maintain that newfound subscriber boost and actually plateaued or even died because of it. I'd actually say if you are unable to pull off a collab, it's probably more harmful to your channel than anything, because now YouTube thinks that you're able to pull off those numbers all the time, but then you release a new video and it's not able to pull off their numbers. Then what do you do? What do you do then? And so you really need to be able to create engaging videos as well as foster a loyal community after the collab to really maintain that momentum. But with that being said, I don't think you need a collab to succeed. Because even with the most recent people who have blown up within the community, such as Emi Richu, Sultan Sketches, Illymation, Kurt Ritchie, Alex's Corner,
none of them have collab with the old ones out. So no, you don't have to have James within your videos to succeed. You just need to make something unique to really stand out above the other channels.
There's just so much, and I've been recording for an hour. Like, this is just gonna be a nightmare to edit, okay? So I think I'm gonna stop it there. So if you have any more hot takes, any more controversial opinions, any more spicy thoughts, tweet it at me under the hashtag Yoma. Your opinions, my answers, and let's just talk about let's just talk about it, guys. Let's just talk about it. And I'll eat another mango in the next video.
Hacked again. Now that I've got access to past Maaz's data, I can help you protect yours. And thankfully, I've got NordVPN to help out with that. But Maaz, I hear you ask, why do I need a VPN? Well, even though you may not be a celebrity or a government agent, did you know that your data is valuable to third parties and hackers like myself? Hacker mode initiate. I'm in. And that your internet service provider actually tracks your data and could use it for that regard? Isn't that scary? So what VPNs do is that they encrypt your data as you go online so that you can remain private. Almost like an internet firewall. And with NordVPN, it's got over 5,000 super speedy servers in 62 countries, so you can actually enjoy whatever content for whatever country anytime you want. And that way you can make sure that some sneaky beaky brown boy isn't getting into your search history. So if you head on over to the description below to nordvpn.com/Maaz with the coupon code MAAZ, Maaz for short, you can try this risk-free for a month and get 75% off a 3-year plan along with an additional month. This is just for you, baby. And if you are interested, please make sure to click on the link in the description below.
So thank you so much for you listening to my opinions over me eating a mango, and I hope that we can keep doing this and give me more mangoes. Alright, laters, and stay aMAAZing. Roadworks ahead, I hope. Oh, this mango is so good. God, okay, I get it, stay on, okay. So, I want to make it more interesting though. Okay, let me redo that, so I'm gonna do the more interesting. I just don't care. Call me what you want. Call me mommy, call me mayo mommy.
Order in the court. James, you need help. TikTok is so bad for you, dude.
Excuse me?
Your Honor, arrest this man. Arrest this guy. It's like that scene from the Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Send him to the principal's office and have him expelled.
And the Vine Boom sound effect plays
10 times. Thanks, Zaid. Hi, my name is Maaz, and welcome back to TikTok Court. This is a sequel to the video James and I made over on The Odd Twos Out, where I gushed about how much I love TikTok and argued against James, a certified hater. Now, not to spoil the video, but after showing him some quality TikToks, I managed to convince him to make his own account. And then he got more followers than me. But here's the plot twist. Over the years, James became more and more obsessed with TikTok and now regularly doom scrolls, whereas I was horrified about what was happening with TikTok, and now I'm the certified hater. The roles have been reversed, so now it's time for our long overdue argument, where we compare TikToks to prove our points and then decide who's in the right. You guys are the real judges, so make sure to comment on who you agree with. And now,
no longer like TikTok anymore? I think that's what people are saying?
Let it be known, I fucking hate TikTok, okay? Let me just start off by saying I used to love TikTok. I used to be the biggest fan of it. You can watch the previous episode. Things have changed on TikTok.
Can you give me a list of like what has changed? Like what are the top 3 changes?
The content itself has become very formulaic. The actual impact that TikTok and shorts have on people's minds, so bad. Terrible. The last thing is, I just find like it's not as funny anymore.
That might be a sign of age, but who's to say?
No, wait, I'm young. I'm still hip and cool. Look at me. I've got like the denim jacket that says Maaz on it.
Oh, is it a VidCon jacket?
It is a VidCon jacket. But I went to VidCon US last time. James and I bought this matching milk and cookies necklace.
Oh, no.
Yeah, now James is panicking. Yeah, exactly. So I bought the milk and then James got the cookie. And then when I went over, I was like, James,
Your Honor, this is irrelevant from TikTok.
Before this video comes out, I'm gonna make a TikTok about this. The editor can put this in. Zayn, put this in. Why are you now addicted to TikTok? What's going on there?
Addicted to TikTok?
It's hearsay. Objection.
I forgot if I told you this little factor or something. I've had to set a timer on my phone. TikTok is only for 20 minutes. How much a week do you go on TikTok?
0. I hate TikTok.
You really hate TikTok.
I do not go on TikTok anymore.
Are you more of an Instagram Reels guy? I get it.
I don't use Instagram Reels. I do use YouTube Shorts. shorts. I will not lie. I won't lie. Listen, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm better. I'm not.
Here's something that I did for this video. Went through my TikTok likes, found myself in like a bunch of different categories of TikToks, right? First category is dogs. If you wanna watch some dog TikToks, I got some dog TikToks.
Yeah, let's do it. Are you gonna share screen?
If I share my screen, that means you're gonna see something.
Oh my God, okay.
Look at this, dog friends with raccoon. This is my kind of TikTok.
Oh, that is so cute. Oh my God.
What do I like about TikTok? When else would I get to see a video of a dog making friends with the raccoons?
Okay, that's so cute. Okay, Your Honor, he may be cooking.
I guess this is gonna be a tiny window into my soul of like, this is what my TikTok page is looking like. What about you, Maaz?
Now I feel guilty. You can't just show me a cute dog and be like, Your Honor, here's a cute dog. I'm like, what? Come on, man.
He hates the cute dogs.
I don't have a problem with dog videos. I don't have a problem with like cute content in general. I think what my issue is, people have started to just like narrow down and hyper fixate on what works to get attention.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure you've seen this, but it's like the TikToks in which you have speed running of a game on one half, slime cutting video on the second half.
Stim videos.
It is the definition of absolute filthy slop. Each of them gets like millions of views because people are entranced with the video.
There is a problem with those TikToks getting 1 million views.
Yeah.
It is someone here's fault, actually. And it's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's your fault.
It's you.
You are the ones watching this slop. So then the slop does well, and then people go, oh, slop does well, I'll just make more slop.
Yeah.
I kind of get what you're saying, Maaz.
Slop. Just pointing at the audience. The audience does a crying through the screen. Put your food down.
You know what I do when I see a TikTok that I really don't like? One that makes me go, ugh, hit the little button that says not interested.
Oh, you actually do that?
Sometimes when I'm on my 20 minutes of TikTok a day, I'm like, haha, cute dog, haha, cute frog. And then it's a millennial dancing. There's no joke. Ugh, and then I like, not interested. Wait, do you have an example of some slop?
The onus is on Zaid to do this because I knew that if I started watching slop to find it for this video, that would be all I would see. It's something that everybody has definitely seen on TikTok, but to search for it, I was like, whoa, I actually can't find it.
You know what would be a fun experiment if we like got on a incognito window, went on TikTok and just saw what like the first TikToks they recommend.
Let's do this at the end because that's a great idea. That's an awesome idea.
Do you want to know what I'm watching?
I do.
Look at this.
Don't blow it out. Happy birthday to
The comedic timing is so good on that one.
That is so good.
I like want to watch it again.
Happy
Don't blow it out.
birthday
Like the hair blowing her hair back.
That comedic timing is just impeccable. If I got better TikToks that are more comedic, then that would be fine. Because the point that I'm making is like, TikTok is like not terrible. I'm not just gonna sit here and say that it's now the worst platform in the world. I'm just saying that the overall quality has definitely just gone so far down that it's not even comparable to what it used to be. But I'm sure that the people who are still making good content are still on the platform, so I'm sure that there is good ones here and there. I've got one to show you, James.
Okay.
Sultan sent me this, okay? And I just feel like this is relatable for you.
I'm already reading the caption and I'm like, all right.
You don't get it?
Maaz, you're gonna have to explain this one to me. What's
That's just so funny you don't get it. So like, I don't know if that's a green or red flag. It's swinging the light like how cats follow the light. So they're like swinging it around because they're the furry.
Not to like joke shame, but it should have been like a laser pointer or something, right?
But then what doctor is shining a laser into a patient's eye?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Show me another one, Maaz. No, it's just the alarm clock sound.
That's all it is. Like, this guy is giving it 110%, and it's just a Samsung audio. That's all it is.
Do you think that TikTok would have done good on Vine?
Ooh, that's an interesting one.
Vine also felt different.
I don't think so, because Vine was like so short, 6 seconds. You had to be punchy. Watching the Vine compilations, I have no nostalgia at all, but they were so funny.
Especially in a short amount of time too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's such a fumble. Like, the bag was fumbled so bad with Twitter closing it down. Not that Twitter has ever actually gotten the bag. They just fumble constantly in a row.
Let me ask you a TikTok related question.
James, how many people are in the room with you?
They're in my skin! Have you ever seen a TikTok or just come across a YouTube short where you're like, that person put in a lot of time into that and I'm gonna go check out their stuff. Wow, they have so many other creative things. I'm gonna give them a follow. Like, does that still happen?
I feel like TikTok shorts, Instagram reels, they succeed because you remove the choice aspect of it. You click on the platform and you get served whatever content the algorithm thinks you like. As a consequence though, I never had this inclination of, oh, I love this creator, I'm gonna support and click and watch them. I just scroll and keep going and keep going and keep going, you know?
See, no, that's exactly what happened to me. There was this account, took their pug on bike rides, and I would see it sometimes. And I'm like, you know what? I wanna see pugs and bike rides, so I followed them. I don't even know what their name is. I'm like, it's the pug and bike channel, you know?
Because of that, I feel like TikTok creators are no longer being as recognizable, more so for their content. When VidCon pivoted to having TikTok as the primary video creator and had TikTokers doing meet and greets, I think it's been very well established now that there was like nobody in those lines.
It's so weird though, because they have the numbers though, right?
There was people who had like multiple million followers on TikTok, and when it came to people showing up, no one did, like 1 or 2 max. But I think when you have a platform that removes the ability for creators to build this loyal fan base, it makes it really hard to go out of that platform. Notice how a lot of the big TikTokers, they've pivoted to other platforms straight away.
Yeah, exactly.
TikTok economy is bad, like the money that they give is bad. That's one of the reasons why I moved to YouTube Shorts.
This isn't an attack on TikTok. This is a promotion for YouTube Shorts.
No,
As a doctor,
Your Honor.
you recommend YouTube Shorts. Is that what I'm hearing?
I prescribe 10 YouTube Shorts.
YouTube Short definitely still have the stim videos.
People hacking into people's attention is always going to be a thing, regardless of shorts, long form, streaming, etc., right?
Hacking into their attention. Oh, that's a good way of putting it. You know what I noticed about the slop? They still take forever to get to the point.
Yes!
I've gotten YouTube slop for like animation. Like, these animators worked on Lilo and Stitch and they had a secret hack. You know, animation takes a long time, but in these animators, they did something crazy. Let me tell you what they did. I'm gonna tell you what they did right now. It's like, I want to bring it back to the stim videos.
Okay.
Because I found one where I think the stim video actually adds to it.
Yeah, I was at the race. I saw him at the race where he broke off.
And it just goes on like that for like over a minute.
Okay, but that's not even a stim video. That's
a satire on traditional stim videos.
Yes, it's a satire. It's ironic. That's absolutely up my alley. That is so funny. You know what? Maybe you've turned me around. You've turned me around.
One of my sections for TikToks that I was picking out, TikToks to send to the partner.
Like, what would you send to your partner?
Wait.
I love the goose. Ooh.
That's Goose Rave.
They do not care at all, dude. That's so crazy. I want to watch more. I want to watch more of the other one. What the? That frog is blazed, bro. Like, that guy is gone.
It's just a vibe, dude.
I'm curious then, if you've got like all this love for it, why did you put a limit on it? You said you have like a 20-minute timer or something like that?
I would go on it for too long, and it got to a point where I was like, yeah, it's another picture of a frog, another picture of a dog.
Did you find yourself spending too much time? Like, you just like lost yourself completely?
Yeah, that was very easy to do. Just endlessly scroll, you know?
I think people intuitively know that TikTok is very bad for their attention span. There was a really interesting study when they asked a lot of the Gen Z, Gen Alpha millennials of which platform that they were least satisfied with. Number one answer was TikTok, and about like 50 to 60% from memory said that they were not happy with TikTok as a platform.
Wow.
But what's also interesting is on that list of satisfaction, they were very satisfied with YouTube as a platform. Does that surprise you at all?
I'm not surprised that you're shilling out for YouTube again, but...
This video is sponsored by YouTube. They found that the people who spent more time on YouTube Shorts, Reels, TikToks, like the short form content that was given to you, had a much higher rate of having ADD-like symptoms, like not specifically ADHD, inability to focus on tasks, demotivating quickly, difficulty with maintaining focus. When you've got an option on your phone that will give you instant dopamine, it gets really hard to convince yourself, oh, if I do this homework that's due in 2 weeks, I'll be really happy, but in the long term. Like, it's hard for you to equate that.
I want the dopamine now.
Exactly. There was this Reddit thread that I found. Hey guys, do you know of any songs that are must listens? Like, I just find myself skipping songs. We were having that discussion about albums. Like, which album has no skips? Now people are saying which songs have no skips. That is a 3-minute commitment that you are not able to make. That is crazy. When I was really into short form content and TikTok and stuff, 2 minutes into a conversation, someone's pouring their heart out, I would start tuning out.
Oh.
That's when I had this like moment. I was, oh my God, I need to stop watching TikTok. Like, it's actually ruining my ability to be a functional human.
When you quit TikTok, you're missing out on some really big bangers.
That is insane. Oh my God. I don't even know what you needed to search to find that. Like, that's
the thing is you don't search. They just appear on your phone and you watch it and then it goes away from your life.
You've got good TikToks. You actually, your algorithm back when we did it first time was trash.
Let's look at this TikTok.
Oh.
I gotta put away their Halloween decoration. Let me show you another TikTok.
Oh, no.
Let me show you like a bunch of TikToks.
Oh, no. Oh, gosh.
Sometimes I think it's just people that have black cats are like, hey, we can make a cute video with our black cat.
On one hand, what's the spectrum between copying and problematic copying and just like ripping people off?
And then doing a trend.
Exactly, you know? It's the same thing as like in the community, the random thoughts. I wouldn't say that's copying people. People came up with their own thoughts. It was like a trend, right? This leans more towards copying.
They're trying to do the same punchline. Here's a good one. Palette cleanser.
Found this toy shovel at Target I thought I could upgrade. So first, I'm putting a brand new blade on it. That's pretty good, but I think it can be better. Next, I'm going to replace the handle with a brand new handle.
Oh my God.
Looks like we just made this shovel better. What do you think?
He turned a toy shovel into that. All the comments were like, can you help me fix my ancient Greek boat?
That is so funny. That's a great comment section.
Yeah,
like,
it's great.
They're making an obscure Ship of Theseus joke. That is so sick.
But like, I think most people would get that.
Do you think most people know what the Ship of Theseus is, James? What are you talking about? So good.
Maaz approved. Your Honor, he likes TikTok again.
Not gonna lie, I kind of did. I've got one original one that I want to show you as well.
Hey, how are you?
They're Australian.
Hey, Don Fraser, you good? Hey.
Hey, this is my cousin Rory.
Hey, mate, how you going?
Yeah, good mate. Nice to meet you. This is your place? It's nice, eh?
It's alright, eh?
I'm so invested in the story.
Alright.
Right, mate. You're alright?
Is that guy serious? Like, I haven't even met him.
I like the idea of like a handshake having that high stakes, you know?
Do you get TikToks of people making fun of millennials?
I do.
I don't think I'm allowed to say that something's cooked. Dude, that's so cooked. Like, I can't. I think I just butchered that too. And like,
Your Honor, James is cooked. James is cooked,
James
Your
is
Honor. The thesis of my statement is not so much that TikTok is all bad and shorts are all bad. My thesis statement is shorts inherently carry a lot of harm. People get addicted and keep doom scrolling. I also think TikTok as a platform doesn't do enough for their creators and doesn't push as many good videos as it should. And I find that Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts are a lot better in that regard.
Okay, counter argument. Here is a TikTok that I made.
I love these TikToks.
Hark! An evil demon worm is destroying the village! Fear not, villagers! Harketh! It's Blorbo the Dragon Rider! He'll save us! All right, Sephiriah. Ingest that heathenous creature! So she gonna eat it? No, yeah, this is just, give her a second. Almost.
What I really like about making TikToks and YouTube Shorts is that it tickles the part of my comic making brain that I had all those years ago, where I would think of a joke, I just want to tell the joke and then leave. This idea came for me because I was like, what if dragons acted just like normal lizards? This Dragon Rider one, I don't even know if it would work in comic form. There was just so much like acting and little like details that we could add with animation. So I'm also like being able to like tell jokes that I wouldn't have even been able to tell with, you know, comics. My response, my rebuttal is that I like making TikToks and
Aww. Well, that's like so wholesome. Like, what am I gonna say to that? I guess if you enjoy it, then that's fine, right? Like, at the end of the day, I'm just a dude. Like, I'm not gonna be sitting here being like, no one can ever enjoy a TikTok. I think with anything in life, there's harms, there's benefits. If you do it in moderation, it'll be okay.
Before we do any consensuses, what if we look at TikTok incognito?
Let's do that.
This will be the final judgment. This will be the universe giving it's kind of like a tarot card reading.
This is a brand new algorithm. We don't
right.
know anything at all. This is what people are being served when they step onto the platform, okay?
I see. I don't think we were the demographic.
Bianca, okay, where you from?
Alice Springs.
Alice Spring. And you?
Alice Springs.
Okay, today I'm gonna ask you guys, I wanna learn your language, okay?
This is an actual educational one.
Well, this is like a very educational one about learning languages, okay? Fashion.
Fashion about between Gen Z and Millennial? Ooh.
What is this?
Oh, so this is just work safety videos with creepy music?
I think it's work safety videos, but I think it appeals to people like like me, who like, I don't know. It's like,
it like, and also it's just, since it's animated, they can get away with like really messed up stuff, you know?
Some of them look like it's CGI. What do you mean some? What are you talking about?
So wait, what was the consensus?
I didn't love that.
You didn't walk away a better person?
No. If the intent of you joining TikTok is just to relax and watch some silly videos, that's completely fine, right? Like, that is absolutely okay. If you love dances, that's fine. If you love fashion, that's fine. I actually think TikTok as an algorithm did well in what we saw. It gave you one of every different genre, so that whatever you like, you click on it, and then they'll give you more of that genre. Fashion, art, educational, comedic-ish. But the fact that they do that to prey on you and like try to give you more and then keep you scrolling for longer, don't know if I love it.
I think there's a phrase that we can say to pretty much everything, which is, you know, it's all about that balance.
The audience is the judge, and so they're gonna leave comments about who is in the right, and obviously it's me. So I just feel like if we keep shortening our brains, we're basically doomed as a civilization, like the Doomlings. I am an absolute board game nut, and I've been building up my collection over the years, but the problem that I've been having now is that I'm too into board games, so I can't even play some of the ones that I own, which leads me to looking for more accessible games that I can play with all my friends, like Mafia. And that's where Doomlings come in, because it's honestly become one of my new favorite card games. It's lighthearted, whimsical, and perfect for 2 to 6 players. It's genuinely super easy to learn, especially with the Doomlings in 60 seconds video, so you can get everyone up to speed and playing immediately. Oh, I wish other games had that. Doomlings also has its own depth and strategy to it, which is why my friends and I keep coming back. It's easy to set up like Uno, playful like Pokemon, but has a strategic component like Munchkin to keep everybody invested, even if you did have ADHD from TikTok. The aim of the game is to score the most points by the end of the world, by building up traits and evolving these cute little Doomlings over the rounds or ages, before catastrophe strikes and the world is over. Strong thumbs up from me. I love this kind of stuff. Now is the best time to try Doomlings out for yourself. For a limited time, head on over to doomlings.com and use the code aMAAZing20 and you'll get 20% off your entire order. So make sure to click on the link right here or on the description below to get Doomlings for yourself. Thank you for sponsoring this video. Thank you patrons and members for helping support this channel. And thank you, James, for joining me.
No problem, Maaz. This is a lot of fun.
If you like his comics, if you like his shorts, if you like his videos, make sure to check him out and subscribe.
Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Bye, everyone. Love you. And stay TikToky. Hey, Andy.
Oh, hey.
Guess what?
What?
I ruined someone's marriage.
Yeah! Let's go!
Hi, my name is Maaz, and I'm going to be playing Never Have I Ever with Andy from Ice Cream Sandwich.
I'm Andy.
Andy, did you know? I heard if you say subscribe and like in the video, the buttons glow. Does it glow? Can you comment if it glows, chat? Because if it does, then subscribe. Like. So never have I ever ruined someone's relationship or marriage.
I don't like to play Cupid, so I don't jump into things like that.
Have you done anything
something to kind of just ruin their day, maybe.
I generally stay out of people's business.
Andy, you are such a good person. Like, you...
Maybe I am perfect. You know what? Yeah, maybe I'm great.
I wrote this down because I thought you would also maybe not be as good of a person, and and you're just like, no, I'm a very well-adjusted, normal person. So there was this one moment in which I got invited to a birthday party at this really fancy restaurant where we walk in, and it's like stereotypical movie, right? Chandeliers, 1,000 thread count silk cloth, the waiting staff were all in like tuxedos. Like, it was crazy, and all of that was like way too high class for me. I am like middle class to the T, right? And so as we're sitting there, I'm sitting at the end of the table, and I can hear behind me, there's a couple that's just like, oh my God, we tied the knot, like married life is gonna be crazy. And I was like, oh, cringe.
Love you.
And so later on in the party, they're like, all right, let's stand up to kind of say happy birthday. And I, unfortunately, stood up a bit too quickly, and the really fancy silk cloth that was everywhere got caught on my chair, and it just started tipping backwards. It was in slow motion. I could see it falling, and I knew that it was gonna cause trouble. And I looked back, and I was like, man, this is gonna make such a good video. And so so if it fell on the floor, it would have been fine, but it fell on the ice tray, and it had all this fancy ice. But what I didn't think about was underneath that, they had a mechanism to collect the water. So it was just essentially a huge bucket of water, and the chair tipped onto that, which tipped like a domino, and it completely drenched the couple that was sitting right behind us. And I turn around, it was a guy in a wedding suit, and the girl was basically wearing a wedding dress, and they were completely doused. Just completely. And she just starts sobbing.
Oh, no.
She's bawling, makeup running down her face.
No.
And so the guy, very reasonably, was so upset. He was so mad at me. He started cursing, he started swearing. And this is the moment, Andy. This is the moment where I turned into a psychopath, where I look at him and I was like, well, unfortunately the water is now on you, and I can't really do anything about that. So I'm really sorry, but not much I can do. So I think I went too logical, too cold, too quickly, because I think that really just pissed him off way more. He got really inflamed. And like the waiters, to their credit, they swooped in the middle. And they were like, come here, we'll get you a new table, we'll replace everything in your meal. Like, they really covered 100%. I definitely ruined that day. This is a story that they're gonna tell about this random YouTube kid who just doused them in water. And I was not a nice guy.
You cold bitch. To like douse somebody, I mean by accident for sure, but then turn to them and be like, tough nuts, dude, is crazy.
The worst part is, like, you've seen me. I'm not usually that cold. Like, I think of myself as someone who's able to carry themselves socially. But I don't know what happened. I was so scared that I froze up, and I just, like, detached completely. I was like, man, sucks to suck, man. Never have I ever missed a flight.
I have never. I've never missed a flight. I am punctual. I am on time. That's actually not true. That's very not true.
I was going to say that is out of branding. That is not true.
That is not true at all. Surprisingly, I've never missed a flight. If there was one time, it was really close, but it was just the airline's fault.
Okay, so it's everyone's fault but your own.
That is correct. Usually when things go wrong, it's not my fault.
I love being punctual to flights. I come early if possible, except when I don't. So I get pretty antsy about checking in even a day or two early. Before the flight, you gotta check in, make sure everything's ready to go. There was one day in particular, I just didn't do that. I don't know what went through my head, just didn't do it. And then I went to the airport, to the front desk to drop my baggage, and they're like, oh, you haven't checked in, and it's like within 45 minutes, and so we're not gonna check you in.
What?
And I was like, I just need to get on the plane, and you know I'm right here. I am physically here now.
Yeah.
And they're like, look, you know, you just didn't make the check-in time. You can't go.
What?
I was like, literally, the plane is, I can see the plane, and it hasn't started boarding yet.
Yeah.
Why would you stop me? I am going to call her out. Paula, I remember your name. I got traumatized by this. But I remember her turning to me and was just like, there is no world in which you are getting on this plane today. Like, she said that.
That's insane.
That's insane.
That is an insane thing to say.
And then I murdered her. No, sorry. In my mind, it didn't make any reasonable sense. The plane is there. Yes, I haven't checked in, but there should be no barriers for me to get on. And so I just went through security, went to the gate, which had not started boarding yet. And then I went up to the front desk right in front of the gate, and they were like, oh, you haven't checked in? I was like, oh, really? That's weird. And they're like, okay, it's okay. We checked you in. Here's your boarding pass.
Let's go.
As I was leaving the plane, I remember just looking out the window and watching the airport get smaller and be like, Paula, screw you. Like, I got on. Like,
yeah. Eat that, Paula.
Here I am.
That's fantastic. Like, she must have had just some kind of like vendetta. Like, I just want to ruin somebody's day. People board late all the time. Like, they get to the airport and they're like super late. They get through security and then like everybody's already boarded, run up, they're all sweaty, and they get on the plane. It's fine. To like stonewall you before the plane even is boarding is, I've never heard of that. She must have had just like a vendetta for you.
Never have I ever gotten injured. There's this one story I was gonna make, and I was like, no one would care about me getting hurt. And then I saw everyone making videos about them getting hurt. I'm like, oh, they love it. Essentially, there was like a moment in time where I was really into parkour.
I remember that. I remember the parkour era.
I was definitely in it. Imagine a dumb 10-year-old, 11-year-old kid running around thinking he's doing parkour. But I know for a fact if I was to just like put a camera to that period of time, I was just running, right?
It's like kind of like touching a wall, like,
And so what was funny is like we all did that for a long time. And then one day, a few years later, I was outside on a balcony of a house. Out of nowhere, I just turned to my friends and was like, hey, should I jump off? And everyone's like, oh, yeah, let's do that. And so I jumped off the balcony.
oh my God.
And so as I did that, I realized mid-air that there was 3 things that were different here. One was not wearing shoes, just didn't have any sort of footwear.
Oh.
Secondarily, was not jumping on grass like I usually do. It was concrete.
Oh my God, Maaz.
Lastly, I was a lot bigger and did not remember to tuck in my knees. So it was like, okay guys, watch this.
Oh my God.
Oh no. I look up and I'm like expecting my friends to do the same, but very reasonably they're just like, let's not do that.
Yeah. Did you break anything?
So I sprained both feet.
That's insane. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That nothing was broken on concrete.
I think like my foot's a little bit deformed, but it's like it never broke.
Parkour. I was thinking about my parkour era. It also ended in injury, but not even close to what you did.
What do you mean? Like, what do you do?
More or less started and ended in the same day. So I would like watch a lot of videos. I'm like, this is so cool. You could get anywhere and escape anyone. Though I had no plans to escape whatever. I spent a lot of my time.
What were you escaping from, Andy?
Nothing.
Like,
Absolutely. Like 0 things. Like, but like in my brain, I was like, oh, it'd be so cool to like run, I guess, with style. And so like I was watching all these videos. I'm like, this is so cool. And eventually I looked up tutorials, and a big staple of parkour is to like roll into something. You have to like lead with your shoulder and then roll effectively. And so like I had like a little rug on my room that I would like practice on, and I would lead with my shoulder, and I did pretty well. And I was like doing that and like for a couple of hours, and I got kind of good at it. But then one of the times I messed up a little bit, I led with my shoulder and landed dead on my shoulder. It hurt really bad, and I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. And then I stopped. That's it. I'm not really tough. I'm not a tough guy. And you know what? Hearing your story kind of makes me glad.
You didn't continue? Yeah, okay. I'm glad that my pain helped other people. Never have I ever used a fake ID or a fake badge.
It's just anything?
For anything.
I am an honest and law-abiding citizen. I do not break rules.
That's crazy. Really, never?
No, not to get into places I shouldn't be, not to get substances I shouldn't have. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know how to acquire that kind of thing.
You just draw one, Andy. You just draw one.
Just here you go, sir.
I guess, like, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, as a non-American person, but is it not like a rite of passage to get like a fake ID to acquire certain substances, or is that?
Yeah,
not?
I wouldn't say rite of passage, but I would say it's like not unheard of.
Right.
I think if somebody has a fake ID, it's definitely not like a, it's like a, oh, okay, you're around that age. It's like, I'm not surprised.
That's great. I'm so happy that you're so law-abiding.
Yeah.
I definitely am as well. So that's great to hear.
Our slates are clean.
Our slates are so clean. Hypothetically.
Why'd you say that? It's so suspicious.
I feel like I'm like learning the hard way that everybody I get on to talk to is a much better person than I am. Like, this is concerning for me.
Yeah.
I'm also a law-abiding citizen. I just want to get that out. Ignore the previous video in which I said I wasn't.
I don't do well with authority, and I get all like, when people are like, what did you do? Even if I didn't do anything wrong. My nervous system gets all freaked out. I feel bad. And like, even with security, it's like, you're not a real like enforcer of the law. Like, whatever. You can walk away. You can't detain me. It's illegal.
Would you do that? I have a feeling you wouldn't do that.
But I wouldn't.
Though.
I don't have the, no.
Yeah.
I would just be like, I'm sorry.
I would be shocked if I was with you and you were like, hey, you can't detain us. You're not real.
I know my rights.
I don't know my rights. He does.
No, I think I like certainty. If I can get away with something, if I was more certain and it's like harmless and it's really not like taking away from somebody else's experience, that's my big line, is that like if it's at the expense of somebody else.
So if you didn't get caught, you would take it.
Yeah.
Get him, officer! Get him!
No!
Now, Andy, I'd love to tell you about how I faked convention badges, or about my parents' reaction to jumping off a balcony, and then you can tell me about how you nearly broke your knees.
Hardcore.
All of these stories and even more high-quality content are available for all of you to watch over on Nebula, the premium streaming service and the sponsor for this video. Nebula is an independent, creator-led streaming platform that hosts some of the highest quality content out there on the internet. This is the platform that really pushes creators to make new, ambitious, exciting content for all of you to watch. I have always been open about the fact that my popular Mafia series was only created with the support provided by Nebula. And if you wanted to watch an extended on-camera version of the previous Mafia rounds, they're up exclusively on Nebula. Along with that, you can watch all of my videos earlier and ad-free over on Nebula, as they'll be uploaded there on Nebula first. So, hypothetically, if I were to have another Mafia video with a new animator, it would be on Nebula first before anywhere else. And no, it's not just my content. You'll also get access to some phenomenal exclusive shows on Nebula, such as Let's Play Outside by my friend TheAMaazing. It's a show that simulates gaming live streams about fascinating and terrifying creatures. I've watched one about like the mantis pid. It's an insect that has features from both a mantis and a wasp. Yes, it is just as horrifying as it sounds. To watch everything that I've just mentioned and so much more, use my link nebula.tv/TheAMaazing, spelt just like this, to get 40% off the annual rate, which is half of what you would have to pay monthly anyway. This is a massive steal for a great service, so once again, head on over to nebula.tv/TheAMaazing or click on the link in the description below for 40% off the annual rate. Thank you again, Nebula, for always supporting TheAMaazing, and thank you also to my patrons and channel members. Alright, Andy, thank you so much for joining me for this video.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Good content. Thanks, Timmy. Hello, Maaz speaking.
We've got Timmy.
What? He was just... You animals, what do you want?
I think it's quite clear what I want. Can I? Can I
please collab with you on my channel?
Hi, my name is Maaz, and I'm going to teach you how to work with your favorite YouTubers.
This video is sponsored by Wix.
I've been doing this YouTube thing for about 4 years now, and it's been one crazy ride. Just like any other job though, it's got its fair share of ups and also its fair share of downs. But you know what the craziest part about this entire YouTube thing is? It's the concept—
The fans?
Wait, huh?
Fame and money?
Well, yeah, kinda.
Fan fiction between you and your friend?
Okay, stop it! Stop it! It's actually all of the messages that I get from people asking to collab or work with me. I remember back when I used to be a smaller YouTuber, I always looked up to some of my favorite creators. And I was like, I can't wait to work with them. And so the idea that some of you guys have the same reaction for me and want to work with me is like, dang. The answer is no. Get lost. And this weird feeling only got even more bizarre when I asked people in a video to help work with me on my animations. So not only did I have an influx of collabs, but now I also started to get job requests coming through from like talented people. Oh my gosh. This is beautiful. But whilst I think most of you guys have the best intentions, I also think some of you guys need to learn how to never send emails again, because spaghetti-o, they're really weird. I get that some of these emails are from kids, but since schools are cancelled, I'll have to be the one to step up and teach you the do's and don'ts when it comes to working with your favorite YouTuber, or at the very least not coming across as a total weirdo. When I asked people to send in applications to work with me, I was going at it in the most adult, professional way possible. I made a new email, I was sending tests to people I shortlisted, and I even wore a tie. This one's my favorite. But despite all of that, I guess other people didn't think like that, because I strangely got a lot of emails from people asking me to teach them about the job that they're applying for. Saying stuff like, yo, if you teach me the techniques, I'd be perfect. Or, hey, could you give me the program for me to learn? And then I can work for you. And I appreciate the sentiment a lot. I do. But I'd like you to refer to my previous statement. The answer is no. Get lost. You loser. Wait, you didn't say that last part before. So yeah, I didn't realize that I had to state this, but you should know the basics of what you're doing before you apply. You shouldn't expect the job itself to teach you all of the skills that they need, because that's just not how jobs work.
Taxi, I want a taxi, please give me a taxi.
Dang it, if only we could have hired more taxi drivers.
Oh, great, I'm perfect then. I'll just learn on the job. So yeah, tip 1, know what you're doing. The next thing I was worried about is the amount of people emailing me saying that they'd be willing to work for free. Why? Do you not want money? Because I don't know about you, but for me, it's a little suspicious when people offer to work for free. What's your incentive for working hard? I can't really expect you to meet deadlines or feel the pressure to get better, because in the end, you're actually getting nothing out of it. And to me, it seems like they don't have confidence in their skills to ask for payment. However, that also ends up in me also not having confidence in you, so I don't hire you. I'm sorry, you just gotta be more sure of yourself, okay? Come here. You're valuable. Now, do you want the money or not? Another conundrum that I faced was that I wanted to give the job to people who are experienced. But how can you gain experience if you don't get the job? And how can you get the job if you don't have experience? And how can you gain experience if you don't have the job?
Welcome to one of life's biggest mysteries of the working world.
It's right on up there with the shrinking middle class, how to tip properly, and tax evasion. But honestly, that's why I wanted to check your portfolio, which is basically the collection of drawings, animations, designs, and past works in general, to see what you're capable of. And unfortunately, a lot of people didn't really send it correctly. They either didn't have enough, or they didn't organize it neatly, or they just sent me a zip file, make me unzip it on my side, and then I had to open it to find out it's not actually artwork, but it's actually just a signed poster of Jason Derulo. Like, come on! If you're applying for a position in which you need to show your past work, then please make it easy for them to see what you've done. Industry professionals go through hundreds, if not thousands of portfolios a day. So if you don't have one, or if it's even slightly off, it puts you at a disadvantage against the other people you're going up against. So it doesn't matter what college you've been to, or you've worked with this creator or that director. I just want to see what you've got. So please show me your past works and just grab my attention from the get-go. Wait, you drew this? Wow, this is awesome. And it's so detailed. Nice. That's why I'm proud to have partnered up with Wix to show you guys how to build a good portfolio. But don't worry, after that, I'll share some of my silly stories when it comes to collab requests, and I'll explain in detail how to collab with your favorite YouTubers, and even myself. If you don't know what Wix is, it's a website building platform that you can use to create your own professional page, just like I'm about to show you. It's pretty dope, giving you a quick centralized location with plenty of templates to build your own personal brand, or even a sick portfolio. It's got a bunch of extra tools like marketing, monitoring traffic, and their own coding platform, but ultimately, it's a professional platform that gives you total freedom to showcase your creativity. So let's make the portfolio that I'll name Maaz's Portfolio. This is mainly to show you guys what I was looking for when people applied to work with me. So whether you're an animator, colorist, background artist, storyboarder, editor, or whatever, showcasing a variety of works in subcategories makes it really easy to look through. And having a best or most reputable piece of work at the very top is the best way to grab people's attention. And there you go. Nice, simple, and to the point. What else would you need? The website was done in no time. I mean, we can all agree that this looks significantly better than just attaching it to your email. Because most, if not all of the new team members that I recently hired had their work on online portfolios just like this. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to wix.com/go/Maaz to create your own professional website. Okay, now that you've got a really cool, swanky portfolio, it's time to write a professional email. Whoa there. You were just about to do another boo-boo. You almost sent it off with some rude comments about my background artist, saying something like, I think I'd be a good fit because your backgrounds don't seem too hard to draw. Please don't say those sort of messages in a professional email. That sort of thing shows an underlying negative, undesirable personality trait that nobody wants in a work environment, and therefore you will not get hired. Well, I can see how this one might be a little too simplistic. The best kind of emails that I got were short, sweet, and to the point. And here's a great example of an email. And you can pause it to read for yourself, but here's how they heard about it, here's their relevant work experience and how it relates to me, here are other skills that they have, and here's their portfolio with all of their previous works. Mwah, beautiful. And guess what? I hired her. Say hi. Okay, so I'll show you one more email before I talk about collabs. But this one is probably my favorite email so far. This dude, man, I don't even know if I got played or if I'm impressed because he presented himself as an absolute art curator.
Ah yes, as you can see, I have provided a simple colored background, which I have made deliberately not too colorful nor complex, as I do not want to distract the viewer from the characters, who should remain as the sole focus of the video.
Dang, you really nailed it. Wow, this is so profound. I totally see your point. Let me just hang this up right here. And if y'all thought people were being unprofessional when asking for a job, just you wait until you hear about the collabs. Can we collab? Can we collab? Can we collab? Can we collab? I love you. I want to collab with me. Have my baby. Now, honestly, I actually don't mind doing as many collabs as I get. I firmly believe that if you're a smaller creator and you're trying your best on YouTube and you have a good idea that I'd be a decent fit for, then of course I'd love to get involved. Okay, now I want you to replay what I just said and listen to it very carefully before y'all go and spam me to collab with you. Which is useless because I know you've already pressed send. You quick sons of... When somebody just randomly asks to collab with me and nothing else, it gives me no reason to say yes. I don't know who you are, what you want to do, or even what kind of videos you make. What if you make anime reviews? So when you're sending across a collab request, please do the basics. Introduce yourself, send your channel link, and attach a script as to what you want me to say. All of this shows me that not only are you being respectful of my time, but also have given thought about what you want me specifically to do. Don't think you can get away with copy-pasting collabs to multiple animators. Because, okay, listen, come here. Getting close. It may come across as a surprise to you, but animators talk to each other. What? People have asked me before to get involved in their very first video. And as touched as I am that you want me to taint your videos like that, I don't think it's really that helpful. You need to get into YouTube because you want to make videos. You can't go into it wanting just big subscriber count, numbers, or money. Because if you do that, you're absolutely, most definitely on the pathway towards self-esteem issues and burnout. And that's a no-no. That's why I've only been working with channels that have at least 5 high-effort videos uploaded, so that I'm sure that they'll continue to create content in the future. If you show me that you care, then I'd love to help out by collabing and providing voices in your videos. So that'll be $80. Now, again, personally, I juggle multiple videos and commitments at the same time. So please, don't send entire pages of audio to record. Don't make us say stuff that we're not comfortable with. And oh boy, if you're the type of person to send a collab request and then spam them every hour afterwards to see if it's done or not, oh hey, yeah, it's Maaz. Do you take requests on murder by any chance? Look, I don't want to seem like I'm somehow unapproachable when it comes to collabs. I know that it's nerve-wracking and awkward to ask somebody to help you out with your own video, especially if you genuinely like their content. My point in telling these stories is not to shame anybody, but I just wanted to highlight the basic principles. Be respectful and asking, have a baseline on your own channel, and then do it for the right reasons. And if you follow these simple pointers, then I'm sure everything will work out a-okay. Thanks for the voice line! Alright, in the end, I just hope that I've managed to help you out in sending collabs or job requests with this video. Alright, laters, and stay aMAAZing. Oh. I can already tell that after this video, I'm definitely going to be bombarded with collab requests in my emails, DMs, and even the comments. I don't know what I expected, but you know what? I welcome the challenge with open arms. From this point on, I'll start grading each request, and if y'all get anything less than a B, then you'll forever be considered a fake fan and your subscription will be revoked. Memes aside, remember to be respectful and stay aMAAZing.
Hello, where am I?
Hey Alyssa!
I love what you've done with the place.
So I got traumatized in school and I only want to tell you about it.
Cover your ears, go la 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 la, not for you.
Yeah, and before you do that, just like subscribe, please. Thank you.
Hit the subscribe button and then mute the video.
Have you ever had people sabotage your school projects or assignments?
I don't think there's been active sabotage to my education. Because sabotage, that cuts deep. What happened, Maaz?
Mrs. Alyssa?
Mr. Maazing?
Mrs. Mation?
The state that I lived in Australia, they had a system in which you were actively competing against everyone in your high school to be better than them.
No. Oh, they're setting you kids up. This is Hunger Games.
It was Hunger Games.
Oh no.
It was cutthroat.
They're out for blood. Were there like alliances and stuff?
Oh, Alyssa. So there was a group chat that was created with some of the top scoring high school students. And it was like, hey guys, this is a group chat for all of us so that we can help each other and all of us get the best marks possible. On paper, it sounded great. So myself and a few others started sharing our current assignments, what we were working on, our data that we got. And then the two people that started the group chat locked everyone out, kicked us all out, and took all of those resources for themselves.
Oh my god!
We were 17. Like, what are you doing? Like,
what the
that wasn't even like the worst of it. I was in chemistry, laptop open, working on my assignment. I turn around because my friend in the row behind me just wanted to ask a few questions. I turned back and one of the people turned my laptop around and deleted my assignments.
What?
Just like straight up recycle bin.
And then empty trash. You can't trust anybody. I'd be like, you did this! And like jumping over the desk.
Absolutely. Like, I just couldn't believe somebody would be that malicious to do that.
That shit just happened in front of you, and instead of reaching across the desk to choke them out for it, you sit there like, these are good humans. Why would they do such a thing? And that really just shows what good of a person you are and how bad of a system this was.
It's so crazy. They grew up there from middle school to high school, and for them, this was just like normal.
Oh no!
This was expected. No! And like, even to a point where I started to feel a bit of sympathy, where this one guy who was like topped the entire grade in middle school every single year. And in the last 2 years of high school, me and there was one other person that came into that year, we took the number 1 and 2 spots. And so this kid who was topping every single year was no longer able to top for the final 2 most important years of high school. He still got like a very good mark, went to medical school, like did everything right. But at the graduation event, I was sitting next to him and I was like, oh, where's your parents? Oh. And he looked at me and said, my parents didn't come because they were disappointed in what I got and that I wasn't worth coming for. And the worst part was, Alyssa, he said this with such a straight face. Like, he didn't view this as a negative. He was like, yeah, this seems reasonable.
He was like, yeah, why would they come to this? I'm not good enough. It's just whatever.
Yeah, exactly. This is like the final year of high school. This is the last year.
Oh no.
And they just didn't care.
That's what's also not fair. You make a competitive environment and you get everybody in on it. I guess, yeah, it makes kids want to do better, but they want to do better so that their parents will show up to graduation. Glad you made it out of school. Yeah. Glad you made it.
A habit that I had in school, that I still have now to be honest, is that I game all the time. I love finding the next game that I can sink my teeth into, because right now I'm so into Genshin Impact, and that's an entire video in and of itself. But the newest game that I'm getting into is Zenless Zone Zero, the sponsor for this video. This is a brand new game that came out earlier this year and is one of the most visually aesthetic games I've ever laid my eyes onto. A bunch of us were already eyeing their game because of their amazing trailer animations, and so when they reached out to work together, yes, I accept. Zenless is set in a post-apocalyptic world, with civilization having been destroyed by these creatures called Hollows. You play as a proxy, and along with your friends, you conquer enemies, answer mysteries, and mingle with the people in the urban civilization of New Eridu. The best part about Zenless is how committed the devs are in listening to the players, and because of that, the game has already evolved so much in the matter of months. This is the best time to jump into Zenless because version 1.4 is a major update that takes yet another step in the right direction. Oh, you're stepping on me! But also thanks for the great game. Early quests have all been super refined. Characters are now able to use all of their ultimates instead of depleting the same meter, and you're able to switch characters outside of combat. On top of that, there's also a whole heap of other functional upgrades, release of one of the most anticipated S-rank characters, Hoshimi Miyabi, along with an exciting story climax to boot. Okay, seriously, the story's kinda solid. That's why if you ever have had the urge to try out a new game, or Zenless itself, the time to register is now. Click on the link in the description below to complete the pre-registration and receive 160 polychrome, which can be claimed in-game after version 1.4 goes live. Additionally, you'll get the new character Asaba Harumasa for free, along with the resources to get him to level 50. Once again, click on the link in the description below to sign up for the pre-registration page, unlock the new character, and start your exciting Zenless Zone Zero experience today. Right now! Do it now, please! Now, I know we're pretty funny, Alyssa, but did you ever have a memorable class clown at school?
Ooh, I have a story for this one.
Ooh,
so
what do?
This kid has like a whole arc.
What's their name?
I do not remember.
Jared.
Let me not do that, but you'll see why I almost went with it. Anyway, this kid in my French class who was a class clown, but when you're learning words in other languages, sometimes they can sound like other things, so he would like use that in his stand-up comedy, I guess. And I remember one day he unzips his jacket and he goes to put his face in there, and I'm thinking he's like vaping, but then I hear him crunching. This guy had an entire Subway like footlong in his jacket. And that's why I'm like, oh my god, we can't call him Jared.
Oh, Jared.
Subway sandwich. He had this entire foot-long sandwich like inside of his jacket, and he's like taking crunches of it at dead ass 8 a.m.
Based. Giga Chad.
So, okay, you have this ultimate like class clown, and I remember the worst thing he ever did. My French teacher was talking about hat sizes, and she was just telling this really sweet story about how she and her husband went to go find him a really nice hat, and they found out wherever they went, the guy at the hat store looks at the measurement and says, oh, you have a big head. But then the class clown guy goes, ooh, yeah, I bet he does have a big head.
Oh, that's weird. That was a stretch.
The whole class laughs, and I remember her face fell completely.
Aww.
It wasn't embarrassment, it wasn't anger, it was just this silent, sad shock. And she just looked at the class, and that's when the feeling of, oh, he took it too far. Like, I don't remember exactly what she said, but it was something along the lines of like, I need a second. That's not okay. And like walked out. A couple weeks later, she was not bulletproof, but she was different.
Like she checked out from you guys.
She checked the fuck out, and I cared about French because I cared about her, and I was like, I think you're a great teacher, a great person. I don't think you're worth joking about, especially to the point where you're uncomfortable. Like, I just tried to show that in my work. A couple weeks after that really horrible incident, we're in the middle of class, she's in the middle of talking, and then she gets a phone call. All the color drains from her face, and she just kind of sits there, and we're all just waiting, and we don't know, and she looks up and was like, my brother just died.
Whoa!
And the class is silent. So she says, sorry, I need a minute. She gets up, she starts to walk out, and the class clown stands up and gives her a hug. And then we all were like, oh my god!
Okay.
Then he sits back down and she goes outside. But I just was like, class clown Subway sandwich kid, you did not just get a full personal growth. Like, it was wicked.
I was expecting the worst, man. Holy moly. I'm glad that there was a good ending for my boy.
And it seems like he made up for it.
There was this one kid, his name was Matty B.
Matty B! Shout out to Matty B!
He was so chaotic, everybody respected him and then feared him slightly.
They're like, that Matty B guy is weird. I dig it, but I'm gonna stand back.
Yeah. And then similarly, like the entire year, we have to sit like a statewide exam. And then during one of the practice ones, we all put our name down in the name section. And instead of putting his full name down, he just wrote Matty B. And then we get a school-wide email from the principal that literally was like, hello everyone, who is Matty B? That just cemented himself as like, why did you write Matty B? Why didn't you just write your full name? And he was just like, yeah, I'm Matty B.
Wanted, Matty B. Reward, 3 more French fries at lunch.
Like some of the things that he would do became memes in the year and then still were memes years after. Like he had this catchphrase where anytime he would lose an argument, he would just look at someone. He's like, oh mate, look at your head. He would just win. Everyone's like, yeah, okay, my head. To the point where even when I went to university, I like linked up with somebody from high school. And then she was like, in the middle of the conversation, she's like, yeah, but your head. No. And I was like, no.
The curse.
No.
The Matty B curse.
It's Matty B.
It's Matty B. I feel like that would follow you into like, you look at your like suit on your wedding day and you're like, I think I'm good. And then in the back of your head, you hear, yeah, but your head. You're like, oh yes, thank you, Matty. The ghost of Matty B.
Thank you, Matty.
Look, if no one's got me, Matty B's got me.
Matty B's got you, dude.
Look, now he's influenced me, and I'm never gonna forget him.
If I meet you and you say your head, I'm actually gonna freak out. Like, I think I'm gonna freak out. Oh my gosh, have you ever had to deal with bullies?
Yes, absolutely. But I feel like if someone's like, nope, never been bullied, it's like, oh, so you're the bully.
Ooh, yeah, you're probably right.
Something I do think about is like, would I have become a YouTuber had I not been bullied? I probably would have ended up in the same place. Personality-wise, though, I think I'd just be weirder and have less shame.
I think that's like a very reasonable answer.
Right.
Not to say that being bullied is a good thing.
No.
I found that with being bullied, everyone has like a coping mechanism to survive it, right? And I think sometimes that can be bad and sometimes you can have a positive outcome. When I first came over from Pakistan and Japan, not native English speaking countries, and so when I went to then live in New Zealand and Australia, I found it very difficult to adjust because I just wasn't able to speak English.
Yeah.
And and so I got bullied because I was like the weird one there. Because I got so bullied, and if I am gonna stand out, I want to stand out in a positive way. I want to be funny. I became more extroverted and more comedic because I had to learn to survive it.
Right.
So that's like a positive that I gained from it. But the negative is I was so sick of being bullied in middle school and high school that when there was somebody else that other people were kind of picking on, I would pile on because I was like, I don't want this pain anymore and I want to make that stop. And I think in retrospect, that was such a poor way of handling it. I feel really bad and I regret that I did that.
The hard part about being the person that everyone picks on, you are literally throwing spaghetti at the wall to make it stop. Once a big group has all turned against you and you have no one, you just kind of sit there and have to deal with it and you wait for them to move on.
I think it's something that we both try actively in our lives, but also in our content to show that, hey, if you've made past mistakes, you can always learn from them and grow to become a better person. Thank you so much, ZenLinStone0, for sponsoring and making this video possible. Thank you to my loyal Martians, to all of the people making fan art, and thank you, Alyssa, for joining me on my video.
Thanks for having me. Again, love what you've done with the place.
If you want to watch more of Silly Illy, head on over to Illymation, where she's just dropped her new banger video.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, they're actually leaving. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Your head. Yup, I got married, and it wasn't to James. Or was it? This video is going to be a continuation of that video, talking about how I met my now wife name and my super smooth proposal. Perfect. Getting on one knee was the easy part. What came next was an insanely massive, Pakistani-centric, 500-person wedding that spanned over 3 days. And even though things went pretty well, there is this one thing that I regret about it all. And it's not about the person I married, I promise. When planning for the wedding, there were definitely people in my mind that had to be there. I've been fortunate enough to have made lifelong friends through high school, university, even the hospitals that I worked at. But the one group that I really wanted to be there as well were my online friends. They're important in defining who I am as a person today, but because they lived around the world, I wasn't sure if they'd be willing or even able to come down on a random weekend for my wedding. And yet, so many of my closest online friends came over from America, Europe, Japan, all to watch me marry the love of my life. After years of not seeing them, I loved spending time with my mates before getting married. We made wedding gifts together, had a big, deep and meaningful session in the big circle in the living room. I introduced them to HSPs or halal snack packs, the greatest Australian delicacy by far. Tabs managed to convince us to do an IQ test, which I took very seriously. Emily ended up walking in whilst we were taking them, and even though she flew down from Japan just to see me, I secretly hid in the cupboard so that I could complete the IQ quiz in peace. Listen, I told you that I take these things very seriously. What do you want from me? Also, if you're interested, this was my IQ, so I'd say it was worth it. But with all that being said, there were still a few people missing before the wedding. Jaden, Jacob, and one of my best mans, James. They did end up arriving on the day of the wedding itself. Literally arriving on the first day, then leaving immediately after the second day had finished because their schedules were so packed. They spent more time traveling than actually in Australia itself. Goofs and gaffs aside, that was genuinely so heartwarming and still blows my mind to this day. Like, thank you. Thank you for coming to my wedding. James has been one of my closest friends for almost a decade, and seeing him step up to the podium, anxiously deliver his best man speech, and then ask my parents for how he went was so cute. It was a great speech, don't get me wrong, it was a crowd favorite. Until my little brother stepped up and one-upped him by nearly making me bawl. Hey, second place ain't too bad. The animators and online friends were also clearly different from the rest of the Pakistani circles, for obvious reasons, but what made them stand out even more though was Names' friend. She was a huge fan of the Storytime animation community, and she thought that Maaz was just a random Pakistani guy that Name was marrying, not the same YouTuber that she watched. So she was running around, hyperventilating, and getting signatures from my friends at my wedding. And then she threatened to dox me by posting a picture of all of us. What are you thinking? Please don't do that. Because I'm gonna do it now. Bam! Now, would you allow me to crush on my friends a little bit? Of course you would, it's my video, you have no control here. Massive highlight to Sultan, who had multiple people come up to congratulate him for the wedding and ask if he was a model. Okay, Sultan, on my day? Yeah, alright bro, alright, that's fine. Rush here also had a minion-style band-aid on his chin because the day before the wedding, he slipped on his skateboard indoors, split his chin, and got a minor concussion. I didn't think I need to be medical a day before my wedding, but here we are. Okay, thanks for being classy, Rush. My wife. But the person who cleared the most was obviously, unmistakably, Name. Even as the door opened, her smile and personality radiated through. As Name walked down the aisle, the full realization finally hit me. Everything else faded away as my attention was drawn and was solely focused on my wife. With every step that she took, memories of our time together played in my mind, and I couldn't help but grin uncontrollably from ear to ear. I'm not even ashamed to say that if I wasn't expressly told by my family not to cry publicly, I would have definitely shed some tears of joy. Don't you do it. We can't disappoint them now. With Name finally taking her seat and the butterflies in my stomach refusing to settle down, next up were the cultural wedding games. Now, unfortunately for all my friends, because of the busy wedding planning and some of them not arriving until the day of the wedding, I wasn't able to prepare them for the traditional Pakistani games to come. This should be fun. Wait, a present for me? Opera? You shouldn't have! And you have to stay and watch because it's your wedding gift to me. Wow, thank you guys. I didn't expect this from you. Opera is a wonderful web browser that I actually enjoy using for both YouTube and studying. The features that I personally like include tab islands, which allow me to group tabs by certain contexts like shopping, YouTube, and news articles, whilst also allowing you to organize web pages however you like. These islands can then be customized, expanded, or tucked away however you need. And did you lose the last web page you were just on? Don't worry. Tab Traces is here to help out by underlining your most recently used tabs. The darker the underline, the more recent the tab. What was your recent tab name? Can a worm survive inside a human? Worm questions again? Boost that productive brain of yours with Opera's native split screen feature. All you have to do is drag a tab downwards to open 2 pages in the same browser window. That's it. I literally just use this feature to write the script out and watch a YouTube video at the same time. How neat! Have a question but don't want to open extra tabs? Access the AI-powered Aria by using the shortcut here, and Aria can answer your questions directly into the command line without losing your place on the page. Aria also allows you to close, group, pin, or save your tabs as bookmarks. Just tell it what to do without affecting your flow. If Opera's features are just the right fit for you, why not give Opera a try? You can get it by clicking on my custom link in the description or pinned comment below and give it a spin. Thank you again to Opera, who have been absolute legends by supporting my team and I so consistently. And with that, let's get back to my chaotic wedding games and exactly what I regretted about my wedding. We began with a custom game where Name and her friends and family had come up with a mock contract with a list of demands, like I get to sit window side on planes, perpetual access to dessert, Maaz cannot ever make fun of Drake. Oof, that last one did not age well at all. Now, what's meant to happen is similar to a trial, where my friends and family try to argue down the list of demands to be more reasonable. This is in opposition to Name's family and friends who want to keep the contract as is. I think Sultan was the only one who understood, so he tried his best, but the others were either too stunned or just tried to agree with everything, which obviously isn't the best for me, so safe to say that the mock contract stayed pretty much the same. And has also been breached. Certified lover boy, certified. The next one's a classic, Juta Chupai, but I admit it sounds weird when I talk about it out loud. So what happens is, Name's family and friends steal my shoes, and then they try to extort me for as much money to get them back. Whereas my friends and family aim to bring down the cost as much as possible to a happy medium. Now, you might be wondering, like I did, who cares about the shoes? You can take them. But unfortunately, that was apparently not in the spirit of the game. Like, yeah, okay, sure, I'll pay money to get my smelly shoes back. It's in the name of love, whatever. Unlike the previous game, some people
No, actually, just Alyssa locked in. During the initial kerfuffle, I saw her desperately run off with a single shoe. Now, poor Jaden was in her path, so Alyssa ran up and yelled, "Jaden, put the shoe in your jacket now, please!" whilst manhandling her and pulling her jacket open. And I watched in horrific slow motion as Jaden, more confused than ever, tried to compute what the heck was going on. And I think a part of Alyssa died that night out of pure radioactive cringe. I don't know if they have ever talked about that since. And frankly, they shouldn't. After 30 minutes of deliberation, we finally came to a compromise on the price. When they asked around to see who had the shoes though, it was Emily who had them. Turns out that Emily didn't understand what was going on, managed to join Names' group instead of mine, and the group unknowingly gave Emily the shoes, so she's had them the entire time. We didn't even have to argue at all, we had them on our side. So when Emily handed them back to me, you should have seen my look of betrayal on my face. The last game that we played was a 1v1 against Name and I. There's a large bowl of milk with our rings in it, and whoever fishes out their ring first wins. And as I usually do, I get super serious about this game. I pulled out my ring straight away, raising it above my head, aura farming here. Name and all her friends are chanting, "Rematch, rematch!" So I give it another shot, all the while laughing, and I crush her again for a second time. "Here babe, you can have your ring." Now, this incident was not the massive regret that I had with my wedding, although it should have been, because this time the cheers were a little less enthusiastic. And then they accused me of cheating, so I said I'd do it again, and oh my god, this is so embarrassing, but I said I would even do it blindfolded, eyes closed. Hey, don't throw false accusations, that's all I'm saying. And so we play for a third time, and I win again, and I am just outwardly celebrating in front of everyone. It took my brother to snap some sense into me by saying, "Bro, let her win." And then I realized, oh yeah, this is probably not a good look at our wedding. And so I threw the ring back into the bowl of milk, playing one more time, letting Name win. She and her family and friends celebrated their win, and I watched, happy that she was happy. The smile on my newlywed wife was worth the loss. But there is one major regret that I have with my own wedding. My immediate family were there in full support, with my parents watching in a blink of their eye as their firstborn son marries the girl he loved. My family's speeches also had me on the verge of tears, with the only reason I didn't bawl uncontrollably being their own request not to do so. My friends, in-laws, the community who've known me since childhood were all there. The ceremony, the food, the AV tech, it all went well. So what was I deeply regretful about? Well, because of how incredibly busy I was with wedding planning, international friends arriving, and general medicine YouTube work piling up, I never really got to iron out my wedding speech for Name. On the day of, I said what I had prepared, but I wished that I had an opportunity to articulate exactly what I wanted to say. And now, I get to do just that. Name, with these videos, as well as everything else that we've gone through, I hope that it's clear to see how much you mean to me. From now, all the way until we're wiser in age, I promise you that I will forever be the golden retriever to your chihuahua. And by your side, I become a better man, worthy of a 6-star Google review. As long as we could spend the rest of our lives together, I would be content in whatever way, shape, or form that it takes. Even if we were just 2 worms under a spinach plant, both wearing cool leather jackets. Throughout our story, there's been a string tied together between us, an invisible thread pulling us over time and space. And with our marriage, we've spun it into a tight, unbreakable knot as it continues to weave a path forward beneath our feet. Name, as our love beckons us forward, inviting us to take our first steps as husband and wife, I've got no doubt at all that, inshallah, forever awaits us. And so, with our hearts bound and hands held so tight, let's make sure that we tread softly. Thank you so much for watching the story behind Name and I. It's obviously super important to me, and I thought it'd be good to share it with you guys. Years after it happened. I would have invited all of you guys, but the venue was just a couple of people over, so, maybe next time. Thank you so much for all the patrons who are supporting my channel, as well as the people who are making fan art, as you can see here. And with that, now I can start posting photos of my wedding and stuff on social media. Alright, laters everybody, and stay amazing.
I kill a duck, okay? This story is not meant to be a nice fluffy one. It does involve me murdering a duck. If you don't like those kind of stories, I don't recommend you watch this, okay? Also, I live streamed this story, so that's why the audio is kind of off. But yeah, enjoy. Okay. Do you like ducks? Oh boy. What a simple question that has an amazingly awful story. Okay. Right, so when I was young, I used to have a little pet, and he was a duck, and he wasn't officially my pet. What it was outside my house in my backyard, there was a little pond, and in the pond, a duck used to come every day, and it may have been different ducks, I don't know, but I think it was just one duck, and I called him Mr. McQuackles, and Mr. McQuackles was the homiest duck you could ever imagine, okay? And I spelled Mr. McQuackles with 2 Ks, because that's how much of a homie he is, not with 3 Ks. Right, so, Mr. McQuackles coming in, and he's swimming along, and I love that guy. I actually just walked to the patio and just watched him swim around, yeah. But then one day I was sitting out on the patio watching Mr. McQuackles, and then another duck comes down, and I'm like, oh, hell yeah, this is, Mrs. McQuackles, you're boning that, go for it, Holmes. But then, the duck, they start, interacting with each other, I'm just like, oh, they're kissing. And then I see blood, and I'm like, oh, what? And so what actually happened was the other duck swooped down and just started pecking the Mr. McQuackles to death. And the feathers were getting pulled out, and there was blood everywhere, and I was crying, and I was running to the pond, and I didn't want the other duck to kill Mr. McQuackles, so I grabbed his neck and put it under the water, and I drowned it, and I just drowned the duck. And so, but then when I looked, Mr. McQuackles had already died, and he was already dead, and he was floating in the blood. So in the pond at the end was just 2 dead ducks floating on the pond with feathers everywhere. And I didn't want to, I was young, so I didn't want my mom to find out, so I just grabbed both ducks and I threw it over the fence. So in the pool was just a bloodied, feathered pool and 2 dead ducks over my neighbor's fence. People always ask me, is it possible to drown a duck? Yes. Yes, it is. The answer is yes. I got a double kill that day.
Oh, it's actually hilarious.
Alright, so I hope you guys enjoyed that. It's a little different from what I usually do, but I hope you guys like this format of other people being involved when I tell my stories. Major shout out to my friend Burrito Shake. He makes some amazingly funny comics. I binged most of them in one day. Am I biased because he made a comic of me? Yes, I'm biased. Okay, he's cool. Go check him out. Also, major shout out to my friends Mega Charlie 159 and Lovely Art Mess. They're cool pals. Go check them out. Alright, laters.
Hi, my name is Maaz, and I'm here with the Odd Ones Out to talk about how he dreams about furry prison.
What? Listen. You don't?
You need to stop.
I just want to say 2 words.
Okay.
Zootopia Tiger.
Fair enough, you win. Your Honor, I am guilty. Take me away to furry prison. So James and I wrote down all of our crazy dreams that we had for about a month. And then we thought it would be a really cool video to share them with each other for The Odd Twos Out channel.
That was 2 years ago, yeah.
I really was fond of the dreams that we shared, especially the ones you were sharing, because people had already started working on it. And so I decided that, maybe I could tell you
bit more of my dreams and then recomplete the project and put it over on my channel. And the way it's gonna work is that James wanted to let his storyboarders draw out the stories in their own unique styles. I decided to continue with that same way and let people within my team and some of my storyboarding friends also animate these stories. So if you like this style or aesthetic of a specific story or storyboarder, make sure to check out the description below to find them. Oh, and this video was sponsored by Genshin Impact. More on that later.
Oh, no! Are you kidding me? What?
Yeah, I am serious. I actually like the game, okay? Oh, and if you want to support me as well, make sure to check out my high quality new merch I just dropped. I've been working on it for months and it's really good stuff, so make sure to go to martianwear.com and check it out. This hoodie alone is worth getting, okay? Alright, now James, what do you want?
First dream, I went to jail for 2 years for hitting someone. And as I was walking through the jail cell, I realized that it was a jail for dragons. I remember like walking down, there was one dragon in a very tiny cell and it had like a bunch of chains on it and it was shaking and crying and it was going, I did something horrible. And that really freaked me out. It made me scared of dragon prison. But we were just like walking down the hall, seeing just dragons in different varying levels of cells. And we get to the end of the hallway and there was my cell, but it was the nicest cell because I was only in prison for hitting someone. So I was also only in prison for 2 years. But even though I was only in prison for 2 years and I had the nicest cell, I thought it was dragon crap that I had to waste 2 years of my life in prison. So I tried to escape the dragon prison, and by escaping, I tried to talk to some of the dragons to like bust out. Yeah, I tried to recruit some of the dragons to bust out, but then I woke up.
Wait. I have so many questions here. So first of all, did it look different? Like, was the jail differently designed and shaped?
So my jail cell was actually a giant field. It was weird. It was like an inside field. And I was like, oh, this is a very nice cell. I was worried about nothing. But I'm still here for 2 years, and that's a big waste. So I wanted to, I rallied up other dragons to break out of jail. So.
This dream that I had is the one that really picked up my mood, and it's a dream called Genshin Impact.
Oh! Click on the link in the description.
Genshin Impact is the open world action RPG that everyone's been raving about. I've been playing it myself, and it seems to have also taken the internet by storm. In Genshin Impact, you start off your magical adventure in the continent of Teyvat, where you can step onto 7 different regions with their own unique cultures, elements, and mysteries to uncover. And it is an absolutely gorgeous game, where both the world and the characters are just pure eye candy. Not only that, it's also got a super dynamic combat system where the 7 elements interact with one another, allowing you to strategize on how you're going to use the reactions to take down your enemies. Best of all, Genshin Impact is a free cross-platform game where you can play it on PC, Android, iOS, PS4, and PS5. And the new update allows you to obtain the new character Yae Miko, who can absolutely step on me, along with the classic superstar characters Raiden Shogun and Sangonomiya Kokomi coming back for wishes as well. There's even a brand new super mysterious boss with a massive katana that's been added, so make sure to complete the story quest to uncover who they are. And finally, the new events such as the 3 Realms Gateway offering, Divine Ingenuity, and Of Drinker Dreaming are all worth checking out as well. So if you want to check out Genshin Impact for yourself and start on your own adventure, make sure to click on the link in the description below. Once again, thank you Genshin Impact for sponsoring this video. So this place, it's a world that's inhabited by wizards.
Okay.
Magic is everywhere in this world, and they're using elemental magic as if it's like completely normal. So it's this very peaceful world of wizards and elemental magic, and then suddenly a traveler from another world appears and lands on this world. She's explaining that, hey, look, I'm from a planet, I have no science, I just came from a magic mana world.
She has no science, but she flew from outer space.
But
Okay.
she's using magic, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay, checkmate, atheist. And so she's using magic to fly in from the world, and in that world it's just mana, and so there's no water, there's no elements, it's just a pure magical world. And so this traveler is like, look, I'm here to see what the ocean is, I want to know what water is, because our world doesn't have it. And she's explaining this super calmly, and then the other humans are like, what the fuck? They're so scared of this random alien that just came in, right? I was watching this happen, and then all of the wizards are terrified of this alien, and they attack her with all the magical strength that they could muster, but they were completely powerless. Like, she's a magical creature. Like, it just didn't even scratch her. She didn't even try to fight back. She was just like casually turned around and started running.
Okay.
And now this is where I come in.
Chapter 2.
Chapter 2. He breaks out of furry prison. In this world, I was like a really formidable aqua and aero mage, right? Which is like water and wind. And so I see this random alien running, not towards me, but like nearby. And I use my aero magic to kind of make a giant gust of wind and stops her in her tracks.
All right.
And then she's just like, yo, I commend you for your strength.
But I'm going to kick your butt.
Yeah, it's like, this is doing nothing to me. And so I'm using all of my aero and aqua magic. But then I think of this plan. I'm like, hey, come over here. And I make what appears to be a lake. And I'm like, yeah, if you go in, it connects to the ocean. And because she had never been to like an ocean or lake or whatever, didn't know what that was, she's like, yeah, that seems like a great idea. She goes in, and as soon as she steps into the lake, she gets submerged because she didn't know it would like...
Yeah, she doesn't know how to swim.
Yeah, she didn't even know what the water physics was because she didn't have that. And so she falls in, she's like drowning, and then I take this opportunity to cast my strongest arrow and aqua mage and flash freeze her, and that's how I win, because like now she can't do anything, and she didn't even know what this was.
Wow.
And then I woke up, and I was like, damn, I'm so good.
I gotta commend you for like having a plot, a loose plot, you know, of
yeah,
like, how am I going to win? And then you outsmarted the villain. I wouldn't even consider this person a villain, honestly. It's more.
No, she was like a very nice person in my dream, and
yeah,
I was like beating her up. How dare you be a foreigner?
In this dream, there was like one mega villain, and he invited a bunch of like smaller villains into this like meeting area and like this like evil laboratory. And then he showed us this ray that would turn you into a perfect monster. So he demonstrated this ray by firing it at a giant squid, and then it looked like the giant squid died at first, but then it came back to life and it was all white and looked like it was amplified. It was like more evil. It was like a more evil giant squid. And then I asked the villain, I said, won't the squid attack us? And he said, no. And then the roof opened up, and then the squid got launched up into the ocean, which the ocean was up in the roof, basically. So that was it.
What the heck?
Okay, this isn't the weird part.
Oh, this is not the weird part?
What the
heck?
And so then the villain started talking to everyone, and this is like a line I remember in the dream. He was talking to everyone. He says, I can turn you into perfect monsters. You will never have a sore throat, ingrown toenail, or a zit on your face. That was just a line I remember. So he's, trying to convince the lesser villains.
It's like an infomercial for this ray? What
it was more like him rallying up a bunch of villains to become even stronger, more evil villains. And then he says, this is the weird part, he says, Luigi, how do you expect to get down on one knee without any knees? And then we reveal Luigi in a wheelchair, and there aren't any legs on Luigi, and that's all I remember.
Wait. You just brought up so many things in one sentence.
So he was implying that he can grow Luigi's legs back. So it's like Luigi was trying to propose, but he couldn't because he doesn't have any knees.
That's so I had this dream where I was like chilling on my sofa, relaxing, watching some TV, as you do. And I'm just like lazily clicking through the channels.
Okay.
And as I'm flicking through, I hear this like skittering noise underneath the TV cabinet.
Ooh.
And, like a little
Ooh.
weird noises, and I was like, I've never heard this, I don't know what's happening. And so I sat up, and I'm just like kind of leaning in to see what's happening. And as I'm slowly leaning in, like trying to see what it was, a cockroach suddenly flies out.
Whoa.
And starts flying towards me. And at first I'm just like, okay, cockroaches can fly, okay, sure. I start like lying back down like in my sofa to avoid the cockroach, but then it like swoops down and changes direction to attack me.
Oh.
And so as I'm like lying down in my sofa, right? So I'm just like shimmying side to side in my sofa to avoid it attacking me. And then I woke up and I was shimmying in bed.
Yeah, I was about to say, the fact that your dream was you laying on a couch and you like lean in and then you go back to laying down, I bet you actually did that in real life.
No, I actually think I did. Yeah. I was fully like shimmying in my bed thinking that I was getting attacked by a cockroach.
I wonder if the skitter sound, I wonder if like that was in your bedroom somewhere, like the air conditioning was going off.
Why would he say that? Now I think there's a cockroach in my bedroom. Why would he say that? Why would he say that right now?
I'm not saying the sound was a cockroach. I'm saying the sound could have been some other third party, like a car was driving by outside, and your brain took that sound and was like, "That's a cockroach."
I'm not sleeping in my bedroom anymore. I guess that's like the same thing like when you dream, because I know you wet the bed until you were 8 years old.
Hey, shut up! You're not supposed to know.
Listen, okay, I understand. So as I was saying, so when you peed yourself until you were 8 years old.
What about it?
You know when you're about to pee yourself, you don't know it, but in your dream, you think that you're in the toilet and you're going to pee. It was in Diary of the Wimpy Kid, where he thought he was like a firefighter, and he was dousing water, and it turns out he was just peeing his bed. And it's like stuff like that. Your brain puts whatever like physical feelings you're having and puts in your dream. And so you would never know if something's happening in real life.
Unless you wake up afterwards and you're drenched in pee, then you could probably put 2 and 2 together.
No, that was me. Sorry, I came over and peed on you. Listen, like, I didn't want to tell you this, but it wasn't you until 8. It was me, actually.
It was me. It's always been me, James.
It's always been me.
I want to say before I tell you this dream, I've never done pot brownies before. Anyway, so this dream took place in the nighttime, and I was behind a building, and I was with my old improv group from high school, and we were all wearing our uniforms.
Wait, you were in improv?
Yeah, it was an improv in high school, and we all wore uniforms. They were blue. And I forgot who, but they pulled out these brownies, but the brownies were in like a bread bag. You know, it was like little plastic bread. They pulled out these brownies, and they were like, "Here's the pot brownies." And I was like, sweet. I've never done pot brownies, okay? But that was just in the dream. The dream journal says, then some time passed, I don't remember what happened, but I noticed later that I lost the pot brownies and that my little sister appeared and was like, haha, I pranked you, I hid the brownies. And then I turned into like full on older brother mode of like, stop playing games. I like grab her and I was like, where did you put the brownies? Don't touch my brownies. And then she was like, okay.
What the heck?
Because they're pot brownies, dude. My little sister thought they were normal brownies. I tell my sister to show me where she hid the pot brownies, and she shows me where they were, and she like points to a parked car that was behind the building, and then like I looked into the car like this, and then I see the pot brownies, and I see one was eaten, and I asked my little sister, I was like, did you eat one of the pot brownies? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, the next 2 hours is gonna be a lot for you.
Okay. And what I wrote on the note app was I literally just wrote the words Aquaman, and there is no other context. There is nothing else. It's just Aquaman.
Wait, so I'm imagining you like woke up from this crazy vivid dream. You're like, whoa, I gotta write this down so I remember it. But you're just so tired, and the first thing you wrote is Aquaman. And you're like, I'll remember what that's about. And then you go back to bed or something?
Yeah, I literally went back to bed. I don't remember the dream. So there you go.
There's nothing, just Aquaman.
No, it's just Aquaman.
What a very insightful dream.
I was in this room. I was in my own bedroom, and out of the corner right there was a shadowy figure. It was in the shape of like a giant egg, and it had a creepy smile.
Okay.
And then I asked it, is it time to get up? And then it replied by bouncing up and down and going, it's time to get up, it's time to get up, it's time to get up in the morning, it's time to get up, it's time to get up, it's time to get up today. And that's all I remember.
Okay, so James, I just wanted to ask, what did we learn today?
I think we watched too many movies. I think that's what I learned.
I think I actually really like that I wrote down these dreams for a month, because now my dreams are more vivid and way more enjoyable to me.
And like as soon as you wake up, you're like, this is what happened. I remember them.
I actually would recommend to write down your dreams.
Yeah.
And if you can't do that, then just record it on audio. Like that's what I ended up doing afterwards.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. You'll read what you wrote and you'll be like, oh, I remember it, you know?
I think that's also one of the tips to get lucid dreaming, which we can talk about later.
Oh, I've never been successful in lucid dreaming.
Well, yeah, because you keep dreaming about weird like Luigi having no legs and furry prison, okay? Like
Man, that was like 2 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, has that changed? Do you dream about better things now?
It was like 2 years ago. Okay.
All right, and with that, wear your seatbelts and stay aMAAZing.
Stay aMAAZing.
All right, and so James, do you wanna try some pot brownies?
If you have some, yeah, I'll try some.
Dr. doctor, please help. It's about my son.
Okay, so what seems to be the problem, ma'am?
Here, I brought him in. See for yourself.
Hit or miss, I get to miss. What about Tracer? What about Tracer? What about Winston?
Good boys and bad girl. He was completely fine until he started using this app called TikTok. And then he became like this, and I'm just not sure what's happened to him.
Cancer.
Wait, what?
Yo, honestly, F in the chat, because he's gonna die tomorrow. And I've got the Avengers lined up and everything.
So? Oh, lid.
Hi, my name is Maaz, and I've somehow gotten famous on TikTok.
Oh my god, he's gonna die.
For those of you who have no idea about what I'm talking about, TikTok is an app that uses music and audio clips to create really short videos, ranging from memes, cute pets, animations, dances, new religions, skits, anything really. And it's really funny because TikTok, as, most memes do, started off super ironic, with the first few videos that I found being the ironic duets of other TikToks. But now, I think after a few months, TikTok is feeling like our weird stepdad who we're slowly but surely beginning to accept after Vine left us a few years ago.
Oh, wow! That is relatable!
With all that, you might be wondering, Maaz, how did you go from this? Oh man, I can't believe people like this stuff, to this. Well, it's no secret that I'm a bit of a meme, a mad lad, a goofy goober, if you will. I absolutely love jam-packing in a bunch of Easter eggs and references and inside jokes for every video I make. And the video about me getting stuck in the friend zone was no exception. At the time, this TikTok trend of having good boys and bad girls was all the rage on Twitter. So much so that I thought it would be really funny to spoof it and then put it in my stuck in the friend zone video. So, as any meme connoisseur would do, I got dressed in some of my finest casual clothes, combed my hair to an impeccable standard, put on my makeup, and proceeded to lay down in my bathtub eating spoonfuls of ice cream whilst making a TikTok. And that was supposed to be it, it was just a temporary, one-off joke for my animation. I swear, I promise. But then one day, I was in a voice chat with a bunch of mates, and we were discussing the latest trends on Twitter. One of which was the meme where Adele sings, "Never mind, I'll find someone like you." But then my friend chimes in and says, "Yo, Maaz, why don't you do that, but instead of people, you do storytime animators?" And listen, being the impulsive little boy that I am, I opened TikTok one more time and got started making this absolute masterpiece.
Oh man, that's good. Wow!
And it was at this point that I started to use TikTok regularly. Because I didn't really take the app itself super seriously, I was posting all of my TikToks on Twitter and Instagram. Essentially the social media that are outside of my YouTube channel. Subscribe and hit the bell button. But here's the thing. Some of the skits that I made on TikTok, like the one where I pretend to be a Jeet Pie and the other one where my dad returns home after his 18-year quest to find milk, were really gaining traction, pulling in the same number of views as my YouTube videos. And I started forming an audience on TikTok. At the same time, some of the videos that I'd posted on Twitter, like the one where I found out that I'm adopted via Kahoot, was also blowing up, making it one of my most popular tweets. So it was a combination of both a natural TikTok boost and the fans who were jumping in from the other social media that really had me climbing in numbers. Ironically though, I can stop anytime I wanted to, It's not like it's serious or anything. That is until the famous Twitter page called Ironic TikToks, rest in peace, hit me up and said, "AOB, can I post your TikToks? I can make you a star." To which I was like, "Guys, I'm TikTok famous." So of course, I said yes. And that ended up being another huge boost to my TikTok because I was racking in the likes, people were recognizing me on the Ironic TikTok page, I was getting cheered on by my new fans, and my parents were only mildly disappointed in me. But it's okay. They just don't understand that it's not a phase, Mom! It's not a phase! But then... Wait, what? I'm in a TikTok compilation? And then another, and another, and another, and another until I was getting tagged left and right because apparently some of my dumb little videos that I had made when I was dead bored were good enough to be in multiple compilations which were all released around about the same time. Not only that, one of the compilations actually used my face in the thumbnail itself, which my real life friends saw and messaged me about. "Yo, Maaz, what the heck? What are you doing in my TikTok compilation? Mate, what are you doing watching TikTok compilations in the first place?" Okay, what now? Wait, Tara Bell Rose, the famous YouTuber and TikToker? "Hey, Maaz, you want some of that connection, bro? I'll hook you up with that good inner circle of TikTok." Okay, pause. what are you on about? In a circle of TikTok, surely nobody is taking it that serious. Oh, yeah, no. People are taking it seriously. Tara, being an absolutely solid friend that she is, essentially threw my name up to the TikTok lords, and they deemed my stuff good enough to be added into a secret group of TikTok. And not only that, once they realized that I had a YouTube channel, they immediately handed me the golden verified badge, confirming my status as an official TikToker. So not only was I getting premium treatment on TikTok, but they started inviting people out to all these special private events. And I was like, why not? You know, it's not like I'm gonna turn into a storytime animation or anything.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
And if all of that wasn't crazy enough, apparently TikTok is well connected to many of the up-and-coming artists. And because of that, I got sent a secret invitation to an aMAAZing meetup. And I was like, whoa, are you legit? Dude, I can't believe it. Are you serious? Yo! Who's aMAAZing? The actual event wasn't nearly anything to rave about, you know. She sang a few songs and quickly glanced at us during the meet and greet. But it was pretty cool to hang out with some of the TikTokers that I'd gotten acquainted with. And then I went to VidCon US. Now, that was an absolute blast, and I hope you watched some of the other recaps of it. But before I went, Alyssa hit me up and was like, AOB, y'all want an invite to a secret TikTok party? To which I responded, yes. So me, Alyssa, her brother, and Adam, we all break out from another party we were at, and we were like, yo, we're going to a TikTok party. Just so this could be the epic conclusion to my entire saga. And we get there, and there's a massive line, at least 2 hours of waiting long. And they're like, yeah, we're not staying here. We're gonna go. Bye. And so they quickly run away. So I was waiting in the line, you know, and I was pumping myself up like, yo, this is gonna be worth it. The epic finale. And then that's when I realized that I was using TikTok unironically. And as soon as I came to that realization, I immediately hopped out the line and started chasing after my friends going, wait for me, please, don't leave me behind. It sucks that I couldn't end my entire TikTok journey with a spicy conclusion, but man, the fact that I've gotten this far this quickly is absolutely insane to me. It's just been like a series of coincidences and meme magic that's resulted in my TikTok legitimately passing my Twitter and Instagram. Isn't that crazy? The social media platforms that I've been growing and fostering for almost 3 years has been passed by TikTok in a few months. I'm not mad. Please follow my Twitter and Instagram. All right, guys. All right, I decree it. It's time to face the music. Stop that right now. Stop it. All right, let's be honest with ourselves. I love TikTok memes, okay? We love TikTok memes. We stan TikTok, okay? Because honestly, TikTok is not nearly as bad as some people make it out to be. The main reason that I personally make content on TikTok is because sometimes with animation, it just takes a bit too long. You know, if I have something funny that I've written down, I'll have to wait something like a month until you guys see it, right? Whereas with TikTok, if I have a silly idea that makes me cackle, I can quickly shoot it and post it up within the same day. Making these short skits and memes has actually helped out stave off some of my own burnout and find enjoyment in making new forms of content all over again. Because once again, being honest here, I'm having a blast making both YouTube videos and TikTok content. I don't intend to stop them anytime soon. And if you wanted to watch some of my very questionable TikToks, I've made a compilation over on my second channel with almost all of the TikToks that I've made, even the ones that got taken down, because I'm a bit of a bad boy myself. As long as you're having a good old time, then stick with whatever you're doing, because you do you, even if it's not ironic anymore. Alright, and with that, laters everybody, and stay aMAAZing. I also wanted to mention, because I couldn't fit it into the script, but I got invited to like a secret Blackpink concert. They're like, yeah, if you're into TikTok, you might be able to get a VIP access to Blackpink. And I was just like, yo, holy moly, that would be such a good story. But then they didn't reply, so I guess it didn't happen. Oh, and I didn't mention this in my main video, but please go and follow my TikTok as well. I'm sure you're gonna have a good time. And with that, make sure to comment, like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell, and I'll catch you in the next video. Alright, laters everybody, and stay aMAAZing.
Okay, class, time's up. Show me what you've drawn. I made a giraffe. I did a tree.
I drew furries.
Maaz, no!
So, all the way back when I was a kid in Japan, I used to draw a lot. Well, I don't actually remember that. These are all from just stories and videos that my parents shared with me. And there's this one video specifically that I love. I'm at this sweet-looking party that my family set up, and instead of being with the squad and being lit fam, I was just tucked away in the corner, minding my own business on the computer, showing early signs of antisocial behavior at parties. I was drawing this Japanese character
character named Ampamon, who is literally a Japanese pastry bun as a superhero. Which even back then, I thought it was a very silly idea. Like, what would be the equivalent in Western culture? Donut Man? Croissant Man? But Bagel Man? But see, that really isn't anything new though. This wasn't just the origin story of me as an artist. Drawing is what kids do normally, along with watching the Paul Brothers and Musical.ly. Back then, I wasn't passionate about drawing, you know? Like, at that point, it was just a fun pastime. That all changed when my friend Matoi showed up and opened this entire new world for me. He introduced me to visual storytelling, comics, animation, and just so much more. Those silly comics that we made were honestly my #humble beginnings of this channel. Matoi kept showing me amazing websites as well, such as Newgrounds and DeviantArt, a place where I found people just like me. Matoi lit a fire inside me, and this time is when I can pinpoint as when my passion for art began. As for what I wanted to create, I drew on my inspiration from Japan and started working on an anime/manga style, beginning the long road of me becoming a filthy weeaboo. Unfortunately, I had to experience the one thing that every artist goes through when they're young and learning how to draw. The OC phase. I totally drew my fair share of edgy OCs. Like, I'm sure all this gore that I'm showing now is completely normal for growing boys and not at all worrying. I mean, look at this. Neo Draco? His name literally translates to new Drake or new dragon. Like, why does he have bandages everywhere? Maybe he cut himself on the edge. Matoi's gifts didn't end there. He then introduced me to Macromedia Flash, which just completely blew me away. Like, when I learned that some of the funniest content I'd seen on Newgrounds were all made by this program, I was like, oh man, I can totally make some. And then I made this. Now, the reception for this was overwhelmingly positive, with critics praising how I knowingly put things up that are bad, a mantra which I've managed to uphold to this day. But even with all that negativity, I was still like, because the thing is, even all the way back then, I didn't let the negative comments get to me. I'm mindful of criticism, but my genuine excitement of being able to pursue these forms of art was like a shield, you know? I was like,
blocking out the haters.
And then I got a tablet. My first one, mind you, a Wacom Bamboo manga. And this is still the tablet I used to animate my previous videos. It was so crazy to me. The notion that whatever I drew could go straight to the computer. Like, I was free to draw whatever I wanted to. And that's how I got into digital art. Honestly, I was so enthusiastic about bettering myself and just improving my own skills that I bought myself both books by Mark Crilly. I practiced hard, filled up notebook after notebook, the first of which my mom threw away when we moved houses. Thanks, Mom! I'm kidding, I know you're watching this, I love you, Mom. But even that wasn't enough. I was so into the creative field that I took 3 years of visual art during middle school. Now, at this stage, I can imagine some of you asking, but Maaz, if you started all the way back then, why do you suck balls at art? Like, what is this? What are you even trying to do here? You're right, 100%. I really enjoyed my art class, but something was happening. See, visual art class had two components. Firstly was an essay analyzing an artwork, and secondly was a project with complete creative freedom. You know, you can do whatever you want. And so as the years went on, I was introduced to other artists and their own specialities. But the thing is, slowly but surely, art changed for me. It was all because of this one fear I had. A fear that I know a majority of artists face as they progress. I simply wasn't good enough. Was my art style good enough to compete? Was I good enough to be in class with them? Why aren't I improving more? And then I found kids who were younger than me just blow way past me in terms of artistic ability. I found people who did art for a shorter amount of time, but improved at a more rapid rate. And the worst of all was my best friend, who picked up drawing anime and manga style like me, and was just naturally better at it. And I remember crying so much back then, unable to cope with my own sense of worthlessness and demotivation. And I think this is where I failed. I wasn't affected at all by the negativity of others, but I let my own insecurities fester, boil, and ultimately kill my own abilities. I couldn't handle it anymore, so I quit. I dropped visual art the next year and only pursued digital art and sketching as a hobby. But the thing is, even that I wasn't able to do. Art for me had transformed from this beautiful medium, allowing me to vent my emotions, to this ugly, demented chore that had caused more grief than happiness. And so, I stopped altogether. This is the last piece of digital art I was working on before I quit. Man, I remember being so invested into making this look dope, and I just stopped halfway. What a metaphor for my art journey, right? And that old tablet I used, it was just left there collecting dust for about 4 years until I picked it back up for animation. But even now, I'm still a little afraid of drawing. Like, I hate to admit this, but every time somebody's watching me draw, I either do one of two things. One is to just draw very badly on purpose, or if it's like a live stream scenario, I try to stall and talk as long as possible so that they don't see me work. I once did that and Speechy commented like, "Whoa, you did 2 frames in like 40 minutes, nice!" To which on stream I actually laughed, but internally I was like, I think, in my own mind at least, I viewed myself as a failure of an artist. I didn't even let the haters get to me. But what can you do when the biggest hater is yourself? And the worst part is that I now understand that my frustration and insecurity about competition came from a good place. It came from my burning determination to improve myself. And contrast that to now, when I look at my phenomenally skilled artistic friends, and I don't feel that urge to be better anymore. I just feel this sense of regret and sadness. What would have happened if I had kept going and polished up my own skills? Do you know how demoralizing it is to know that you reached the peak of your artistic ability years ago? Like, dang, what happened to me? But don't feel pity for me. This level of introspection and reflection kind of shows that I'm aware of this. It shows that I understand that it's still not too late for me. I want to get back into the swing of things. I want to catch up, to improve my skills, you know? I want to be a force to be reckoned with, yo. Like, listen, me and Neo Draco, we are about to kick butt, okay? We're gonna come back and kick butt, okay? Take off your bandages, though, come on. I'm gonna practice my skills again, taking it slow as I need to, at whatever pace I see fit, to make sure that I don't feel that sense of regret ever again. I know this video was a little serious and down in the dumps, but I wanted to get a more real side of me out there, aside from the duck-killing, brothers-stabbing version of me that you guys know. Last thing I want to end on is don't give up on your creative side, yeah? Like, if you're really passionate, you will come back to it eventually. Hey, look at me, I came back to animation, didn't I? So with that in mind, best of luck, my dudes, and stay aMAAZing. Hi, my name is Maaz, and this is about how I got my one and only Valentine's card. So back when I was a senior in grade 12, I used to be a prefect, which is the same as being on the student council. As part of our responsibilities, we needed to showcase how we can effectively manage school events, the biggest of which was the prom. But prom ain't cheap, and we needed ways to raise our funds for the event. And what was the best way for us to get money for the prom? That's right. Give us your money! Wait. No, it wasn't mugging. That was our second best way. It was actually up to the Valentine's Committee to raise the most money for the prom. And you may have guessed it, but I, along with my fellow prefect Beverly, were in charge of such a crucial committee. Now, it may not sound like much, but this Valentine's Committee was absolutely essential within our school. Because imagine that you're a poor soul in love with this handsome dude that everybody seems to like. You've been trying to get senpai to notice you for ages, but you just can't. And then finally, the long-awaited Valentine's Day comes rolling around. What do you do now? Psh, what? You're gonna walk up to him and give him your chocolate with flowers and say, "Hey, I like you." Get her! Oh God, no! Ah! Oh God, please! Disgusting! Hey, I'm sorry to say this, but you did this to yourself. Because what you should have done is use the anonymous service provided by the Valentine's Committee. Beverly and I would organize a bunch of senior students to dress up in togas, pink lipsticks, wings, and send them off to go from classroom to classroom to spread the romantic festivities. Not only that, but for a low price of $1, you could get your love letter delivered anonymously to another student. That way you could totally prank your bro friends and get them a Valentine's card to show them how much you appreciate them. But not like in a romantic way or anything. Bugger. And for some extra dollars, we would even add a rose and a Valentine's themed lollipop to really spice it up. And if you're even more dedicated, you could pay more so that our certified guitarists, singers, and dancers would essentially serenade the person that you're choosing. Isn't that lovely? Wait. You really want me to sing this? Like, legit, are you serious? Because you paid good money for this, and I didn't want to. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. But you didn't have to come. Now, it may seem like it was all fun and dandy, and to be honest, it actually was, but it was equally a ton of hard work. On the form for the anonymous message, people were meant to write their intended person to deliver to, which class they would be in, and their specific message. But see, as the leaders in charge, we ended up seeing almost all of the Valentines that came through. And to be honest, this was like a constant stream of tea. And I loved every second of it. Bro, Stacy's been sending roses to like 12 dudes. Ooh. Alex is sending Valentines to Maria when he's with Eliza. Bro, don't even get me started on Sophia. Wait, Sophia, why are you sending my mom a Valentine's card?
Tu madre y yo compartimos una noche que nunca podría olvidar.
But the downside of this abuse of power was that we could also see who sent Valentines to each other. Beverly had gotten some here or there, but I had yet to see one for me. And sure, that may sound kind of sad, but I had been around 7 or 8 different schools during my entire educational life, so I was used to never getting any. Besides, the schooling year started in January for us, so it wasn't a personal thing for me. It was more logical, like, yeah, why would anybody send Valentines to a new kid who they've barely known for a month, you know? And honestly, it didn't really bother me at that point, especially because I had my hands full just trying to plan and organize the Valentine's delivery. It was so hectic that I legit forgot to dress up in the togas that the rest of the committee members had worn. And so there's actually a picture out there of all the seniors in colorful reds, pinks, and whites, and then this random brown kid in the back wearing his school uniform. So suffice to say, I had completely forgotten about my lack of letters. But what I didn't realize was that Beverly, my partner, had noticed that as well. And it may have been because it was our final year, or maybe because of how cynical I'd gotten, or maybe because she was thankful for my contributions. But she took a little pity on me. Because on the last day, when all the deliveries had been sent, I was surprised to see that there was a singular letter there waiting for me. And inside it read, "Dear Maaz, thank you for being my partner and working hard for today. You did great. Beverly." The funny thing is, she actually spelled my name wrong on the Valentine's card. But I didn't care. I had never received a Valentine's card before, and the fact that she had noticed it and decided to write one for me on my last school Valentine's Day was just too considerate. And I was so touched by such a genuinely kind gesture that I didn't even care about the mistake. Because despite Valentine's Day running like clockwork, having positive reception, and being financially successful, this, my one and only love letter, was what made that day special for me. Thanks, Beverly. I really do appreciate what you did. And I hope you're doing well. Thanks for watching. What makes this even sweeter is the fact that Beverly and I weren't even friends. Like, sure, we had a lot of responsibilities together and we were prefects, but I don't think she would have ever called me a friend, you know? Isn't that the sweetest? It warms my heart every time I remember this story. Alright, and as always, make sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell, leave a meme of a comment, and consider supporting me by grabbing some of that swanky merchandise, helping me on Patreon, or joining my channel as a channel member. Alright, laters everybody, and stay aMAAZing.
Mafia?
Oh.
Hi, my name is Maaz, and welcome back to Mafia Part 2. If you haven't watched the first one, please do that right now. But for those who are new, there are 10 players, 3 Mafia and 7 Martians. Each of them are given special roles. The night cycle begins and everyone's asleep. The Mafia picks 1 player to kill, the Doctor picks 1 player to save, the Wizard sees 1 player's true intentions, and the vengeful Martian, after being obliterated, can drag any player down with them. When people wake up during the day, the Martians can discuss or accuse whoever they think the Mafia is and then vote somebody out. This night and day cycle continues until all of the Mafia have been obliterated or until there's an equal amount of Mafia and Martians. And to spice things up, there are 3 more roles this round. The Cupid wakes up first and links 2 people. If one dies, the other dies from heartbreak. The friend-zoned Martian chooses one of their own to silence during the discussion. And a Timmy, after revealing themselves, can vote twice during discussion. Finally, this video is sponsored by CuriosityStream. More on that later.
And now.
Can Mafia be nice one night and choose to obliterate Maaz and we just don't have a host?
Yeah.
You guys are so mean to me. I'm so nice. In this game now with all these roles, there's only one normal Martian.
Imagine being a little stinky Martian boy, little imp.
A little mousy boy.
Little mousy boy in the wall with looking for cheese.
Everybody,
Clap your hand.
and welcome to another night, a month later from the previous incident, where somehow everybody's come back to life.
The doctor, he did it.
Yeah, and he did it even.
That scamp, he did it.
The new Martians have been given new roles, so let's see how that changes things up. Everybody, go to sleep. To start off the game, Cupid, please wake up. Please DM me 2 people who you want to link. If you have been linked, please open your eyes, wave at each other. If one of you dies, the other will also cease living. Now, please close your eyes. The night can begin. Mafia, please wake up. Wave at each other. Please decide on who to murder. You may not murder Craig, the bot. You cannot murder Craig.
What did Craig ever do to you, Mafia?
Okay, is that the consensus now? Mafia, please go to sleep. Doctor, please wake up. Doctor, you may now pick one player to protect for the night. Okay, I see you have made your decision. Please go to sleep. Sleep. Go to sleep. Wizard Maaz, wake up. So thumbs up means that they are good. Thumbs down means that they are Mafia. And finally, the friend zone Martian, please wake up. Who would you like to silence for the night? Everybody wake up and clap your hands. Thank you. During the night, man, the drama. There was so many.
Spill the tea, sis.
What happened?
Guys, listen. Okay, so during I don't want to say it, but the Mafia did decide to kill our lovable mascot, Craig. Unfortunately, when they obliterated Craig, what they didn't realize was that their beam actually went straight past Craig and into the house of Mr. Sultan Sketches himself. He has been obliterated.
Loser.
Sultan.
Makes sense.
No.
I'm not even mad. I'm flattered. Sorry.
Is that your dying words? I'm flattered.
My dying wish is good luck without me.
Just disappears.
And that's the team.
Okay, so one down. Everybody may now speak. What do you think happened during the night?
I think Sultan was too chatty in the last round, and
Sultan knows his place.
Of course, the Mafia would go after the person that was able to get the Mafia immediately.
Oh, yeah. That's what makes it tough, because it doesn't feel as personally driven. It's just kind of like, get him out of the way.
We gotta stab him right in the face.
He talked too much.
Wait, who got friend zoned? Did no one get friend zoned, or did Sultan get? Maybe Sultan got friend zoned and he died.
Did everyone but the doctor pick Sultan?
The one person that needed to be saved.
No! The one person Sultan needed most.
That's honestly why I didn't silence. I was like, he's dead. I was like,
I don't want to target Rush because he didn't get to play in the last game, but I'll target Laddie.
Target Laddie for no reason.
Is that a
Say
nomination?
what you will about James, his logic is clean.
Okay, Laddie is being nominated.
I would never hurt my precious boy.
Is there any other nominations?
I think it's just too early right now.
I nominate Rush.
Okay.
Yeah.
I nominate me. I nominate me.
I think we knew who's really
You
linked
guys
here.
want to defend yourself, Laddie?
If I'm going down, I want Rush go down with me.
No, don't do that to me.
That's not a defense. That you just said you're going down.
I just have a
You just
feeling.
invited it.
Okay, can I have a real defense
Yes,
though?
yes.
I'm linked with someone. I don't want them to die.
So we know she's not linked with Rush.
That's the thing with links though, is we don't know, what if you're linked to other Mafia? That doesn't necessarily, that's not really a defense, I guess.
I think it's too early to.
It's very early in the game, yeah.
Well, we have to vote for someone.
Do we have to kill somebody?
You don't have to.
Otherwise, we're all just going to be sitting ducks. We have to vote out the Mafia.
Well, I could sit.
You like sitting?
Could be Laddie because
Why aren't you defending yourself?
She did.
She did. There was. I'm not mafia.
That sounds like something a mafia member would say.
Notably, you're saying you're linked with someone. No one's defending you. No one's defending me. Which is kind of like either you're lying or the person with you just wants to die.
You need to break up with them, lad. You need to find
You know what? You're a strong, independent woman, laddie, okay?
I'm putting my life on the line.
I'm sorry.
So, guys, let's begin the voting process. Laddie, you have got the majority of the vote.
I'm innocent.
So, once again, everybody rounds you in a circle and obliterates you.
No,
Do you have any final words?
Fine. No, I'm so sad.
Actually, what's funny is that everybody rounded you in a circle and obliterated you, but one person standing in the circle realized, oh, I'm linked, and then they obliterate themselves as well.
Yeah.
So,
Thanks.
Ice Cream Sandwich has been also obliterated.
What did you say?
You can't catch a break.
What did you say?
I forgot that I could. I've been really timid since I up the first round. Like I deserve this. I was gonna defend myself, and then Maaz was like, well, anyway, let's move on to the voting process.
So there you go. There have been 3 deaths.
And then we killed both mafias, right? Maaz, we killed both mafias?
Shut up, James. You wish. I wish I was mafia now, dang.
Everybody go to sleep. Now, Mafia, please wake up and decide on who you would like to pick. Please go to sleep. Doctor, please wake up. Who would you like to protect for this round? You may not pick the same person twice in a row. Okay, go to sleep. Wizard, please wake up. Who would you like to inspect? DM me a name and I will return to you the result. Alright, please go to bed. Lastly, Friend Zone Martian, please wake up. Who do you wish to silence for this round? Okay, go to sleep. Everybody, please wake up.
That's how I stretch. My bad.
I smell blood, guys. Ew.
Oh, did Alex get friend zoned?
Alex got red zoned.
Everybody. Now, the Martians wake up after the 3 deaths in the prior night, okay? All refreshed and all content. And the Mafia, roaming around the city again, get blinded by another light source. They go up to the window and they realize it's multiple lights because the glitter in her glasses was reflecting the moonlight. And Reagan has been obliterated in the night.
Ooh.
She's taken down. Reagan, do you have any words to say?
I'm dead. I can't.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
That's my time. Thanks for having me.
Can everyone who's alive raise your hand?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just me and these chums.
Chums.
All right, so people who are alive, who do you think are the Mafia?
I vote for me. I did it.
Shut up.
I killed them all. I killed them all. They're all dead.
All right. Oh my gosh, I swear, if Rush has been mafia this whole time.
I'm a murderer.
Laddie, you're the ghost. Please do not incite drama. All right, so who do you think is...
Rush, you're
who do
not
you think
mafia. I know in my heart.
I'm suspicious of Alex.
The one who can't talk in defense of herself.
Yeah, Alex. Yeah, get her out of here. Get her out.
Listen, she's been mad quiet. She hasn't said anything. I don't know.
You're saying that about the silent person who literally can't speak.
Yeah.
She's being hella sus right now. She's not talking. What?
Conspiracy theory time. Like,
Okay.
that someone silenced Alex, and then Emily is like, all right, I'll accuse her, and she literally can't defend herself.
Yeah, I just got a lot of opinions.
Oh.
Listen, I'm fine with being like a little more like going in this round because I think I'm the only normal Martian, so it wouldn't be ideal for the Mafia to target me because I have no special skills that they have to fight against.
You're not like other Martians.
I'm not like the other Martians. I have no skills.
I have nothing to offer.
I know there's a possibility of like someone who was Mafia last round to be Mafia again this round, but I'm just like leaning towards the idea that we have new Mafia this round.
That's true.
So,
Well,
I'm-
PJ, James, are we Mafia?
You tell me.
Yeah, it's like the exact same 3.
Yeah.
So I'm sus of Alex because we know Alex isn't the friend zone Martian.
I believe you. I'm voting for Alex too.
Okay, so only one nomination for Alex, and obviously she cannot defend herself.
Poor Alex.
So only one nomination. Is there any other nomination?
It's hard.
Me.
It's like I feel so bad. Wait. Okay, no. This isn't fair. We shouldn't just dogpile Alex because she literally can't defend herself. That's not fair.
All right, let's go to Emily then. She just voted for Alex in the first place.
No, I think Emily's good.
I'm okay with dying because if the civilians kill me, whatever, they lost an ally who can't do anything for them anyway.
Well, then if you're a civilian, you want to not die because you want to kill Mafia.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's true, but like, I've said my piece. I've said who I think is Mafia, and also it wouldn't be Mafia, like, if they decide they want to kill me, that's fine, but that means they still have one less opportunity to kill someone who could actually get in their way, like, during the night,
PJ, you're still alive?
Yeah, I'm
Why are you
still-
not
yeah,
talking,
right here.
PJ? PJ, what are you talking?
I'm observing, my friend.
No, bro, you're going down. I'm voting for PJ.
Rush just wants blood.
Yeah.
No more nominations, but any defense from PJ? Any defense for yourself?
No.
Okay, never mind. All right, so that's how the voting process.
You're safe.
So it's between Alex, Emily, or PJ?
Yes, so please react to them. There should be 6 votes.
Oh God.
2 more votes.
Oh God. PJ, I'm so sorry. If you're a good person, I don't know what to do.
I mean, listen, I will say, I'm just saying, I know more than what you guys think.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah?
Yeah, majority is still PJ, so PJ, you have been obliterated in a circle.
Join us in hell.
PJ, any dying words?
And I'm not allowed to say what I am. Well,
You can say whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Okay, I was the wizard. So long, suckers.
Who voted for PJ?
I'm telling you, it was Alex. It was Alex.
Everybody, please go to bed. Okay, Mafia, please wake up. Who do you wish to obliterate this one night? Okay, please go to bed. Doctor, please wake up. Who do you wish to save? Okay, go to sleep. Wizard, please wake up. Okay, so once again, up is good, down is bad. Okay, go to sleep. Friend zoned, please wake up. Please select somebody who you wish to friends. Oh, never mind. Okay, everybody, please wake up.
Oh, what a beautiful morning for
sun shining in a beautiful way.
Oh, shut up.
Hands up if you're alive. Emily, put your ratchet hand down. You're dead. Do you have any final words?
This is the epitome of quote from Man Stabbed. What are you gonna do, Chad?
Stab me.
Mafia not gonna kill me.
What?
Right before we went to bed, I was like she was like, guys, I told you it's Alex, and I got scared, and now Emily's dead, and now
Why would I kill Emily? That would just make me really obvious as a Mafia, but I'm not.
What do you think, Alex? What do you think? Tell me.
I think James.
James?
No.
I don't know. Why are you so chill? Okay, now you're
Let me call it right now.
Call it.
Sultan was average. PJ was the doctor. No, Sultan was Cupid.
How do you know that? How would you know that PJ?
Because I've been observing.
Yeah.
PJ was the real person. I'm the what's it called? The aggressive
you don't
one.
even know yourself.
I'm the minesweeper bomb is what I am. And then you 3, Rush, Alyssa, and Alex are all Mafia.
What?
Rush, Alyssa, and Alex. I'm going up against 3 Mafia right now.
You're going down, Sid. No, hear me out. I think PJ was the friend zone guy because no one's muted this round, you fool.
Yeah, no one's muted.
Okay, so any nominations so far?
There's at least 1 Mafia amongst us. I think there are only 1 Mafia between us 4. We're all just pointing guns at each other.
It's a scene from The Office.
What you say? At first, I thought Alex because she was silenced, and then Emily was like, "It's Alex," and Emily got killed. So it's like, oh, Emily knows something. But now Alex is like, "No, it's not me." Would it be a safe bet to kill Rush just in case he is Mafia?
Kill me.
Yeah, I feel like yeah, safe bet.
So,
Rush.
any other nominee?
And Alex, right?
All right, so it's me and Alex, right? All right, so.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I'm Timmy. I'm gonna vote twice for Alex. You.
Oh.
You're done. You're out of here.
Since Rush is good, is Timmy.
I'm Timmy.
Then it's James.
Whoa. No.
Wait, no, Alex, you look really guilty right now, Alex. Alex, you look so guilty. You should just keep it in the drafts.
How is that guilty? I'm speaking up.
All right. I figured it out.
You didn't figure it out because you.
Okay, Alyssa, I'm talking to you, Alyssa. You know what you are, and you know you're good. And you know that Rush is good. And you know that I'm good because I'm the Minesweeper bomb. We haven't found the Minesweeper bomb yet.
There's no Minesweeper bomb character, okay?
We haven't found one yet.
No, it's right there. It's James.
What? I think it's Alex.
James, what if it's you? What if, like, you're just masterminding this and it's almost all there?
It's almost
Dude,
all there.
James is so scared.
Wait, no, what if it's Alex and
Rush.
James and I'm just, oh god, guys, oh god, I'm so scared.
Dude, I believe in Rush.
I believe in Alex.
I believe in Alyssa.
Thank
that she's
you.
good.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Now that Rush is Timmy, that like cancels that it's just me and James.
Well, speaking about canceled, Alex, your life has been canceled by the majority.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I wasn't even finished speaking.
Oh, okay.
They cut you off mid.
I'm gonna die next round, boys. Watch this.
No, we're not gonna die, Rush, because we killed off the Mafia.
Any dying words, Alex?
James.
James Mafia.
James Mafia.
Wait, there's only 3 of us left.
Yeah. Okay, everybody, please go to bed.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
Don't kill me.
Mafia, please wake up. Who do you wish to murder this round?
Wait, how are there still Mafia?
Oh my god, you. Alyssa, you. Oh my god. Wow. I can't believe it.
I'm not gonna say nothing, but one of you is so blown right now, and it is.
Doctor, please wake up.
Can we just wake up? I know there's no doctors or wizards or you people anymore.
Or the tooth fairy.
Yeah, you know what? Everybody wake up.
God damn it.
Oh my god, this is like literally making me smile.
You're monsters.
Was it Alyssa Mafia?
There was 3 of you in a triangle. One of you peeked out with a little sniper rifle and domed Rush in the head.
Yes!
Rush has been deceased.
And Timmy.
And the Mafia have
Mafia
won
wins.
this game.
It was Alyssa!
It was Alyssa! Good game, Alyssa.
Listen,
Good game.
No, can I tell you what happened? Let me tell you. No, you guys aren't even ready for that. You don't even know half of it. Listen, so y'all killed Laddie. Laddie was linked to Ice Cream Sandwich, and they were both Mafia. It was me, solo mission this whole game.
The whole time?
Sultan, as soon as it started, linked to Mafia. I was like, are you actually serious right now?
And then everybody's like talking like, yeah, let's kill Laddie.
Why didn't you say anything?
Wait, Alyssa solo carried this whole game by herself.
I did this.
I knew it wasn't James because when James is, he just gives it.
Every time you guys said that you knew Alyssa was good, I was trying so hard not to just die laughing.
It's so funny because anybody can say anything except about Timmy, right? So Laddie and Andy could have literally very easily said in the chat for the Mafia, hey, we're linked, you should save us. But they didn't say that.
I didn't know.
So when they both died, Alyssa's like, what the fuck?
Wait, I linked them.
Yeah, Sultan, you nailed it. Nailed it again.
I took down the Mafia and I was dead.
How did Sultan get...
Sultan is amazing.
That was amazing. Sucks.
You know what? I want to play with Sultan every game.
I am so proud of you, Alyssa. That was crazy.
Carried the whole team.
She really carried.
I learned.
It's so good because he got to the nomination stage and Alex, Rush, and James all came up, not Alyssa. And I was like, bro, you're not even thinking about her, man.
I was even like, Alyssa, you know you're good. I know I'm good. Rush is good. It has to be Alex.
Oh, why do you think it's me?
As soon as I gave Andy the Mafia card, he was like, I'm gonna get out immediately. And then he got out immediately.
Yeah, everybody's like dogpiling Laddie, and I'm sitting there like... like I could have defended and like done anything, and I'm just sitting there like, this game's fun.
And that's why I really want to thank Nebula and CuriosityStream for sponsoring this video. Nebula is a platform where a whole bunch of top-of-the-line creators, including myself and a few other animators, to create 100% ad-free quality content without the added stress of the algorithm or demonetization. I've always talked about this documentary, but the Nebula original Digital Gold Miners is insane, and I definitely would recommend it. It's all about gold farmers using RuneScape to grow their wealth. It's legitimately such a fun watch. Nebula has always been super great for allowing me to experiment with my content, and they were crucial for Mafia 1 even being made in the first place. They let me break out of the storytime animation and create that video, and you can find the camera version of both Mafia Round 1 and this Round 2 on Nebula as well. They've been super awesome, but so has CuriosityStream, which Nebula is actually being bundled with. CuriosityStream is a platform for thousands of shows about history, philosophy, nature, medicine, everything that I kind of nerd out and enjoy about. I mean, if you're already interested in the Mafia, why not watch Al Capone, the Child of Prohibition, an episode of The Butterfly Effect, all about how the US federal government tried to take down the Mafia. Again, they've been fantastic in working with me in my last few videos, and I really do encourage you to get the bundle by signing up with the link below, which will let you get access to CuriosityStream and Nebula. This entire deal costs less than $15 a year, and it's not even a trial. Like, as long as you're a CuriosityStream member, you'll always have access to Nebula. Trust me guys, I would not be pushing it this hard if I really didn't believe in it. So once again, click on the link in the description below or go to curiositystream.com/Maaz to get both CuriosityStream and Nebula for less than $15 a year. Thank you once again for watching Mafia Round 2. This may be my last Mafia video since I want to get a little bit more crazy with my ideas, and if you made it this far, make sure to type in the honeypot in the comments below. I also want to give a huge shout out to my team for making these crazy videos possible. Please make sure to look in the description below for their info as well. Alright, and with that, ladies everybody, and stay amazing.